Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
Hu Ming's sudden appearance left everyone deeply shaken. No matter how she looked at him, Han Yun-11 was convinced the person standing before her was Han Hu Ming. At the same time, Han Shuyi harbored doubts about this boy's identity. Even though Han Litian had confirmed he wasn't Hu Ming, Shuyi couldn't help but recall the smile Hu Ming had on his face before he fell off the cliff. That memory sent an involuntary chill down his spine. If this person really was Han Hu Ming, then the implications of his actions were truly terrifying. Hu Ming, on the other hand, didn't dwell on the matter. Since his identity had already been clarified, he saw no reason to linger. Wait. Han Yun-11 reached out, attempting to grab Hu Ming's arm, but he effortlessly sidestepped her. Miss, there should be boundaries between different genders. Besides, I'm not interested in any of this. If you continue to bother me, I might need to speak with the principal. Just as Hu Ming finished speaking, the principal himself emerged from the school building. He hurried over and spoke apologetically. I'm sorry, Hu Ming. These students are siblings of Han Hu Ming. His disappearance has understandably left them a bit emotional. I can empathize with their feelings, Hu Ming replied calmly, but that doesn't mean I'll tolerate being pushed around. If incidents like this persist, I don't see any reason to continue attending this school. Losing a student as academically gifted as Hu Ming, someone who rivaled Ye Chushui in ability, was out of the question for the principal. That kind of talent brought great prestige to the school. With that in mind, the principal straightened his expression, dismissed the crowd of onlookers, and turned to Han Shuyi and Han Yun-11 to explain. I've already called your father. He asked you two to stay out of this for now. He'll handle verifying Hu Ming's identity himself. Han Yun-11 frowned, her gaze fixated on Hu Ming, while Han Shuyi nodded reluctantly. Just then, a car pulled up behind them, and Han Litian stepped out. Han Yun-11 immediately rushed to her father, grabbing his hand and asking anxiously, Dad, is he really not Hu Ming? Don't rush to conclusions just yet. We're not certain, Han Litian replied, his eyes flickering with uncertainty as they landed on Hu Ming. In truth, Litian was reluctant to believe this boy could be Han Hu Ming. If it turned out to be him, why had he pretended to be injured? And after recovering, why had he chosen to return? Was it revenge? Or simply a desire to sever ties with the Han family? Stepping closer to Hu Ming, Litian spoke evenly, Young man, would you mind giving me your fingerprints? If you're truly not Han Hu Ming, the prints won't match. Hu Ming took a deep breath, clearly trying to maintain his composure. In the end, he extended his hand and pressed his fingerprint onto the device. This will be the last time. Understood. If the results confirm you're not him, we won't trouble you further. Without another word, Hu Ming turned and headed back toward the school. Han Litian, however, wasted no time. He was eager to verify Hu Ming's identity and uncover the truth about this boy. As Hu Ming's figure disappeared around the corner, Han Yun-11 stared after him, unsure of what to say. Beside her, Han Shuyi offered quiet reassurance. If he's truly Hu Ming, we should be happy. But if he's not, we'll continue searching for him. Han Yun-11 didn't respond, instead walking off toward her classroom. A boy who bore an uncanny resemblance to Han Hu Ming had appeared, piquing everyone's curiosity. This time, Hu Ming was assigned to the same class as Han Yun-11. Throughout the lesson, Han Yun-11 couldn't stop staring at him, trying to find traces of the Hu Ming she knew in this stranger. Unfortunately, the differences between the two were stark. When the teacher announced that Hu Ming had earned a near-perfect score to qualify for the elite class, the entire room erupted in astonished murmurs. After all, up until now, the only person capable of such an achievement was Ye Chushui. And yet, this boy who bore an uncanny resemblance to Han Hu Ming had managed to do it again. At this revelation, many began to reconsider the idea that he was Han Hu Ming. No matter how much effort Han Hu Ming could put in, how could he possibly leap from being an average student to Ye Chushui's level in such a short time? Han Yungzi's gaze dimmed noticeably. Once again, she found herself more convinced that this boy was not Han Hu Ming. Alright, aside from Hu Ming, we also have another new student joining us today. She glanced toward the door and softly called for the new student to come in. A girl walked in with steady steps, her appearance immediately drawing the admiration of many in the class. When Han Yun-11 saw her, she froze momentarily before a smile spread across her face. Please introduce yourself, the teacher said, turning to the girl. Hello, my name is Kong Xin, the girl said calmly, her face devoid of expression, her voice cool and composed. The simplicity of her introduction sent a slight chill through the room. Though Kong Xin's appearance was striking, her demeanor reminded everyone of Ye Chushui when she first arrived, so cold it made people shiver. Even the teacher couldn't help but twitch at the corner of her mouth. Kong Xin's admission test scores had been exceptional, but it was clear she wasn't the talkative type. As Kong Xin made her way to her seat, Han Yun-11 suddenly grabbed her wrist, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Kong Xin, look at him, is he Hu Ming? The class turned their attention to this exchange, surprised and curious. Was this girl somehow connected to Hu Ming as well? From his seat, Hu Ming muttered under his breath, again? Does everyone in this school have a connection to Han Hu Ming? Kong Xin slowly turned to look at Hu Ming. The moment her eyes landed on him, she froze briefly before shaking her head with quiet certainty. Yun-11, he's not young master. But he looks exactly like Han Hu Ming, doesn't he? His habits are completely different. The young master never drank strawberry milk. At that, everyone's gaze instinctively shifted to the carton of strawberry milk sitting on Hu Ming's desk. At that moment, they recalled what Hu Ming had once told Solu, that he disliked strawberry milk. Han Yun-11 opened her mouth, stunned, but could not offer any further argument. Meanwhile, Han Litian was in the process of arranging a fingerprint comparison, eager to find out the results. What he couldn't have known was that the fingerprint sample in his possession had already been switched. The mastermind behind this swap was currently on a phone call. "Hello, President Liang. I've completed the task. The fingerprints will never match. You've really gone to great lengths. Thank you." "No, it's I who should be thanking you, President Liang. After all, you helped save my family. You're practically a second father to me. All right, let's keep in touch." On the rooftop of a high-rise building, Liang Feng stood with one hand in his pocket and the other gripping his phone tightly. His sharp gaze glinted in the sunlight. "You've finally returned." Transmigrated as the Fakyo, the students genuinely felt that the Hu Ming before them now was completely different from the Han Hu Ming they once knew. Whether it was his manner of doing things or his habits, everything about him had changed. During the afternoon PE class, Hu Ming shocked everyone by single-handedly crushing every boy in their class at basketball. To think, the previous Hu Ming didn't even know how to dribble? Meanwhile, Kong Xian had yet to interact with Hu Ming at all, which further solidified Han Yongzi's suspicions. Still, the situation left everyone feeling a little uneasy. Han Yun-11 was desperate to find out where the real Han Hu Ming had gone. After school, Hu Ming packed up his belongings and prepared to head home. However, as soon as he stepped out of the school gates, he saw Han Litian standing by his car, smoking. The man's expression was filled with melancholy, a clear sign that the results from this morning had already come in. Before his return, Hu Ming had already contacted Liang Feng. During this period, Liang Feng absorbed much of the remaining resources left behind by Litian and used them to re-establish himself in the city. Although his current standing couldn't compare to the Han family, his business was developing well, and he had gained a notable reputation within the city. However, Hu Ming had no intention of meddling in the company's affairs. He only needed to focus on his own matters. Slipping his backpack on, he headed in the direction of home. After school, Han Yun-11 spotted her father waiting at the school gates. She hurried over to question him. "Dad, is he Han Hu Ming?" Hearing the urgency in his daughter's voice, Han Litian wanted nothing more than to give her the answer she hoped for. But he couldn't do that. He dropped his cigarette to the ground, extinguished it, and then said, "Yun-11, he isn't Han Hu Ming. How can he not be my brother? They look exactly the same. Yun-11, the results confirm he really isn't your brother. And think about it, if he were, why would he hide his identity? What could his purpose possibly be? With diaresis OBE." Han Litian's words left Han Yun-11 frozen in place. She couldn't bring herself to imagine what this all meant. Her energy suddenly drained, she looked utterly deflated, as though someone had hollowed her out. She climbed into the back seat of the car, her eyes fixed on the fading silhouette in the distance. Even though Han Litian had given the answer, Han Shuyi still couldn't believe it. He clearly remembered the moment he fell off the cliff, the smile Hu Ming had flashed at him. That smile had haunted him for a long time, keeping him awake at night. He opened his desk drawer, intending to call someone, but when he dialed, he discovered the number was no longer in service. It dawned on him that the other party had severed all ties with him. This meant he would have to personally investigate whether or not that boy was really Hu Ming. Han Litian had forbidden them from telling Zhou Wenli about the matter, fearing that she might overreact. He didn't want to see history repeat itself. Likewise, Han Shuyi didn't want to tell his mother, especially after seeing how much she had been missing Hu Ming lately. He couldn't shake the feeling that Hu Ming was about to take over the place he held in her heart. Clenching his fists, his face was filled with unwillingness. "Hu Ming, even in death, you managed to cause me trouble." In a nondescript little diner, two figures sat in a corner eating noodles. Liang Feng, dressed casually in a t-shirt and shorts with flip-flops on his feet, was a far cry from the polished, professional image he presented at work. Across from him, Hu Ming was adding chili to his bowl. "Doesn't eating like that hurt your stomach? Life's better spicy. Want some?" Hu Ming passed the chili to Liang Feng, who took it and set it aside. "Can't handle spicy food. Back when I worked for Litian, my schedule and diet were uncontrolled. Over time, I developed stomach problems. Thinking back, I really can't believe I made it out alive." Liang Feng couldn't help but sigh. If it weren't for the young man in front of him, he might still be living a life worse than death under Li Tian's thumb. But he was curious. After less than a year, Hu Ming had returned. Was he not afraid of being recognized? "So, why did you choose to come back at this particular time? It doesn't seem like the best timing." Hu Ming swallowed his mouthful of noodles before replying. "There's no such thing as the right or wrong time. As long as everything is arranged properly, I could have returned long ago. It's just that some things delayed me earlier, so I ended up coming back later." "Was it because of that old man?" You've investigated that far already? But I bet you didn't get anything out of the neighbors, did you?" Hu Ming chuckled, and Liang Feng couldn't help but nod. He was curious, though how had Hu Ming managed to pull this off? "Well, it's probably because old man Hu was well liked. We didn't have many neighbors, and before I left, I notified them in advance. I told them that if anyone came asking about me, they were probably people after old man Hu's assets. That kind of story won't hold forever, Liang Feng said skeptically, feeling that Hu Ming's approach was a bit too reckless. If Hu Ming truly wanted to conceal his identity, he should have devised a better plan. But Hu Ming shook his head, placing his chopsticks back into the bowl. Honestly, I don't care whether my identity is exposed or not. I just need enough time to figure out one thing. That's all. To figure out one thing. I want to know who has been targeting me in the shadows. You know I'm neither from the Han family nor the Zhao couple's child. So, what is my real identity? I don't know, but clearly, someone else does. So that's the real reason you came back to find out who you truly are. Liang Feng finally understood, but he was still worried about Hu Ming. Seeing the concern in Liang Feng's eyes, Hu Ming immediately guessed what he was thinking. He retrieved 2 glass bottles of soy milk from the fridge, placed them on the table, and opened them with a bottle opener. That person has been secretly helping Han Shuyi. And Han Shuyi despises me to the core, which is why he keeps making trouble for me. But you know the saying, no pain, no gain. If I don't show myself, I'll never find out who I really am. So your plan is to push Han Shuyi to the brink, forcing him to reveal the person behind him. That way, you'll have a chance to find the culprit. Is that it? Wrong. I'm not pushing Han Shuyi to the brink. He's pushing himself there. Hu Ming shrugged, looking slightly resigned. He's not a saint. If Han Shuyi hadn't caused him so much trouble, he wouldn't have gone after him. As a hunter, you always have to be prepared to become the prey. Xia Xiao 11 yawned as she got out of the car. She had stayed home yesterday to take care of some things, so she hadn't gone to school. Even so, her family hoped she would take her studies here seriously. After all, it would save her the trouble of catching up when she returned later. Not that it really mattered to her current identity, studying or not made little difference. Stretching lazily, she noticed many students sneaking glances at her as she walked, though it wasn't nearly as overwhelming as the day before. When she had first arrived at the school, the entire hallway had been so packed with onlookers that it was impossible to move. That can't really be Han Hu Ming, right? Are you kidding? Han Hu Ming couldn't play basketball. This Hu Ming is like an ultimate upgrade of Han Hu Ming. Passing by a group of students, Xia Xiao 11 caught snippets of their conversation. She couldn't help but feel curious. Who was this Hu Ming they were talking about? Had she missed some major gossip by skipping school yesterday? Her imagination began to run wild as she thought about it. When she returned to her classroom and took her seat, some classmates were busy studying while others chatted. Most of their chatter revolved around that boy named Hu Ming. Who's this Hu Ming everyone's talking about? Xia Xiao 11 suddenly butted into a conversation between 2 boys, just like she had done before. The boys were startled at first but quickly spilled everything they knew to her. Listening intently, Xia Zioxi's mouth fell slightly open, and disbelief crept across her face. During the lunch break, Hu Ming sat at his desk, closing the book before him. The book was full of notes and key points, evidence of how he managed to achieve such high grades. There was gym class in the afternoon, and Hu Ming planned to rest a bit. Reaching into his desk drawer, he pulled out an eye mask, ready to put it on. But his movements suddenly stopped as he glanced toward the classroom door. Someone stood outside, sneaking glances left and right like a thief. However, the person's identity was far too conspicuous. Students passing by greeted her instinctively, and out of politeness, she responded. But when her gaze met Hu Ming's, her eyes widened, and a look of pure delight appeared on her face. So it is you? You're that missing student everyone talks about. Xia Xiao 11 might not have been able to tell who was Hu Ming and who was Han Hu Ming, but there was no mistaking that face. Too many people here. Let's find somewhere else to talk. Hu Ming glanced toward a gazebo not far away. The two walked side by side across the campus. Not far off, Han Shuyi, who had been planning to invite Xia Xiao 11 to lunch, froze at the sight. Clutching his meal card tightly, his eyes darkened as he stared at Hu Ming's back. Xia Xiao 11 had just met Hu Ming today, hadn't she? Why did they seem so close? He already disliked this boy who looked exactly like Han Hu Ming. Now it seemed he truly was another Han Hu Ming, destined to be a thorn in his side. Taking a deep breath, Han Shuyi turned and walked toward the cafeteria. Meanwhile, at the gazebo, Xia Xiao 11 sat across from Hu Ming. Both kept a measured distance between them. Xia Xiao 11, however, was clearly fascinated, her curious gaze fixed on him as if she wanted to uncover all his secrets. Resting her chin on her hand, she finally asked, "So, everyone says you look exactly like someone named Han Hu Ming. Can you tell me who are you? Is it possible I'm not the person you think I am?" Hu Ming countered with a question of his own. Xia Xiao 11 waved her hand dismissively, immediately rejecting his response. "I'm not like everyone else. I trust my instincts more than anything. Besides, the way you talk is exactly the same as when we met before. I'm 100% sure you re him, with a cute." Humans are such peculiar creatures. Even when evidence is laid out plainly before them, they'll often choose to trust their intuition instead. And Xia Xiao 11 was the best of the bunch. After all, her intuition had rarely led her astray over the years, solving countless problems, big and small. So, she trusted her instincts more than ever. Facing the true heroine, Hu Ming suddenly felt like everything he had carefully planned crumbled to pieces in Xia Zioxi's presence. If Xia Xiao 11 had grown closer to Han Shuyi now, it would have only been a matter of time before Han Shuyi started suspecting him. Seeing Hu Ming fall into silence, Xiao 11 broke the awkward tension between them. Are you working on something super important? Like last time you vanished the moment I turned around. You've got to be someone extraordinary. Xia Xiaoxi's face lit up with excitement, showing no hesitation despite Hu Ming's guarded demeanor. To her, this felt more like an adventure than anything suspicious. As a self-proclaimed otaku, running into something this thrilling felt as rare as planets colliding. Besides, life at school had been far too dull. If helping this mysterious Hu Ming could spice things up, why not? Hu Ming opened his mouth slightly, preparing to dissuade her, but he hadn't expected Xiao 11 to eagerly jump at the chance to get involved. Her enthusiasm completely caught him off guard. But since Xiao 11 had handed him this opportunity on a silver platter, it would be foolish not to take full advantage of it. Have you heard anything about Hu Ming? My classmates told me all about it. I came back to uncover clues about my identity, Hu Ming said, his tone serious. But for now, I can't be Hu Ming. His gaze was firm, leaving no room for doubt. Xiao 11 nodded quickly, understanding the gravity of his words. Got it, got it? Leave it to me. Good. But, before we go any further, can you at least tell me your real name? Just call me Hu Ming. That's my real name. Xiao 11 nodded again, showing no intention of prying further. She didn't need to know everything about Hu Ming. All she knew was that her school life was about to become much more exciting. As lunchtime neared its end, Xiao 11 finally returned to her classroom from the gazebo. However, some classmates had spotted her sitting with Hu Ming earlier, and rumors began to spread about how familiar they seemed with each other. Han Shuyi overheard the chatter and immediately walked up to Xiao 11, stopping in front of her desk. Xiao 11, are you close with Hu Ming? Hu Ming. Of course, Xiao 11 was aware of the complicated history between Han Shuyi and Hu Ming. Remembering Hu Ming's request for secrecy, she quickly nodded and replied with a smile. Yeah, we've known each other for ages. She blinked her eyes innocently before adding, Han Shuyi, I know you're concerned about Hu Ming's identity, but trust me, he's not the Han Hu Ming you're thinking of. After all, when I met him, that Han Hu Ming you're talking about hadn't even disappeared yet. No one expected Xiao 11 to actually know Hu Ming? This made even more people feel that Hu Ming couldn't be Han Hu Ming. After all, if things were like that, he would have mentioned this long ago. Han Shuyi remained silent, but Xia Xiaoxi's words had already led him to his own conclusion. He felt that no matter how capable Hu Ming was, it was unlikely he could collude with Xiao 11 to fabricate such a lie. Seeing the crowd gradually relax, Xiao 11 felt her own tension begin to dissipate. Thankfully, when they returned earlier, Hu Ming had already told her how to address the classmates, proving he was well prepared. Still, she couldn't help but wonder how exactly was Hu Ming planning to find the clues? During the physical education class in the afternoon, a group of people surrounded Xiao 11, eagerly listening to her talk about skincare routines and whether performing on stage was exhausting. The girls were full of gossip and curiosity, wanting to know how the life of a celebrity differed from theirs. However, Xiao 11 kept glancing toward the soccer field. Over there, Han Shuyi was bent over with his hands on his knees, gasping for air. His gaze was fixed on Hu Ming, who was also on the field, and his eyes were filled with a sharp intensity. Originally, he thought Hu Ming only knew how to play basketball, but he hadn't expected him to be so skilled at soccer as well. It felt almost like he was playing against Han Hu Ming again on the field. But the feeling Hu Ming gave him was even more oppressive, like a puppeteer controlling the entire game. As long as the ball was under Hu Ming's feet, everyone moved according to his will. This gave Han Shuyi an incredibly unsettling sensation. It was as if he was a mere puppet, and even during past matches against Han Hu Ming, he'd never felt this suffocated. There was no chance of winning. Hu Ming had the ball at his feet, his eyes constantly scanning the field. Suddenly, he launched a precise, powerful kick, sending the ball to an open spot amidst the players. A teammate was perfectly positioned to receive it. Before the goalkeeper could react, the teammate took a clean shot, driving the ball into the net. The entire sequence was effortless and simple, almost as if it were scripted. Han Shuyi's teammates deflated visibly. Compared to their last match with Han Hu Ming, this game made them feel even more powerless. Back then, Han Hu Ming had overwhelmed them with sheer force. But this time, Hu Ming exploited their weaknesses, sending the ball into their net repeatedly. Even their attempts to recover were too slow. Standing with his hands on his hips, Hu Ming gave a thumbs up to the teammate who scored in response to his wave. But before he realized it, Han Shuyi was standing beside him, speaking in a low voice. You know, you're nothing like him. But for some reason, I just can't shake the feeling that you are him. Han Shuyi, are you really so obsessed with my identity? If you're unhappy, just look at the scoreboard, it'll make you even angrier. The scoreboard displayed a glaring 4-0. The number 4 was ominous, as if signaling Han Shuyi's defeat and death. Hu Ming, provoking me won't end well for you. If you're here to play pretend, Han Shuyi, this isn't the place for you. And if you're going to lecture me about the unspoken rules of sportsmanship, how about I score an own goal for you, Ringo? Lies don't hurt, truths cut like a blade. Hu Ming's words left Han Shuyi seething with frustration, unable to retort. Moments later, Hu Ming pressed so hard that Han Shuyi couldn't even touch the ball. The crowd gasped in astonishment at the skill of the new transfer student. After all, it was rare for anyone to push Han Shuyi to such extremes. Meanwhile, Han Yun-11 watched the match quietly from the sidelines. Seeing Han Shuyi's battered state, she felt a strange illusion that boy looked exactly like Han Hu Ming. Wow, Hu Ming's pretty impressive. A girl's voice sounded beside Han Yun-11, snapping her out of her thoughts. Turning instinctively, she saw Xiao-11 staring at the match with excitement. Noticing Han Yun-11 looking at her, Xiao-11 turned and smiled. Hi there. Hi. Do you know Hu Ming? Of course. That guy likes to keep a low profile, so he didn't mention that we know each other. So that's how it is, huh? His personality is completely different from her brother's. Every time Han Yun-11 came to terms with this fact, she couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. Xiao-11 noticed her expression. Naturally, she knew the girl in front of her was Han Shuyi's younger sister, but in a way, she was also Hu Ming's sister from a different father and mother. Judging by her demeanor, it seemed she held quite a fondness for Hu Ming. Could it be that Hu Ming hasn't told her the truth? Is he trying to protect her? As these thoughts swirled in Xia Zioxi's mind, an uproar came from the field. She instinctively looked up and saw Hu Ming standing over the ball while Han Shuyi clutched his thigh, his face contorted in pain. Han Yun-11 let out a startled cry and quickly ran forward to check on her brother. However, she had clearly seen what had happened just now. Han Shuyi had gone for a slide tackle to take the ball from Hu Ming but seemed to have injured himself in the process. A few male classmates crowded around to check on Han Shuyi's injury, while Han Shuyi grimaced in pain, his face twisted in agony. Hu Ming simply stood there, his expression unreadable. Brother, are you okay? I'm fine. Seems like I pulled a muscle. You should get to the infirmary immediately. This could be serious. A couple of boys helped Han Shuyi up, and as Han Yun-11 turned her gaze to Hu Ming, their eyes met, and she asked, "Are you okay?" "Yeah." When he slid in, I managed to jump back just in time. Looking at the slightly weary girl before him, Hu Ming couldn't help but wonder what she had been through recently. After Han Shuyi was helped off the field, with Han Yun-11 following, Hu Ming let out a quiet sigh of relief. Earlier, he had clearly seen Shuyi's intent to tackle him and had dodged just in time. If he hadn't, and the tackle had connected, he was sure he'd be out of school for quite a while. Still, he hadn't expected Shuyi to end up injuring himself. How ironic. Shaking his head with a mix of amusement and exasperation, Hu Ming was about to leave when a sudden chill brushed against his cheek. Startled, he turned to see Xiao-11 grinning mischievously, holding a bottle of ice water in her hand. "You're pretty impressive. I originally thought you just had good reflexes, but I didn't expect you to be so skilled at sports, too. Not too bad, I guess. But aren't you worried about the rumors people might spread?" Hu Ming glanced toward the sidelines, where plenty of eyes were fixed on them. The envy and resentment in their gazes were palpable. Xia Zioxi's overly friendly gesture clearly didn't sit well with them, and their dislike for Hu Ming was written all over their faces. But Xiao-11 merely raised an eyebrow, smirking playfully. "We've known each other for ages." Han Shuyi was ultimately sent to the hospital for a checkup after all. A pulled muscle could range from a minor inconvenience to something serious. But Hu Ming wasn't concerned about Shuyi's injury. In his opinion, this wasn't ruthless enough. If anything, Han Shuyi had held back. If the person pulling the strings behind the scenes never showed up, it wasn't feasible for him to keep wasting time clashing with Han Shuyi. He needed a way to provoke Han Shuyi further, to push him to his limit. Shouldering his backpack, Hu Ming was lost in thought when a light tap on his back startled him. Turning around, he saw Xiao-11 grinning mischievously. "Hu Ming, do you want to go to the shops nearby to buy figures today? I still haven't gotten my Yukinashita Yukino figure. I'm not into anime merch." "Go by yourself," Hu Ming replied, waving her off without much interest. If anyone overheard Hu Ming turning down Xia Zioxi's request, they'd probably fume at him for squandering such a golden opportunity. Going out together? Wasn't that practically a date? A perfect chance to deepen her affection for him? But Xiao-11 puffed out her cheeks in a mock pout, her expression full of reproach. "Come on, why not? Just keep me company, okay? I was planning to sneak out alone anyway. It's so boring shopping by myself." Her candid admission left Hu Ming slightly speechless. So, she usually snuck out on her own? If the people responsible for watching over her found out, they'd probably cough up blood in anger. "Miss Xia, do you even take your safety seriously? Don't forget your identity is pretty sensitive. What if something happens to you while you're out?" "No worries, I can handle myself. Let me tell you, I'm pretty skilled in sanda. TL, something like Muay Thai or kickboxing." Her words brought back memories of the time she had rescued Ye Shui. Those swift and sharp moves of hers clearly weren't amateurish. Even so, her skills didn't guarantee she'd be safe if trouble arose. Shaking his head, Hu Ming clearly disapproved of her carefree attitude. Xiao-11, however, pouted even more dramatically. "Fine, I'll just go by myself then." With that, she spun around and marched toward the school gates. But after only a few steps, she abruptly turned back. She stretched out her hand toward Hu Ming and said, "Your contact info. You promised you'd give it to me if we crossed paths again." Hu Ming sighed in resignation and wrote down his phone number and chat handle for her. Xiao-11 took the note like it was a priceless treasure, fiddling with her phone excitedly. The two parted ways at the school gate, but before she left, Hu Ming couldn't help but notice the man sitting in the driver's seat of Xia Zioxi's car. The man was staring at him with an intense, scrutinizing gaze. Hu Ming met the gaze head-on, showing no intention of backing down. Miss, who was that boy just now? Oh, just a friend? What do you think? My friend-making skills are pretty great, huh? Xiao 11 replied, eagerly inputting Hu Ming's number into her phone and waiting for him to accept her friend request. The driver chuckled lightly. Miss, everyone here is eager to be friends with you. I still remember the stir you caused on your first day at school. But as he recalled the boy he had just locked eyes with, his smile faded slightly. Something about that boy felt unusual. Well, exceptions do exist. The first two people I met here didn't even know who I was. I was so discouraged back then. Thinking about it now, Xiao 11 still felt a little bitter. Despite being so popular at school, the first two people she encountered had no idea who she was. As for Yechushui, ever since she'd asked her about Hu Ming, their conversations had completely stopped. Word had it that Yechushui was now in Jingdu, diligently pursuing her studies. She seemed to be working very hard. The thought of enduring such a tedious academic environment made Xiao 11 shudder. Freedom and a carefree life, this was what suited her best. Oh, by the way, miss, you've met the young master of the Han family, haven't you? Yeah, I've met him. Han Shuyi, right? He strained a muscle during gym class today and was sent home. The old master's suggestion is for you to visit the Han family. After all, the two family heads are old acquaintances, and the Han family is a dominant force in this city. With their support, things will go much smoother for you here. Ugh, Dad's playing that card again? Fine, I'll go when I get the chance. Xiao 11 didn't particularly care about such arrangements, though she was no stranger to social niceties. After all, during her idle days, she'd heard plenty of sordid tales about the entertainment industry's underbelly. She considered herself one of the lucky few who didn't fall into its darker depths. Glancing at her phone, she noticed Hu Ming still hadn't accepted her friend request. Propping her chin in her hand, she let her mind wander, imagining the two of them teaming up to fight evil across the city in thrilling adventures. Of course, Hu Ming wasn't nearly as righteous as Xiao 11 imagined. At that moment, he was staring at his phone, reading a message he had just received. Liang Feng had informed him that no trace of the transaction involving the billiard hall Han Shuyi had purchased could be found. The only concrete detail was a short note: Han Shuyi bought it. But the channels through which he acquired it? Unknown. At the time of the purchase, Han Shuyi was still living in the countryside. How could he have pulled off such a substantial deal? And through what means did Han Shuyi learn about his lineage and eventually return to the Han family? Closing his eyes, Hu Ming's thoughts drifted to the mastermind orchestrating everything behind the scenes. It was possible that this figure had been laying plans long before he was even born. If that were true, then the original host of his current body must have had an extraordinary background. From Zhao Wei's account, Hu Ming learned that only 2 children were born in the maternity ward that day. One was him, and the other was Han Shuyi. If that was the case, then the remaining child Zhao Wei's son, where was he now? This web of clues seemed shrouded in a dense fog. Without relentless effort to peel it back, the truth would remain obscured. It was precisely this sense of mystery and determination that led Hu Ming to return here. Hu Ming. A calm voice interrupted his thoughts. He instinctively turned to see Kong Xin standing nearby, her expression steady, as if she had something on her mind. Kong Xin? What a coincidence. Not really. This is my root home. Hu Ming froze for a moment. He felt that since Kong Xin had started forming her own opinions, her presence had become more assertive. Despite that, her words stirred a wave of nostalgia in him. He couldn't deny it, he missed the kids at the orphanage. Though he knew their lives were much better now, he still wanted to check on them. Unfortunately, his current identity didn't permit him such freedoms. Well, I should head home. Wait. Kong Xin called out, stopping Hu Ming in his tracks. Kong Xin called out to Hu Ming, prompting him to stop in his tracks and look at her curiously. When did you meet Xiao 11? Oh, that? It was just an accident. Hu Ming's casual reply made Kong Xin frown slightly. The relationship between him and Xiao 11 didn't seem as simple as he claimed. Xiao 11 had said they'd known each other for a long time, but Kong Xin was certain that was a lie. She had been by Hu Ming's side for a considerable time and had never heard of him knowing someone like Xiao 11. More importantly, Xia Zioxi's attitude toward Hu Ming was far from what one would expect between ordinary friends. The only plausible explanation was that Xiao 11 was lying for him. But what could Hu Ming have offered to make a star like her go along with such a fabrication? Kong Xin couldn't figure it out for now, but she didn't plan on pressing the matter further. She would find out the truth on her own. For now, she had a more pressing question for Hu Ming. I thought you'd be gone for a long time before coming back. Kong Xion's gaze was fixed on him. While she had always believed he would return, she hadn't expected it to happen so soon. There's something I need to do. Can't you tell me what it is? This is something I can handle alone. You should focus on enjoying your school life. Hu Ming genuinely wanted Kong Xion to live the life she wanted. Setting aside the original host's debt of gratitude to her, she didn't owe him anything. Life would be so dull if one spent it living solely for others. Hu Min had told him those words. If you need me, I'll be there, Kong Xion said, her tone a bit stiff. Yet Hu Ming had a nagging feeling she was upset about this. Yun 11, how have you been feeling lately? Are the nightmares still troubling you? The female doctor in a white coat pushed open the door and walked into the room. Han Yun 11, seated in a recliner, glanced at the doctor as she entered. To outsiders, it might seem surprising. At school, Han Yun-11 appeared entirely normal, with no hint of anything amiss in her interactions with others. But for her, coming here had become routine. It was only in the presence of her doctor that she found peace. They're still happening, but not as often as before, Han Yun-11 replied with a bitter smile. Ever since Hu Ming went missing, she had been plagued by nightmares. After reading the remnants of his journal, her mind couldn't help but conjure scenes of him falling off a cliff. With a cute S. The details of the dreams varied each time, but they always ended the same way with Hu Ming's fall. The nightmares haunted her, leaving her mentally and physically drained. At one point, she became so neurotic that it seemed as though her soul had been hollowed out. It was during this time that Han Litian personally sought out the psychologist before her renowned as the city's best to treat her. Dr. Xie, something strange has happened recently, Han Yun-11 said, deciding not to hide the matter of Hu Ming. She knew that if this issue weren't resolved, it would become a permanent scar on her heart. She recounted everything to Dr. Xie, Hu Ming's reappearance and the proof of his identity. The doctor listened attentively, her demeanor calm and receptive. When Han Yun-11 finished, Dr. Xie rested her chin on her hand, her right leg crossed over her left, and spoke thoughtfully. You're saying a boy who looks exactly like your brother appeared, but his habits are entirely different. Yes. A transfer student at our school, a well-known campus idol, even vouched for him. But even so, I can't shake the feeling that he is my brother. Do you think I'm crazy? Leaning back in her chair, Han Yun-11 closed her eyes wearily. Her mind replayed the image of Hu Ming shielding her at the orphanage, his back to her, protecting her from harm. That scene was deeply etched into her memory. Yun-11, I know it's difficult for you to accept this, but deep down, you understand, don't you? That person isn't your brother, Dr. Xie said softly, her voice as gentle as a feather brushing against Han Yunxi's heart. Those words shattered the fragile beliefs Han Yun-11 had been clinging to. No matter how much she wanted to believe otherwise, the person before her wasn't the one she had been yearning for. Instead of agonizing over whether he was Hu Ming, it would be better to face reality and treat him as someone entirely new. I know I'm lying to myself, but I just can't accept that he's gone, Han Yun-11 murmured, covering her face with trembling hands as tears slipped through her fingers. The room fell into silence, broken only by the sound of her soft sobs. The therapy session didn't last long. Dr. Xie understood that the knot in Han Yunxi's heart wasn't something that could be untangled easily. Otherwise, she wouldn't still be haunted by nightmares. Shortly after Han Yun-11 left, the door opened again. Without looking up, Dr. Xie continued typing on her keyboard, documenting the changes in Han Yunxi's psychological state. I don't recall having any more appointments today. Barging in uninvited isn't exactly polite, she said in a tone that sounded more like she was dismissing the visitor. The intruder laughed lightly at her remark. Instead of taking the recliner where Han Yun-11 had been sitting, he settled into the sofa nearby, clearly not there for a therapy session. Can't an old friend drop by for a chat? Old friend. Dr. Xie raised an eyebrow, her expression dripping with mockery. I don't recall having a friend who once contemplated jumping off a bridge because of stress. That's all in the past. Haven't I turned over a new leaf now? So, what brings you here today? That girl just now, is she the Han family's young lady? Liang Feng, I have neither the right nor the obligation to disclose patient information. If you want to discuss this, you can leave. Relax. I'm just here on someone's behalf to ask you to do your best to help her walk out of her shadow, Liang Feng said, rising from the sofa as if he truly had no intention of staying. His words, however, left Dr. Xie puzzled. Who is it? Someone who pulled me out of the abyss. If not for him, I'd still be trapped in that hellhole for the rest of my life. Dr. Xie's expression shifted to one of shock. She knew full well the state Liang Feng had been in back then, on the verge of a complete breakdown. If not for the sudden collapse of the Li family and Liang Feng seizing the opportunity to take control, he wouldn't be living as comfortably as he was now. She stared at him, her voice laced with curiosity. Liang Feng, what exactly have you been up to all this time? Han Shuyi lay at home for a while, his fingers busy sending messages on his phone. As for what he was typing, no one knew. The thought of missing his chance to take Hu Ming down with that kick filled him with regret. At that moment, he truly wanted to cripple him. The threat Hu Ming posed was simply too great. He had just established his authority at school, dimming much of the glory Ye Chushua had once held. He thought he was on the path to the pinnacle of success, only for someone like Hu Ming to appear out of nowhere and ruin everything. If Hu Ming had been injured and sent home to recover, the worst-case scenario would have been paying compensation and offering an apology. By then, he could have continued leveraging his knack for winning people over at school. Thinking of this, he slammed his fist onto the bed in frustration. I've lost contact with that person. It seems I have to figure this out myself, he muttered darkly, his expression cold as a plan slowly began to form in his mind. While Han Shuyi was absent, Hu Ming had indeed drawn considerable attention. Not only did he excel in various sports, but more importantly, his academic performance was extraordinary, so impressive that he sat firmly at the top of the rankings, much like Ye Chushua had during her time at school. Naturally, this led to more and more people noticing Hu Ming. After class one day, as Hu Ming was preparing to leave the room, two girls stood waiting at the door. Their eyes were fixated on him as if anticipating his appearance. Han Yun-11 and Kong Xian both noticed the scene. Their brows furrowed slightly, their expressions tinged with discomfort. However, Hu Ming calmly placed his pen into his pencil case and walked out, only to be stopped by the two girls. Hu Ming, this is for you. One of the girls handed him a letter before they both dashed away, their faces flushed with embarrassment. The spectacle immediately drew cheers and teasing from their classmates. It had been ages since someone had received a love letter, and now that Hu Ming was the recipient, the class couldn't resist poking fun at him. After all, Hu Ming seemed to excel in every possible way. Holding the love letter in his hand, Hu Ming found himself momentarily at a loss for how to react. This was his first time receiving a love letter. He hadn't expected any of the students to be bold enough to do something like this in front of everyone. Still, he had no intention of opening the letter right then and there. Quietly, he slipped it into his pocket and headed toward the library. Meanwhile, Han Yun 11 stood up and followed him. Kong Xin, however, remained silent, her gaze dark and thoughtful. Hu Ming. Han Yungzi's voice rang out from behind him, prompting Hu Ming to stop in his tracks, his face showing a hint of surprise. Seeing his expression, Han Yun 11 quickly waved her hands and explained, I'm not here to confirm if you're my brother, so don't worry. Ah, I see. So, what's up? Where are you headed? The library. It's a good time to relax and read, maybe find something new I haven't explored yet. Hearing his response, Han Yun 11 couldn't help but recall how her brother, Han Hu Ming, used to spend this time on the rooftop studying with Ye Shui. But now, Ye Shui was off studying in Jingdu, and Han Hu Ming had vanished without a trace. In just a few months, everything had changed so drastically. She sighed inwardly, lost in thought. It was so till Hu Ming pulled the letter out of his pocket and said, Ugh, what should I do with this? I can't just ignore it, can I? He scratched his head, his face a picture of helplessness. Seeing Hu Ming's helpless expression, Han Yungzi's lips curved into a faint smile. If you don't have feelings for her, you should be clear about it with her. It's only fair to give her a proper response. You're right. I'll figure out a time to deal with it. The two of them entered the library, which was nearly empty except for one girl who had just set her bag down. When the girl noticed them, she glanced in their direction but remained quiet. She pulled a notebook out of her bag and began writing something in it. Hu Ming and Han Yun 11 also stayed silent, each picking a book from the shelves and settling down to read. From time to time, Han Yun 11 found herself glancing at Hu Ming beside her. The more she observed him, the stronger the illusion grew that Han Hu Ming, her brother, was right beside her. But she quickly shook her head, forcing the thought away. Han Yun 11, his name is Hu Ming. He's not your brother. Excuse me, you two. The library is about to close. Aren't you leaving? A voice broke the quiet, snapping both of them back to reality. They realized it was almost time for afternoon classes to begin. Sorry for the trouble, Hu Ming apologized sincerely. The girl who spoke only shook her head calmly. Meanwhile, Xiao 11 had heard from other students that Hu Ming had received a love letter earlier that day. But what surprised her even more was his academic performance. She never would have thought Hu Ming could be this exceptional. After all, wasn't Han Hu Ming once infamous as a rebellious delinquent? Yet here he was, seemingly transformed overnight into such an outstanding figure. If this weren't some act of a wolf in sheep's clothing, Xiao 11 would be willing to give away all her collectible figurines. With that thought in mind, she decided to go look for Hu Ming. But before she had taken more than a few steps, Hu Ming walked out of the teacher's office, looking slightly embarrassed, as if he'd just endured something awkward. Hey, Hu Ming. I heard someone gave you a love letter today. How does it feel? Are you feeling excited right now? Xia Zioxi's teasing grin made Hu Ming's face darken with helplessness. Excited? You have no idea how long the teacher was laughing at me in the office just now. Laughing at you? Let me guess, did they say something about how you're too popular now and need to stay grounded so it doesn't distract you from your studies? Hu Ming raised an eyebrow, his expression skeptical. Wait, did you send the teacher to torment me? His tone was half joking, half serious, and Xiao 11 couldn't help but burst into laughter. Oh my goodness, teachers are all the same, aren't they? Back when I was in school, my teacher said the exact same thing. But seriously, it sounds like this was your first time receiving a love letter. It really is. Hu Ming admitted, lowering his voice so only the two of them could hear. How come no one ever gave me one before? Well, it just goes to show if you're good-looking, top of your class, and great at sports, you will naturally become the star among the girls, Xiao 11 said with a knowing sigh. But then she deliberately changed her tone, letting out an exaggerated sigh. Ah, it must be nice getting a love letter for the first time. Unlike me, I'm so used to getting them by now. Damn, you're so gross. Are you a green tea? How could you say that about me? I'm just stating a fact. Xiao 11 fluttered her eyelashes at Hu Ming flirtatiously, her eyes brimming with mischief. Hu Ming rolled his eyes and turned to leave, unwilling to entertain her further. But Xiao 11 wasn't done. She followed him, chattering incessantly. Somehow, amidst their casual banter, the topic shifted to Han Shuyi. Oh, so it turns out my family back home knows the Han family? I thought I didn't know anyone around here. Xiao 11 couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Hearing this, Hu Ming's brows furrowed slightly. He had never heard of any connection between Xiao 11 and the Han family before. It also explained why, in the original plot, Han Shuyi and Xiao 11 became so friendly so quickly. Not that it mattered much to Hu Ming. After spending some time around Xiao 11, he had a decent grasp of her personality. While she seemed carefree and unrestrained, completely devoid of any idol-like demeanor, she did have her principles when it came to certain things. By the way, I noticed that jade pendant around your neck the other day. Where'd you get it? When Xiaoxiao 11 brought up his pendant, Hu Ming's smile froze briefly before fading slightly. An old man gave it to me. It's very precious. Ah, I see. Xiaoxiao 11 nodded, dropping the subject when she noticed the subtle change in his expression. They hadn't walked far before a breathless voice called out from behind them. A boy ran up, clearly in a hurry, panting as if he had urgent news. Xiaoxiao 11 turned to him, curious. Hey, no need to rush. Catch your breath first. The boy nodded, taking a deep breath in and out before speaking. Xiaoxiao 11, the teacher asked me to check if you're participating in next week's cultural festival. Yes. Huh, a cultural festival? There's something like that here. Xia Zioxi's eyes lit up instantly. Of course, I'll go. Why wouldn't I? Great, glad to hear it. The teacher was worried no one would join. Relieved, the boy glanced at Hu Ming, his gaze lingering. Seeing someone who looked exactly like Hu Ming left him momentarily stunned. Identical people were something he'd only ever heard about. But now, seeing it in person, it was uncanny. He couldn't help but feel as if Hu Ming were standing right before him. The boy left, still slightly dazed. Hu Ming raised an eyebrow at Xiaoxiao 11 beside him and asked, I thought you came here to escape life on stage. Huh? No way. I'm determined to become a world-famous idol. Standing in the sunlight, Xia Zioxi's figure seemed to glow with a golden halo. Her face radiated boundless confidence, so dazzling that Hu Ming squinted against the brightness. At that moment, he began to understand why Xiaoxiao 11 was the true heroine. The days without Han Shuyi felt strangely dull. It wasn't surprising that Hu Ming felt this way. When he pushed himself to the limit, most people could only look up to him in awe. But for Hu Ming, it was merely a matter of flipping a switch. Sure, Han Shuyi was extraordinarily talented, but talent was no match for cheats in Hu Ming's eyes. He knew himself quite well. Still, he couldn't deny that his relationship with Xiaoxiao 11 had grown noticeably closer during this time. Hu Ming, let's walk home together. During their lunch break, Xiaoxiao 11 suggested this cheerfully. Hu Ming was caught off guard, his expression tinged with surprise, and instinctively declined. Didn't I tell you? I'm not responsible for your safety. You don't need to be. Today's special. I am allowed to go out for a bit. Xiaoxiao 11 pulled a mask and sunglasses from her school uniform pocket, clearly prepared, her face beaming with excitement. Hu Ming couldn't help but think she resembled a sports car with a full gas tank, ready to bolt forward at the slightest press of the pedal. Wait a second. When you say walk home together, don't you mean going straight home? Or are you planning to come to my place? What's wrong with what I said? Who says going home after school is the only option? Of course, we're going out to have fun. I haven't explored the area yet, and as the local host, isn't it your duty to show me around? Xia Zioxi's righteous tone left no room for rebuttal, treating Hu Ming as if he were already obligated. Hu Ming's cheek twitched slightly, and his expression turned awkward. He vividly remembered the last time he went home. The driver's gaze seemed to silently scream, stay away from Xiaoxiao 11. Not wanting to stir up trouble, Hu Ming had kept his distance. And now that Xiaoxiao 11 was inviting him out, he wasn't sure if she was even aware of the implications. Let me think about it. Oh, come on, don't think about it. You're the first friend I've made here. If you don't take care of me, I'll be so heartbroken. Xiaoxiao 11 clasped her hands together, her expression pleading with exaggerated cuteness. If anyone else saw this, they'd probably cave instantly, maybe even hand over their credit card's password. With a resigned sigh, Hu Ming finally agreed. Xia Zioxi's excitement was palpable, but neither of them noticed Kong Xian standing quietly in the distant hallway, watching the scene unfold. After school, Hu Ming packed up his belongings and prepared to leave. A glance over at Xiaoxiao 11 revealed she was still stuck in class, listening to a lecture, even though some students were already on the verge of bolting out the door. Seeing this, Hu Ming lingered in the hallway, idly scanning the view outside. His gaze soon settled on a figure below, a girl holding a notebook in her arms, heading toward the library. It was the same girl he had seen in the library with Han Yun 11 that day. After that encounter, Hu Ming learned that during class hours, the library was staffed by teachers. However, during lunch breaks and after school, it was this girl who handled the duties. As for why, Hu Ming guessed she probably wanted a quiet place to study. Resting his chin on his hand, Hu Ming's eyes lacked their usual energy. Then he suddenly remembered he still had a love letter to deal with. Could the unsettling feeling of being watched these past few days be connected to those two girls? With this thought, Hu Ming reached into his bag, pulled out the letter, and left his spot. Not long after he left, Xiaoxiao 11 finally finished packing up her things. But as she stepped out, she didn't see Hu Ming anywhere, which left her puzzled. I'm sure I saw Hu Ming waiting here for me just a moment ago. The setting sun bathed the back of the school and the area outside the classroom in a warm orange glow, where two figures stood awkwardly. The girl gazed at Hu Ming nervously, as though desperate to hear his response. Hu Ming, however, quietly pulled a folded letter from his pocket, handing it to her with a calm expression. Sorry. I understand your feelings, but I can't accept them. His tone was polite enough, but the girl froze momentarily upon hearing his words. Then she laughed softly, covering her face with her hand. I kind of expected this outcome, but it still stings a little. Can I ask you something, though? Do you have someone you like? Is it Xiao 11? The girl had, of course, seen Hu Ming and Xiao 11 together frequently and had heard the rumors about their acquaintance. Thinking about it now, Xiao 11 attending this school might even be because of Hu Ming. After all, he was an exceptional guy, and Xiao 11 seemed like a perfect match for him. Hearing her assumption, Hu Ming shook his head and replied, "There's no such thing. Xiao 11 and I are just friends, nothing more. Right now, I think focusing on academics is more important." "Oh, I see." The girl exhaled softly, as if relieved, then tucked the letter away and ran in the opposite direction. Not far away, though, Hu Ming noticed another familiar figure, her friend, the same girl he had seen her with last time. The friend comforted the girl gently, speaking in hushed tones as if trying to console her. Hu Ming watched the scene silently, feeling no particular emotion about it. Though it was his first time handling something like this, Hu Ming didn't consider it a big deal. Yet, seeing the girl's trembling back as she walked away, he did briefly wonder about her feelings at that moment. Not that he would try to find out, such a thing didn't seem like something a normal person would do. With a soft sigh, he turned his head, only to spot Xiao 11 peeking at him from behind a tree nearby. Eek! Xiao 11 let out a startled sound as their eyes met, and Hu Ming strode over without hesitation. "What are you doing here? I'm observing how you reduced a lovely young girl to tears. You see, News is seriously missing out by not hiring you. But just now, you outright denied any relationship between us. That really hurt my feelings. Are you saying you're completely unwilling to consider becoming my boyfriend?" Xiao 11 puffed up her cheeks, glaring at him accusingly. "Oh." Hu Ming rolled his eyes and gave a blunt, straightforward response. "Yes." "Ugh. Can't you at least try to say something nice? Girls need to be coaxed, you know. Funny, so do boys." Hu Ming flashed a confident smile, leaving Xiao 11 frantically tugging at her hair. As much as she didn't want to admit it, his calm and composed response was incredibly frustrating. Forget it. Let's go. I'm going to make you suffer today. Asterisk 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 asterisk. In the car, Hu Ming couldn't ignore the occasional glances from the driver in the front seat. Even though the man wore sunglasses, Hu Ming could still feel his intermittent stares through the rearview mirror. Xiao 11, oblivious to the tension, scanned her surroundings excitedly, firing off questions about the nearby buildings. Hu Ming gave half-hearted replies, his mind elsewhere. When the three of them arrived at a large shopping mall, Xiao 11 immediately dashed into a clothing store upon spotting it. With her mask on, no one seemed to recognize her. Hu Ming checked his phone for the time, then slipped it back into his pocket. Just then, a shadow appeared beside him. It was the driver, now standing at his side, his voice low and cautious. "Though I don't know who you are, our young lady certainly doesn't seem to know you," the man said, his tone sharp like a warning. He clearly wanted to make it known that he was well aware of anyone who had ever been near Xiao 11. Hearing this, Hu Ming raised an eyebrow and countered calmly, "Why don't you ask her yourself? Maybe she'll tell you the full story." His casual response made the man's face darken. Of course, he was curious about Hu Ming's motives. However, Xiao 11 had made it clear that this matter was a secret between her and the young man before him. She had expressly instructed him not to let this secret slip out. If Hu Ming were to face any trouble because of it, she would be upset. Though Xia Zioxi's tone had been light-hearted when she said this, the man could sense the seriousness underlying her words. He had no doubt if he let the secret slip, the young lady would show him no mercy. With that thought, his tone turned icier. "I'm warning you, don't do anything to harm her. I have no intention of dragging Xiao 11 into anything, so there's no need to worry." The man shot Hu Ming another cold glance before returning his attention to the clothing store. Before long, Xiao 11 stepped out of the fitting room. She wore a short, powder-purple shoulder cape that accentuated her figure perfectly, paired with a pale yellow velvet knee-length skirt. Her jet-black hair fell in natural waves over her shoulders. Her bright, clear eyes, gracefully arched brows, and long lashes fluttered slightly. Her fair, flawless skin had a faint blush that hinted at her youthful charm. Even with her face partially obscured by a mask, her elegance and poise captivated everyone around her. Hu Ming opened his mouth slightly, but words failed him. Some people could only be described with the word beautiful. It wasn't a lack of vocabulary, it was simply that no amount of praise could surpass the essence of that single word. Xiao 11 walked over to him, her voice cheerful as she asked, "Well, how does it look?" "Pretty good, right? Even if I said it didn't look good, I doubt anyone else would agree with me." "Hehe, exactly." Xiao 11 grinned, then glanced at the man. "Let's go with this outfit. Afterward, we'll grab something to eat." "Just this one outfit? I thought you'd try on a bunch more and buy a whole haul," Hu Ming said, surprised. In his mind, girls like her loved indulging in shopping sprees at stores like this. The man, however, let out a faintly disdainful laugh. "Our young lady has never been one to splurge frivolously. Well, clothes are about finding the one you like the most. If I buy too many, I'll end up struggling to choose later." Xiao 11 replied with a laugh before heading back toward the fitting room. Her candid remark and simple decision left Hu Ming with a newfound impression of her. After a simple meal, Xiao 11 adamantly refused to let Hu Ming pay. After all, she was the one who had invited him out, and she understood the etiquette of such situations. However, when Hu Ming suggested he could head home on his own, Xiao 11 strongly insisted on accompanying him back. Hu Ming squinted at her, observing the girl closely. She, on the other hand, whistled a carefree tune and looked away, clearly hiding something. In the end, Hu Ming didn't turn down her insistence. The two got into the car, and as the driver navigated the route home, Xiao 11 leaned closer to Hu Ming, asking if there were any performances he looked forward to at the upcoming cultural soiree. Resting his hand by the window, Hu Ming casually responded, "Not really. I'm not particularly interested in that sort of thing. Don't you have any plans to perform yourself?" "Me? I'm not one for standing in the spotlight. It doesn't feel meaningful to me." Xiao 11 frowned slightly at his words. She'd noticed how often Hu Ming used the word meaningful to evaluate things. So, for him, anything that lacked meaning wasn't worth doing? For the first time, Xiao 11 found herself puzzled by Hu Ming's principles. But she didn't press further after all. Who was she to question his choices? Hu Ming yawned, leaning against the window as the car rolled along. Suddenly, his gaze swept across a corner of the street, and his expression froze. "Stop the car." His voice dropped, heavy and commanding, utterly different from before. The driver immediately noticed something off about Hu Ming. A palpable tension emanated from him, almost a sense of menace. Without hesitation, the driver began to pull over, but before the car had fully stopped, Hu Ming had already flung the door open and bolted out. It was Xia Zioxi's first time seeing him like this. Hastily unbuckling her seatbelt, she followed him in quick strides. In a dimly lit alley nearby, the sound of muffled grunts echoed. Hu Ming moved swiftly toward the source, where a group of students in school uniforms was kicking someone curled up on the ground. The person on the ground, shielding themselves tightly, seemed to be trying desperately to protect their body. "I told you to bring $100 today. Did you ignore me? And don't forget, I know you've got younger siblings. Can't scrape up that little cash? You think we won't go after them?" A cigarette dangled from his mouth as he spat out insults. Hearing this, the person on the ground suddenly sprang up, catching the speaker off guard and shoving him to the ground. In an instant, the boy's hands gripped tightly around the bully's neck. "Oi!" Under the faint light from the alley, the beaten boy's face became visible. It was Yu Cheng. "If you dare touch my siblings, I'll kill you." Yu Cheng's eyes were bloodshot, his gaze filled with a chilling, unrestrained rage. The boy being choked widened his eyes in panic, his breathing labored, on the verge of suffocation. But it didn't last long. The others quickly pulled Yu Cheng away, and a new round of beatings began. The boy who'd been choked gasped desperately for air, looking as though he'd just barely escaped death. Yet, as he stared at Yu Cheng, shame and fury burned within him. He knew Yu Cheng's background all too well, an orphan from a foster home, someone with no parents to back him up. A kid like that was supposed to be easy prey, someone who could be bullied without consequence. What he hadn't accounted for was Yu Cheng's defiance. More infuriatingly, he had struck a nerve by mentioning Yu Cheng's most cherished bond, driving him to fight with reckless abandon. Spitting on the ground, the boy flexed his hands and stepped forward, ready to join the beating himself. But before he could, a hand clamped down on his shoulder. It felt like his shoulder was about to shatter, and a scream tore from his throat. The boy's cries echoed through the alley, causing his companions to freeze mid-action. The injured boy instinctively turned his head, only to be met with a firm and resounding slap. For a moment, his vision blurred with stars, and a loud ringing filled his ears. He collapsed to the ground, pain crashing over him like a tidal wave, engulfing his swollen cheek. Trembling, he looked up to find an older boy standing before him. The newcomer's cold, piercing gaze was utterly devoid of warmth. "Who are you?" someone among the group stammered, their voice quaking with fear, terrified that they might be next. "So young, and already learning to extort and threaten others? Is this what your teachers are teaching you at school?" Hu Ming's voice was ice cold as he stared down at the boy sprawled on the ground. Blood trickled from the boy's mouth, and a tooth had fallen into the pool of crimson. Clutching his swollen cheek, the boy didn't dare take another deep breath. "Are you leaving on your own, or do you need me to escort you?" Hearing this, the boys scrambled to pick up their injured companion, too frightened to stay a second longer. Just as they were about to flee, Hu Ming left them with one final warning. "If I hear that you're bothering him again, you'd better be ready to spend the rest of your lives hiding at home. Now scram." The cracking sound of Hu Ming's knuckles echoed through the alley, sending the boys fleeing in a panic, tripping over themselves as they disappeared. Silence returned to the alleyway. Yu Cheng, who had already realized someone had intervened to save him, recognized the voice instantly. It was a voice he could never forget. Struggling to his feet, Yu Cheng finally caught sight of his savior. The boy who had endured the beating without shedding a tear suddenly broke down and began to cry. "Brother Ming." He threw himself into Hu Ming's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Hu Ming instinctively wanted to push him away. After all, in his current persona, he wasn't supposed to know Yu Cheng. But as his eyes fell on Yu Cheng's bruised and battered face, he hesitated. What had this kid gone through recently? Hu Ming let out a heavy sigh, his expression filled with concern. At the mouth of the alley, Xiao 11 had witnessed the entire scene. She hadn't expected Hu Ming to act so decisively and with such force. Then again, she couldn't stand bullies herself. Judging by their appearance, the boys were likely middle schoolers, but she didn't believe for a second that their age excused their behavior. Hu Ming's actions? Absolutely satisfying. The man standing beside Xiao 11 was equally surprised, but for a different reason. He noticed that Hu Ming's movements had been sharp, efficient, and precise, characteristics of someone with training. Can you let go of me now? Hu Ming gently pried Yu Cheng away. The young boy looked up at Han the car ride. Yu Cheng clung tightly to Hu Ming's sleeve, refusing to let go, and Hu Ming allowed it without saying anything. Sitting nearby, Xiao 11 watched curiously. She was well aware that Hu Ming was using a different identity here, so asking about his relationship with this child would only risk exposing him. However, judging by the child's behavior and Hu Ming's earlier attitude, Xiao 11 deduced that this boy must be someone very important to Hu Ming. Hu Ming glanced at Yu Cheng beside him. Despite his explanations, the boy stubbornly refused to believe him. Yu Cheng clung to Hu Ming, determined to bring him back to the orphanage. The car slowed and stopped in front of an imposing building. Standing at the entrance was a girl, waiting quietly. The moment the car stopped, she walked straight toward it. Yu Cheng eagerly pushed the door open. Upon seeing the girl, he exclaimed excitedly, "Sister Kong Xin, I found Brother Ming." He pulled Hu Ming from the car, his face glowing with excitement as though he had uncovered some earth-shattering secret. Kong Xin first glanced at Hu Ming, then at Yu Cheng. Her expression darkened as her gaze fell upon the bruises on the boy's face. "Yu Cheng, what happened to your face?" Not only that, Kong Xin noticed his dirt-streaked clothes, as if he had rolled around in mud. She knew how much Yu Cheng valued keeping his clothes clean and tidy, always taking great care of them. Seeing him like this, Kong Xin immediately sensed that something was wrong. Let's not talk about that now. Sister Kong Xin, this is Brother Ming." As the topic shifted, Hu Ming slowly raised his head to look at Kong Xin, his tone gentle. "Kong Xin, I didn't expect you to live here. Is this child my little brother?" "Hu Ming, was it you who found him?" "Yes, he was being cornered and beaten in an alley. It seemed like an extortion attempt. I think you should look into this matter." Their conversation puzzled Yu Cheng, who frowned and asked, "Sister Kong Xin, why are you talking strangely?" Kong Xin sighed softly and placed her hand on Yu Cheng's head. "Yu Cheng, he's not the young master. His name is Hu Ming, not Han Hu Ming." "What? I don't understand what you're saying." "Yu Cheng, the young master hasn't been found yet. This boy is my classmate. It just so happens that he looks identical to the young master, but he's not him with ring above nu." Kong Xion's words left Yu Cheng frozen in place. He stared at Kong Xion and then at Hu Ming. The person in front of him, who looked exactly like the one from his memories, now gave him a faint smile. How could they not be the same person? "Sister Kong Xion, is that really true?" "Yu Cheng, I have no reason to lie to you. More than anyone, I want the young master to come back." Kong Xion comforted Yu Cheng. But Yu Cheng suddenly shook her hand off and shouted, "I don't believe it. I refuse to believe it." Clenching his teeth, he bolted toward the orphanage. Kong Xion instinctively reached out to stop him but ultimately didn't. She turned her head, briefly glanced at Xiao 11 in the car, and then looked back at Hu Ming. "Hu Ming, thank you for your help today." "No trouble. But I think this isn't the first time something like this has happened to him. You should be more cautious." "I will," Kong Xion replied briefly before turning away. Hu Ming watched her disappearing figure with little expression. He knew Kong Xion would handle it well. Xiao 11 didn't ask Hu Ming for details, though her restraint was only surface deep. She planned to interrogate him thoroughly once they got home. Who was that child to him? And what about Kong Xion? Not only was she his classmate, but she had apparently been his maid. Did she know his real identity? A whirlwind of questions filled Xiao 11 with excitement. Like an adventurer uncovering hidden secrets, she couldn't wait to unravel the mystery. After parting ways with Hu Ming, the driver in the front seat spoke up. "Miss, you may not like me saying this, but I think you should distance yourself from that friend. Regardless of his intentions, judging by his actions today, he seems dangerous. Don't worry. If he wanted to harm me, he would have done so already. Besides, I came to this school specifically because of him." Her words nearly made the driver choke. So that was why she insisted on attending this school. It was all because of this boy? Fine, there was no point in arguing further. "All right. But this weekend, we still need to visit the Han family and meet the family head and the young master." Uninterested, Xiao 11 twirled her hair and gazed at the city lights outside. This vibrant nightlife was the norm in this city. As soon as Hu Ming returned home, he pulled out his phone and sent a message to Liang Feng, asking for the list of students from Yu Cheng's school. Those students had dared to act like that, which meant it wasn't their first time. They weren't bullying him because of his name, his height, or his looks, nor because he was poor or for any other reason. They bullied him because he was easy to bully. Giving in and avoiding them would only make things worse. The only way to stop it was to stand up for himself and escalate the situation. Hu Ming's slap today had been the perfect warning. Sometimes, reasoning with certain people was a waste of breath. Rules only restrained those who followed them. For those who didn't, rules became shields for their misconduct. In that case, they couldn't blame him for disregarding the rules. Liang Feng quickly replied, asking if he needed help with the matter. Hu Ming declined. For now, he couldn't afford to let anyone know about his connection with Liang Feng. Yu Cheng barely slept all night, his mind consumed with images of Hu Ming. Yet, Kong Xion told him that the person he saw wasn't the Hu Ming he remembered. How could he accept that? Meanwhile, the scars on Yu Cheng's face didn't escape the old director's notice. Upon seeing them, the old director planned to visit the school the next day to demand an explanation. However, Kang Xin persuaded him otherwise, claiming she had a way to resolve the matter and reassuring him there was no need for concern. The old director, who had long since deferred to Kang Xin's decisions, reluctantly agreed, though he still worried about Yu Cheng's state. The next morning, as Yu Cheng woke up, he found Kang Xin already sitting at the breakfast table, waiting for him. "Today, I'll go to school with you." Her words surprised Yu Cheng. He kept his head down, idly stirring the porridge in his bowl with a spoon. Kang Xin seemed to notice his mood and let out a soft sigh before continuing, "You must have realized what happened yesterday, haven't you? If it were Hu Ming, he wouldn't have ignored you." "I know." Yu Cheng wasn't stubborn. As someone who knew Hu Ming better than anyone, Kang Xin wouldn't lie to him about such things. But when he embraced that boy, his instincts screamed that it was Hu Ming. "All right, let's go." Hu Ming. Han Yun-11 ran breathlessly toward Hu Ming, her expression tinged with urgency. Hu Ming turned to her, his gaze calm. Han Yun-11, what's the matter? You seem flustered. Did you save a boy yesterday? Yes, but how did you know? Hu Ming's face showed a hint of confusion. Han Yun-11 exhaled deeply, finally steadying herself. Kang Xin told me. The orphanage is funded by our Han family, so we always hear about anything that happens there. I see. In that case, I have something to show you. Hu Ming retrieved his phone from his pocket and played a video for her. It was footage from the previous night, showing Yu Cheng being bullied. Though the video was short, it clearly captured the faces of the boys involved. Watching the video, Han Yungzi's expression darkened. Her fists clenched tightly as anger flared within her. Hu Ming observed her reaction, mildly surprised. It was rare to see Han Yun-11 so furious. Han Yun-11, are you okay? Han Yun-11 quickly regained her composure, offering a bitter smile. Sorry. My brother cared deeply about the children at the orphanage. If he knew they were being bullied, he'd never let it slide. Her voice softened as she bowed slightly in gratitude. At the same time, much of her suspicion toward Hu Ming dissipated. If this person truly were her brother, he'd undoubtedly teach those troublemakers a lesson, just as he once shielded her from harm. Taking the evidence Hu Ming provided, Han Yun-11 turned and left. Hu Ming watched her retreating figure, a brief silence settling over him. Teacher, my son had a tooth knocked out. Don't you think you owe me an explanation? A sharp voice pierced the office. The speaker, an irate woman, directed her glare not just at the teacher but also at Kang Xin and Yu Cheng. The previous night, she'd returned home to find her son's face swollen. At first, he refused to talk, but under her husband's pressure, he confessed, a man had slapped him and warned him not to reveal the incident. He also implied the matter was linked to a classmate none other than Yu Cheng. Which is why the woman stormed into the school first thing in the morning. The teacher looked awkward. She knew Yu Cheng well, quiet, diligent, and always willing to help his classmates when they needed help. His reputation far exceeded that of the woman's son. But looking at the boy's swollen face, she couldn't outright dismiss the parent's claim. Well, Yu Cheng is a good student. Could this be a misunderstanding? The teacher tried to mediate. But the woman jabbed a finger toward Yu Cheng. Misunderstanding? Do you know how heartbroken I was when I saw my son like that last night? This isn't over. You're right, it's not over. Kang Xion's cold voice cut through the air. Her icy gaze locked onto the woman as she retrieved her phone, pulling up a photo of Yu Cheng from the night before, dirty, bruised, and battered. Your son doesn't look like someone who can't afford 100 yuan. So why did he demand it from Yu Cheng? When Yu Cheng refused, your son gathered others to gang up on him. My son would never do that. Do you know how much allowance I give him? More than what kids from that orphanage could ever dream of. She pulled out her wallet, flaunting a thick wad of cash in Kang Xion's face. Her words were so crass that even the teacher winced. The woman's arrogance only added to the tension. While the teacher personally believed in Yu Cheng's innocence, she hesitated to act, fearing repercussions from the woman's ties to the principal. Yu Cheng's fists tightened as he stared at the woman's smug face. Behind her, the boy who had bullied him wore a mocking expression, as if taunting him. What can you do about it? Just as he was about to explain, Kang Xian pressed her hand on his wrist, signaling him to stay calm. What does how much money you give your son have to do with him extorting his classmates? If you can't understand the logic, I suggest you spend some money to hire a professional and ask them what this kind of behavior from your son is called. Kang Xian felt the phone in her pocket vibrate briefly. Her gaze grew even colder. The two sides presented their arguments, but the woman had reached her breaking point with Kang Xian. She turned to the teacher and said, Teacher, as the head teacher, I believe you must handle this matter seriously. For a student who lies and fights like this, I think you should expel him. Please, calm down, ma'am. Calm down? How can I calm down? Let me tell you, if you don't give me an answer today, I'll make sure the principal fires you. The woman made no effort to hide her true intentions, glaring coldly at Kang Xian. No matter what, she was determined to make these two pay the price today. Her husband was an old friend of the school principal, and having a student expelled was a trivial matter for her. She arrogantly looked at Kang Xian, waiting for her to kneel and apologize. However, Kang Xian was unfazed by her hostile gaze and only stood there silently, watching the woman in front of her. The teacher, caught between the arrogant woman and her troublemaking son on one side, and the well-behaved, high-achieving youth on the other, felt immense pressure. Listening to the woman's earlier insults toward the two students, a surge of indignation rose within her. As a young teacher, fresh out of college and only 1 year into her career, she held a strong sense of justice. How could any teacher not favor a good student? The idea of watching a model student being expelled due to someone else's influence struck a heavy blow to her ideals. She knew this event would haunt her forever. A teacher's duty was not just to teach but also to protect students. She could not, and would not, accept this outcome. Taking a deep breath, the teacher looked firmly at the woman and asked, "Ma'am, you claim that the person who hit your son is connected to Yu Chang. Can you provide any evidence?" "Evidence? My son was beaten, and you want me to provide evidence. Yu Chang also has injuries on his body, and he said it was caused by your son. Can you explain that?" Summoning all her courage, the teacher prepared herself for the worst, even if it meant risking her job. "How should I know where his injuries came from?" The woman grew impatient, glaring at the teacher as if questioning why she wasn't following her orders. Suddenly, a deep voice came from the doorway. "I know." A man walked in, wearing a formal suit and exuding an overwhelming presence. His cold glance silenced the woman immediately. However, when he turned to Kong Xian, his expression softened. "Kong Xian, are you okay?" "Mr. Han, I'm fine, but she's trying to use her connections to have Yu Chang expelled." Kong Xian cut straight to the point, highlighting the key issue. Han Litian nodded, his gaze turning icy as he looked at the woman. The woman, not recognizing Han Litian, mustered her courage to confront him. "What? Are you here to back them up? Having a wife like you is the only mistake your husband has ever made." Han Litian pulled out his phone and played a video. The teacher and the woman leaned closer. The footage showed the woman's son leading a group to attack Yu Chang, who curled up defensively as he was beaten. The recording also captured their threats and extortion attempts. An epsilon. Hearing the arrogant words in the video, the teacher realized how closely the boy's behavior resembled that of his mother. "See for yourself, ma'am." The woman's face turned pale, but even now, she refused to admit defeat. Her voice trembled as she stammered. "Well, then let's not pursue this any further." "Not pursue it? Do you think you can sweep this under the rug?" Han Litian's voice rose, startling the woman into a shiver. Desperately, she pulled out her wallet and held out a wad of cash. "I'll pay you. Let's settle this privately." "Pay me?" Han Litian stared at the money in the woman's hand, momentarily so furious he almost laughed. Was he really being dismissed with such a paltry sum? Back when he was throwing money around to solve problems, who knows which backwater pit she was hiding in? As he was about to speak, hurried footsteps echoed from the hallway. A balding man rushed in, panting heavily. Seeing him, the woman grabbed his arm like a lifeline. "Honey, they're bullying me and our son together." The teacher and Yu Chang were stunned by her shameless words, but Kong Xian remained silent. The balding man instinctively looked at Han Litian. As soon as he recognized him, his face turned ashen. He suddenly felt as though his heart had stopped. Earlier that morning, his assistant informed him that the Han and Liang corporations were terminating their contracts with his company. Panicked, he tried calling Han Litian's office but was promptly hung up on. Liang's side had directly blamed his son's actions for the fallout. Racing to the school, he never imagined he would run into Han Litian in person. He was so furious and had planned to demand an explanation today. But now, seeing Han Litian here, only one thought filled his mind: demand? Demand my ass? At this rate, the company itself might not survive the day. Dripping with cold sweat, he pulled his wife aside and approached Han Litian. "Mr. Han, this must be a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding? I have video evidence of your son beating and extorting a classmate. Your wife then tried to use her connections to expel the victim and, when caught, attempted to bribe me into dropping the matter. This is the first time anyone has dared try to pay me off. Your wife is truly one of a kind." Han Litian's words turned the man's face ashen. He quickly turned his head, only to see his wife still clutching the thick bundle of cash in her hand. At that moment, he felt as if the world was spinning, and he couldn't find a single word to say. When the woman heard the name Han Litian, her legs went weak, and she nearly collapsed. She finally realized the magnitude of her mistake. "If it's a battle of connections you want, let's see whose connections are stronger." With that, he left the office with Kong Xian and Yu Chang. Before leaving, Kong Xian and Yu Chang bowed politely and with gratitude to the teacher. As they exited, Yu Chang glanced back at the boy who had tormented him. The boy's smug face was now frozen in shock. Whatever consequences awaited him were no longer Yu Chang's concern. The teacher let out a sigh of relief. Watching the now chaotic family, she felt grateful for standing her ground and upholding justice. Transmigrated as the fake young master, "I'll beat up the S" inside the car, Han Litian drove, taking Kong Xian and Yu Chang back to the orphanage. Recalling the earlier incident, his face remained dark and brooding. Still, he found some solace in the fact that Kong Xian had notified him immediately. "Kong Xian, in the future, always inform me about these situations. People like that won't listen to reason. Only by making them experience tangible pain will they come to understand the consequences of their actions." "All right," Kong Xian nodded without further comment. When she first learned that Yu Chang had been bullied, her immediate reaction was to seek revenge on those who had wronged him. But Hu Ming's earlier words had stayed with her, reminding her that someone had always been behind her, supporting her actions. It was precisely for this reason that she chose to tell Han Litian about the matter. Ultimately, it was Hu Ming's decision-making that resolved the situation. This realization suddenly struck Kong Xian. She was still walking along the path Hu Ming had mapped out for her. How was this any different from before? She fell into a contemplative silence while Yu Cheng sat upright, his eyes fixed on the man funding the orphanage. He had heard that this man was Brother Ming's father, though they bore no resemblance. However, the authority Han Litian had demonstrated earlier filled Yu Cheng with admiration and longing. If he could become as capable as this man, no one would dare to bully him again. For the first time, a burning desire to rise above his current circumstances ignited within him. He recalled the words Hu Ming had once told him, without selfish desires, a person cannot grow. By the way, Kong Xian, do you know who filmed that incident earlier? Han Litian's gaze flicked to the rearview mirror, watching Kong Xian in the back seat. She leaned back silently before answering. It was my classmate, Hu Ming. So, last night, it was Hu Ming who saved Yu Cheng and even slapped that boy. Han Litian remembered the boy's swollen face earlier. It was clear the slap hadn't been light judging by the swelling. It wouldn't heal for at least half a month. Though suspicious of Hu Ming, Han Litian couldn't help but be intrigued. Hearing from Kong Xian that Xiao 11 was acquainted with Hu Ming surprised him even more. With ring above newbie. Han Litian knew Xiao 11 well. Her family, the Xia family, was a prominent household in the capital, with ties to his own family. Compared to the Xia family, however, the Han family was of a lower rank. Why Xiao 11 was staying here remained a mystery, though her father, the head of the Xia family, had personally called Han Litian to request her care. Naturally, Han Litian wouldn't refuse. Yes, Yu Cheng even mistook him for the young master. Hearing Kong Xian mention his name, Yu Cheng felt slightly annoyed. Yet, listening to Han Litian's words, he became certain that the boy wasn't Hu Ming. Still, his instincts told him otherwise. That boy was Hu Ming. He must have reasons for hiding his identity. With that thought, Yu Cheng formed a plan. But if he went through with it, would Sister Kong Xian be upset? He stole a glance at Kong Xian before quickly averting his eyes. Meanwhile, Xiao 11 was growing curious about Hu Ming's next move. At school, she stuck to his side, a behavior that didn't go unnoticed by others. Many wondered about her reasons, but Hu Ming seemed indifferent. To him, it was all about waiting for Han Shuyi to reappear. Only then could his plan proceed. During this interim, Hu Ming spent his time in the library reading, while Xiao 11 sat nearby, bored and toying with her hair. Noticing her, Hu Ming remarked, "If you're bored, feel free to leave. Everyone's already jealous enough seeing you follow me around." Jealous? Really? I'm just waiting for your next move. Day after day, school is so dull. I'm actually looking forward to the cultural festival this weekend. Speaking of which, I heard Han Shuyi will be participating. He's going to sing. I wonder how good he is. Hu Ming raised an eyebrow. Reflecting on the Xia family's ties to the Han family, he speculated, could Han Shuyi be aiming to win Xia Zioxi's favor during the festival? He narrowed his eyes, contemplating the possibility. As his gaze wandered, he noticed the girl at the front desk tearing pages from her notebook and crumpling them before throwing them into the trash. Her brows were tightly knit, her expression filled with frustration. Intrigued, Hu Ming found the sight amusing. Xia Zioxi's voice broke his focus. He turned, only to find her face mere inches from his. Hu Ming, do you have any dreams? My dreams. The question caught him off guard, leaving him momentarily stunned. The last time someone had mentioned dreams was Yu Cheng. Over time, Hu Ming had nearly forgotten his own dreams. Dreams evolve, influenced by different life stages. From wanting toys as a child to craving a stable job as an adult, the gap between them is vast. For a time, Hu Ming's greatest dream had been to die in that dark prison cell to escape his suffering forever. But when Hu Min rescued him from that hell, he found himself aimless once again. Until that incident happened. He knew he wasn't a good person, but regarding life and death, he believed he understood it better than most. So, at present, he has a simple goal. To live well. That's my biggest dream. What? Everyone wants to live well. I'm asking what you really want to do, Xiao 11 pressed, puffing out her cheeks in frustration. Shrugging, Hu Ming replied calmly, I want to find out who I am. I want to know what my family looks like. Really? Have you tried searching for your parents? I have. No luck. He shook his head. Hu Ming had investigated his birthplace, but unsurprisingly, the doctor and nurses who had delivered him had vanished. The records of his birth had also mysteriously disappeared. If no one pulled the strings behind this, Hu Ming would be willing to cut off his own head. Ryip! The sound of pages being torn echoed once more. The next few chapters will be a brief story about Hu Ming's past, and the threads of his identity will also be revealed. Transmigrated as the fake young master, I'll beat up the SCU. Hu Ming packed his bag and left the school grounds. The sky was overcast, dense clouds blanketing the horizon. Heavy raindrops struck the glass windows with crisp, rhythmic sounds. Through the curtain of rain, faint silhouettes of students could be seen. They clutched umbrellas in their hands with their life and desperately fought against the relentless storm. Hu Ming slowly opened his umbrella and merged into the crowd. He moved like a fish, weaving through the crowd. Those around him, preoccupied with avoiding the rain, barely noticed the fleeting figure that passed by. Days like this reminded him of the past. Back then, he had walked alone, just as he did now. Years had passed, yet he remained the same. The only difference lay in the countless corpses left in his wake. Someone once asked him if he ever felt guilty for taking so many lives. His response was nothing but the cold sound of a gunshot. Hu Ming had no desire to answer such questions, or perhaps, he saw no need to. After all, he knew his own fate could mirror those he had killed. The only thing he could do was survive. His thoughts began to drift until a hand abruptly grabbed his wrist. Startled, Hu Ming instinctively stopped in his tracks. When he turned to look at the person, a trace of surprise flickered in his eyes. "You're the kid from before." Yu Cheng stared intently at the older boy, his gaze unwavering. Yet, Hu Ming's expression betrayed nothing, leaving Yu Cheng somewhat deflated. He had hoped to see something else in Hu Ming's eyes. "Can we talk? What are you doing here in this downpour? Go home already. Kong Xin will worry about you. I'll go back as soon as you agree to one thing." Hu Ming frowned, clearly displeased. But seeing Yu Cheng's determined look, he finally sighed. "All right, speak." "Well, could you pretend to be Brother Ming and visit the orphanage?" "The Brother Ming you're talking about is that Han Hu Ming? Why would you need me to do that?" "The kids at the orphanage really miss Brother Ming. Some of them even cry in bed at night, wondering if he's abandoned them." Yu Cheng knew that wasn't the case. If something hadn't happened to Brother Ming, he would have returned. Now, seeing how much the children missed him, Yu Cheng felt compelled to do something. The boy standing before him looked identical to Brother Ming. If he could pretend to be him, it might solve the current problem. "This isn't a decision I can make." Hu Ming's expression turned serious. He looked at Yu Cheng and spoke firmly. "I can't replace your Brother Ming. If they know him so well, they'd see through the act right away." "But..." Yu Cheng wanted to argue, but Hu Ming placed a hand on his head. "That's enough. Go home. I believe Kong Xin can handle this. Besides, if you believe in him, your Brother Ming will definitely come back." Yu Cheng looked up at Hu Ming, falling silent for a long moment. Hu Ming eventually hailed a taxi at the roadside, the driver charging nearly 50 yuan before agreeing to take Yu Cheng back to the orphanage. Before leaving, Yu Cheng turned to Hu Ming. Looking at that familiar face, he said earnestly, "I know no one can replace Brother Ming, but I still want to do something for the kids at the orphanage, just like he would. The best way to repay your Brother Ming is to study hard. Of course, that's how I'll achieve the dreams he made possible for me." As Yu Cheng slowly closed the car door, his eyes stayed on Hu Ming outside the window. Hu Ming waved at him, watching the car drive away. Yet, Yu Cheng's words lingered in his mind, pulling him into distant memories. Achieve the dreams he made possible. Hu Ming tilted his head back, gazing at the grey expanse of the sky as fine raindrops fell. It was just like that day. Bloodied hands cradled a still-beating heart, and he was utterly lost. Hu Ming took a deep breath, forcibly pulling himself back to the present. He thought he had long moved past those memories. Yet now, as they resurfaced, it felt as though he had never escaped their shadow. A wave of weariness welled up from the depths of his soul, his mind clouded with chaos. All he wanted was to sleep it off. But his legs felt leaden as if burdened by immense weights dragging him down. When he got home, Hu Ming shut the door and collapsed onto the sofa. Exhaustion washed over him like a tide, engulfing his entire being. Staring out at the rain, his thoughts wandered. His phone buzzed on the table. It was a message from Xiao 11, asking if he'd made it home safely. Hu Ming replied with a simple confirmation before switching to another chat window. "Liang Feng, the company has terminated their contract with that individual, and I've received word that Han Litian did the same. Their side is likely heading toward bankruptcy due to the broken funding chain. Nuo Epsilon. Hu Ming, thanks for your hard work. Get some rest." After sending the message, Hu Ming closed his phone. In the darkness of the room, only the sound of his breathing remained. His eyelids grew heavier, dragging him toward an endless abyss. Meanwhile, Yu Cheng crept back into the orphanage, glancing around to make sure no one was watching. Only then did he tiptoe inside. He had snuck out to find Hu Ming today. Kong Xin had told him to rest at the orphanage, but his curiosity had gotten the better of him. He'd heard that Kong Xin was the most familiar with Hu Ming, though her attitude toward him seemed different than toward Brother Ming. The thought left Yu Cheng feeling a bit downcast. He had hoped to uncover a big secret, only to realize it was all in his head. Biting his lip, he pushed open his bedroom door. But instead of an empty bed, he saw a figure sitting there. Kong Xin looked up from her book, calmly meeting Yu Cheng's gaze. Yu Cheng gulped, his expression awkward. He hadn't expected Kong Xin to already know he'd left the orphanage. Now, he was in trouble. "You went to see Hu Ming, didn't you?" Kong Xion's straightforward question left no room for denial, and Yu Cheng didn't bother trying to hide it. "Yes, I wanted him to pretend to be Brother Ming. The kids miss him so much. You should have told me beforehand," Kong Xian said without reprimand. She stood up and walked over to Yu Cheng, her tone steady. "I'll handle this." "Kong Xian, you mean?" "I'll talk to Hu Ming." With that, Kong Xian left, leaving Yu Cheng to watch her retreating figure in silence. The towering skyscrapers and the bustling crowds formed a vibrant cityscape. As Hu Ming leaned on the railing, looking out over the view, the world seemed to expand before him. The beautiful city unfolded like a living painting. Neatly aligned high-rises, bustling crossroads teeming with traffic, and orderly factories dotted with chimneys, everything appeared in perfect harmony. Standing on the balcony of a tall building, Hu Ming gazed into the distance. The twinkling streetlights, colorful neon signs, and faint glow of the city formed a breathtaking picture. At this moment, he held a pair of binoculars, his gaze fixed intently on a particular figure. This person was his target. That individual carried the intel Hu Ming needed, and he had to extract it from them. In his earpiece, a lazy voice broke the silence. You've been tailing him for so long without being noticed. Looks like your skills are top-notch, the voice teased. However, Hu Ming showed no emotional reaction. He knew very well the unreliable nature of the person on the other end of the line. He also knew that if he botched this mission, that person would definitely drag him back for retraining. This is your first mission. Be careful and ensure your safety. Of course, you must complete the task too. You talk too much, Hu Ming replied coldly as he lowered the binoculars. Under the night sky, his youthful and strikingly handsome face stood out, accentuated by a cold and stoic expression. If he were walking on the streets, he would undoubtedly attract swarms of admirers. Because of this, Hu Ming had insisted that Hu Ming disguise himself before the mission at least enough to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Though she gave such advice, Hu Ming herself was far from professional when it came to dealing with Hu Ming. When drunk, she would often burst into his room in the middle of the night, pinching and kissing his face without a shred of restraint. Hu Ming had tried resisting, but he couldn't even win against a drunken Hu Ming. Helpless, he was treated like a pitiful prey by Hu Ming for a long time, until recently when Hu Ming finally turned the tables, pinning Hu Ming onto the bed, and then handcuffing her in place. Since then, Hu Ming hadn't barged into his room at night again. Now, Hu Ming had arranged his very first mission, recovering an experimental sample from someone. The client hadn't disclosed the nature of the sample, only providing a photograph and some intel. This was why they had sought out Hu Ming and were willing to pay a hefty fee for her services. They were well aware of her reputation in the mercenary world. However, what surprised them most was Hu Ming assigning the mission to her apprentice instead of taking it herself. Initially, the client objected they had hired Hu Ming, not Hu Ming, but Hu Ming made it clear, if they didn't accept her condition, they could leave. Faced with her firm stance, the client reluctantly agreed under two conditions. Hu Ming had to ensure the sample was retrieved, and Hu Ming had to prove himself capable of handling the task. These terms were not unreasonable, and Hu Ming readily agreed. This was how Hu Ming ended up on the rooftop of a skyscraper, monitoring the man mentioned in the intel. Hu Ming, I can't help but remember the looks on their faces when you deciphered the intel. I bet they were wondering if you were one of them, the voice on the earpiece cackled again. OS. Without a word, Hu Ming calmly turned off the earpiece, his eyes unwavering as they followed the figure below. In a bustling seafood market, crowds came and went, undeterred by the late hour. The noise and activity were relentless, thanks partly to a seafood restaurant next door. Many customers would buy seafood at the market and have it cooked at the restaurant. Even as a late-night hotspot, the place remained lively. Among the crowd was a man in a patterned shirt and mud-streaked shoes. Water trickling from a nearby tank splashed onto his shoes, washing away some dirt but leaving them far from clean. He carried a tricolor woven bag slung over his shoulder, his eyes darting around cautiously as if on high alert. Hey, isn't that Yan Hong's son? Ah Zhao, you're back, an auntie at the market entrance called out. The man froze for a moment before a smile spread across his face. Hello, Aunt Rong. Long time no see. Oh my, you have no idea how much your mom's been missing you. Go home and see her quickly. Okay, I will. Lowering his head again, Ah Zhao walked towards a dilapidated residential building. It had been years since he'd left home. His mother often called, asking about his life, but he always brushed her off with vague answers. Now, after all this time, he decided it was finally time to return. He climbed the worn cement stairs, his wet shoes leaving marks. The walls were roughly painted white, with advertisements stuck on the doors of each floor. Some doors were covered in dust, hinting at long-abandoned apartments. Stopping before a green door that looked much like it had years ago, Ah Zhao noticed it had been recently washed clean of dust. Knocking on the door, he called out, Mom, I'm back. The sound of slippers shuffling on the floor grew closer, and soon the green door opened to reveal a middle-aged woman. Her face lit up as she immediately hugged Ah Zhao around the neck. My boy, you're finally back? I've missed you so much. Let's go inside and talk, Ah Zhao said, his voice weary. He cast a quick glance towards the stairwell, ensuring no one was watching, before stepping inside. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of eyes from a neighboring building were watching his every move. On the table were a plate of greens, a dish of river shrimp, and a serving of oyster omelette. The spread was modest, but Ah Zhao devoured it with such fervor that it seemed like the best meal he'd had in ages. Eat slower? No one's going to steal your food, his mother chided affectionately, placing a glass of water in front of him. For her, the greatest joy today was her son's unexpected return. Will you be staying this time, or are you leaving again? Ah Zhao's chopsticks paused midair. He swallowed his food, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and replied, I think I'll stay. I haven't earned much out there anyway. Is it money you're short on? She asked, her face filled with concern. Taking 200 yuan from her pocket, she placed it in front of him. It's not much, just today's bonus from work. Take it and use it if you need it. Before Ah Zhao returned, Hu Ming had already gathered information about him from the locals. Ah Zhao was a child from a single-parent family. His father had racked up significant debt and then disappeared, leaving only his mother to work tirelessly to repay it. For reasons unknown, Ah Zhao later dropped out of school voluntarily and went out to work. Now that he was back, it seemed that his work outside had not gone well, forcing him to return. From the fragments of information provided by the neighbors, Hu Ming pieced together a few key points. Zhao's mother likely never imagined her son would become entangled in something so dangerous. A sudden downpour swept through the area. By nightfall, the once bustling streets had fallen into an eerie silence. The older apartment buildings in the area weren't equipped with surveillance cameras, making them frequent targets for thieves. Hu Ming crossed from the opposite building and arrived at Zhao's door. With practiced ease, he unlocked the door and stepped inside. The balcony was cluttered with cardboard and empty cans, and an old television was covered with a towel, seemingly to protect it from dust. On the table were leftovers, all covered with stainless steel plates. The room's decor was simple, just as the neighbors had described. Walking straight to Zhao's bedroom door, Hu Ming placed one hand on the silenced pistol at his waist, while the other slowly turned the doorknob. The entire process was eerily silent. When he pushed open the door, he saw Zhao lying quietly on the bed, appearing asleep. Outside, rain lashed against the glass windows. Hu Ming stood motionless, staring at the man before him. Suddenly, a flash of white light lit up the room, followed by a deafening thunderclap. Zhao jolted awake from his sleep with his pupils contracted and his breathing rapid. Click. The sound of a weapon being readied broke the silence. Zhao's stiff gaze landed on Hu Ming, his pale face illuminated by the intermittent flashes of lightning. You're here to kill me, aren't you? I'm here for the experimental sample. That simple sentence drained the color from Zhao's face. Staring at Hu Ming with a grave expression, he asked, "What do you want with it?" "That's none of your concern. Just hand it over," Hu Ming said, raising the silenced pistol and pointing it at Zhao. Swallowing nervously, Zhao trembled as he said, "That thing is dangerous. I can't give it to you." 3. Do you even understand what that thing is? Do you know how many people died just to take it out? 2. You people don't value life at all. You have no idea how much harm that sample could cause. 1. Hu Ming's cold eyes bore into Zhao, who finally closed his eyes in despair. Facing death, Zhao still refused to surrender the item in his possession. After a moment of silence, Hu Ming spoke calmly. "I overheard your conversation with your mother. It seems like you care about her deeply." Those words struck a nerve. Zhao lunged at Hu Ming in a frenzy, his face twisted with rage. But Hu Ming's knee drove into Zhao's stomach, instantly robbing him of the ability to fight back. Zhao curled into a ball on the floor, his face contorted in pain. "Please, don't hurt my mom. Where's the item? Hand it over, and I'll spare you both. They won't let me live if I give it to you. I'll die." Zhao shook his head desperately, muttering incoherently. Hu Ming wasn't interested in the specifics of the experimental sample. To him, the less he knew, the better. Grabbing Zhao by the collar, Hu Ming locked eyes with him. "You're testing my patience. Give me the item, and I'll let you live." Zhao's face was ashen as he glanced toward a nearby room, where his most beloved person lived. He had worked so hard to make money for his mother. If she died, what would be the point of his efforts? Zhao finally crushed the last vestiges of his conscience. Closing his eyes, he pointed weakly toward the floorboards beneath the bed. Hu Ming tossed him aside and retrieved the item from under the bed. The mission was successfully completed. Hu Ming had kept his face concealed the entire time, ensuring that Zhao wouldn't recognize him. But just as he was about to leave, Zhao called out to him. "Hey, if you hear about my death, could you come back one more time? I never planned to kill you. Both you and your mother will live." "I hope so." Hu Ming took one last look at Zhao, whose despairing smile was especially haunting in the rain-soaked night. Suppressing his unease, Hu Ming turned and left. The mission was a success, and Hu Ming's skills earned him significant recognition within his field. His reputation spread quickly. Some envied him, while others watched him closely. Yet Hu Ming paid little attention to these reactions, continuing to execute missions as instructed, like an emotionless machine. Even Hu Ming once remarked that Hu Ming was overly rational, devoid of any personal sentiment. Hu Ming knew he wasn't as carefree as Hu Ming. After every mission, he meticulously documented every detail in a notebook. At first, the notebook served to correct his mistakes. Over time, it became a habit. During idle moments, he would flip through its pages, revisiting his past experiences. Although every detail was etched deeply in his mind, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had forgotten something. "Hu Ming, reading your notebook again." Hu Ming entered the room to find Hu Ming seated quietly at his desk, flipping through the notebook. With a whistle, she plopped down onto his bed, stretching her figure lazily. "What is it?" "Nothing much, just checking in to see what you're up to," Hu Ming said nonchalantly, her tone playful. Hu Ming closed the notebook and turned to face her. "If there's nothing important, please leave." "Oh, come on. We haven't chatted in ages. Let's talk." Faced with Hu Ming's persistence, Hu Ming had no choice but to comply, sitting silently as he looked at her. Propping her head on one hand, Hu Ming lay sideways on the bed. "Do you remember the first mission I gave you?" "Yes, retrieving the experimental sample." "Do you remember what it was?" "A USB drive." "Your memory is excellent. I would have forgotten by now, but what we didn't tell you at the time was that the client was from an official organization. Our Thailand bot Epsilon." Hu Ming's words caused Hu Ming to freeze for a moment. Something stirred in his mind as if a long-buried memory was resurfacing officials. Hu Ming's brows furrowed slightly, his previously calm expression showing its first hint of change. Over the years, he'd had his fair share of interactions with government personnel. However, for safety's sake, he had rarely laid a hand on them. Not to mention the government's overt strength, there was also the fact that they occasionally hired people like him in secret. The relationship between them was indescribable, a mix of black and white, so entangled it was impossible to discern the true color. Hu Ming continued speaking as she watched Hu Ming. Do you remember the person who hired you? He was originally a government official, but I heard that after he got his hands on the experimental sample, he vanished. Betrayal. Yes. The government has been hunting him down all these years, but he seems to have disappeared into thin air. Oh, and back then, didn't he give you a lead and tell you to monitor someone? That person is now dead. Hu Ming's words stirred memories that were buried in Hu Ming's mind. He froze in place, recalling the final words that man had said to him. If I die, could you come back one more time? It was as if the man had anticipated his death. From the beginning, he never intended to hand over the item. Hu Ming felt as though his experience was shrouded in mist, obscuring everything before him. Sensing his emotions, Hu Ming waved her hand and said, take a few days off, go enjoy yourself. You've no idea how much of a robot you've become. If this goes on, I'm afraid you'll turn into nothing more than a killing machine. Hu Ming jumped off the bed, planted her hands on her hips, and laughed loudly. Meanwhile, Hu Ming clasped his hands together, lost in thought. Years later, he returned to the city. The bustling seafood market was as noisy as ever. The same woman worked at the stall, her voice hoarse as she shouted to attract customers. The business was just as lively as he remembered. Standing amidst the crowd, Hu Ming slowly raised his head, looking at the familiar high-rise. A light shone from the room he had visited before, indicating someone was home. Aobes. His shoes splashed through a puddle, sending tiny droplets flying. Though he already knew of Zhao's death, he still had to face Zhao's mother with the demeanor of someone completely unaware. He stood before the green door and knocked. Coming, coming. The door creaked open to reveal the worried mother he had met so many years ago. Her hair was now completely gray, with only a few strands of black left. The woman looked at him curiously and asked, young man, who are you looking for? I'm looking for Zhao. Is he home? Hu Ming's voice was steady, his gaze emotionless. At the mention of Zhao, the woman's face stiffened, her smile fading into sadness. Zhao, he's gone a few years ago. Seeing his silence, the woman thought he didn't understand and explained further, Zhao died in a car accident. I'm sorry. Hu Ming bowed slightly in apology, but the woman waved her hand quickly. It's all right. It's been a while, and I've come to terms with it. She forced a small smile, but Hu Ming could sense the bitterness behind it. She seemed to have much to say when she spoke of Zhao. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she hurried to Zhao's room. When she returned, she was holding an envelope. I think you must be the person Zhao mentioned. He once told me that if someone came looking for him, I should give them this letter. At the time, I thought he was just heading out for work again. I didn't expect what happened to him. She placed the envelope in Hu Ming's hand. Gripping it, Hu Ming felt an overwhelming urge to open it, but he resisted. Perhaps Zhao had sacrificed himself to protect his mother from being dragged into this mess. That was Hu Ming's guess, though it couldn't be confirmed. He stood up and bid the woman farewell. As the door closed, he heard faint sobs coming from the other side. She says she's moved on, but she hasn't forgotten, has she? With his back to the door, Hu Ming turned and walked toward the stairs. By the time you're reading this letter, I'm probably dead. But it's okay. I'll tell you what the experimental sample is. It's a USB drive containing the formula for a drug that can control people. I stole it because someone promised to protect me in exchange for it. Now that you have it, it means they'll come for me to silence me. I don't know what choice you'll make, but if you can, please help those innocent people. I saw countless lives being controlled by them in that place. That seemingly powerful organization stands on a foundation of corpses. Go to the no man's land. There, you'll find someone named Joe who can explain everything to you. The letter ended abruptly. Hu Ming quietly memorized every word before setting it aflame with a lighter. He tore open the envelope to find an address inside, likely where Joe was located. Leaning back in his chair, he closed his eyes in contemplation. To go or not to go, this was the question Hu Ming struggled with. As Hu Ming had said, people in their line of work couldn't afford emotional entanglements. Yet Hu Ming couldn't ignore the image of the green door and the sound of sobbing behind it. He also remembered the conversations between Zhao and his mother at the dinner table. Rising from his seat, he went to his wardrobe and pulled out a black trench coat. Though old, it was recognizable among his peers as his mission attire. In the living room, Hu Ming was drinking herself into a stupor. When she saw him leaving with a suitcase, she called out, "Hey, where are you going?" "On a trip," Hu Ming replied, adjusting his hat before closing the door skillfully. "Damn, going on a trip without inviting me? You've changed? You don't love me anymore? Wah." Ignoring her theatrical wails, Hu Ming opened his umbrella and stepped into the pouring rain. He had no idea that this journey would irrevocably change him. Transmigrated as the fake young master, I'll beat up the that taxi crawled away from the city center. The driver occasionally glanced at the silent man who hadn't said a word since getting in. But for the driver, anyone willing to take a cab from downtown to the suburbs was a premium customer. After all, most people living in the area commuted between the city and outskirts on motorbikes. And judging by the man's attire, it was clear he wasn't a local. Hoping to make some extra cash, the driver struck up a conversation, commenting on Hu Ming's outfit enthusiastically. "Hey, brother, your outfit looks like something straight out of a spy movie. But you better be careful, you're heading to the no man's land, a place even the cops don't mess with." The driver tried his best to explain the perils of the no man's land in his broken dialect. But the man who had remained silent suddenly spoke, his voice steady and in perfectly local accent. The ruler of the no man's land, is it the man named Tches? Yeah, that's him. No man's land used to be complete chaos before he showed up. There were gunfights every day. When Tches came into power, he crushed all the unrest and brought order. Now, people there treat him like a god and willingly work for him. The driver spoke highly of Tches, going on about the man's deeds in no man's land. Hey, have you heard about the couple case? That's probably the most satisfying thing Tches ever done. The couple case? What's that? Ah, no surprise you don't know, it was big news here, but Tches sealed the case. It's still infamous around these parts. What happened? Hu Ming was intrigued. From the driver's tone, it seemed this was a key event that solidified Tches' reputation. Years ago, 4 young men broke into a house to rob it. When they saw the bride's wedding photos, they got wicked ideas. They ambushed the couple when they got home, tied the husband up in one room, and assaulted the wife in another right in front of him. They taunted the couple, saying if they cooperated, they'd let them go. The husband was forced to endure the sight of his wife being assaulted for 8 hours straight, only for the men to kill him in the end. The wife was also murdered after suffering unimaginable abuse. Then those animals even stayed to eat a meal before leaving. The autopsy revealed the wife's body was covered in injuries, and she was 3 months pregnant. Those scum never intended to spare them. They pretended to give hope just to crush it before the end. The wife died with her eyes wide open. Hu Ming listened in silence, his expression unreadable. This calm reaction surprised the driver. Most out-of-towners he'd told this story to would react emotionally, eagerly asking about what happened to the culprits. The driver used such stories to stretch the trip out, earning himself a bit more money. So, in the end, Tches caught those 4 men, didn't he? Hu Ming revealed the story's ending, causing the driver to pause for a moment before responding. Yes, Tches found them. Back then, he'd just taken charge, and many people still doubted him. This case became a huge event in no man's land. Tches turned the place upside down to find those men. But what's interesting is that those men, when confronted by Tches, kept clamoring that they wanted the police to handle the matter. Among those 4, 1 was a minor, and as you probably know, the law is quite lenient in cases like this. But just when everyone thought the case would end with arrests, Tches pulled out his gun, shot off all their limbs, and threw them into the sea to drown. Back then, no one in no man's land dared to do such things openly. Someone tipped off the police about Tches, but for some reason, they didn't act. After that, Tches' reputation soared, and he became the undisputed ruler of no man's land. Hu Ming stroked his chin, his gaze thoughtful. The driver shook his head and sighed. But still, that poor couple, their bright future was completely destroyed. Isn't it a tragedy? If not for Tches, that minor would have been out in a few years. Tches seemed to be a man with the people's backing. If Hu Ming wanted to investigate further, dealing with him would be unavoidable. And more importantly, Hu Ming strongly suspected that Zhao's death was linked to Tches. Taking a deep breath, Hu Ming's eyes hardened with resolve. The car left the highway and turned onto a muddy mountain road. The taxi struggled, the driver cursing as he wrestled with the wheel. By the afternoon, the blazing sun was high in the sky. Hu Ming sat in the swaying taxi, gripping the handle beside him for stability. He thought he'd endure the bumpy ride all the way to no man's land, but an unexpected twist awaited him. Damn it, a breakdown. The driver spat into the mud before stepping out to check the engine. Hu Ming also got out, suitcase in hand, his gaze fixed on the distance. Amid the dense forest, he could make out a towering building perched on a distant peak. The driver noticed Hu Ming's line of sight and chuckled. That's Tches' place. They say he often entertains high-ranking officials there. Nowadays, Tches even rubs shoulders with politicians. Nobody dares cross him. Tches. Hu Ming repeated the name, certain that this trip would inevitably lead to a confrontation with him. Pulling a wad of cash from his pocket, Hu Ming handed it to the driver. Keep the change, consider it compensation for the repairs. The driver's eyes widened at the generous amount it was worth 2 or 3 days' earnings. Hurriedly pocketing the money, the driver called out as Hu Ming began to walk away. Hey, be careful. The people in no man's land don't take kindly to outsiders. If they target you, you'll be in real trouble. Transmigrated as the fake young master, I'll beat up the SCU. No man's land was even larger than Hu Ming had anticipated, or rather, the road leading to it was far longer than he'd imagined. The muddy path where the driver's car broke down was merely the journey's beginning. Clearly, the driver had failed to mention this detail. Hu Ming had the distinct feeling he'd been played. Walking through the thick mud in his boots, Hu Ming glanced at his watch. He had been walking for nearly an hour before finally coming across an abandoned bus stop. Stopping to examine the faded bus schedule, he realized it had been out of service for a long time. It seemed there had once been a bus route from the city to no man's land, but it had long since been discontinued. Looking ahead, Hu Ming spotted a figure in the distance, a middle-aged woman. The woman noticed his presence and immediately turned around, hurrying away as though terrified of him. Seeing this, a flicker of helplessness crossed Hu Ming's long tense face. He had walked for an hour without seeing another soul. Now that he finally encountered someone, they ran off at the sight of him. It was a bit frustrating, to say the least. Would things have gone differently if he had kept his original appearance? Touching his ordinary-looking face, Hu Ming couldn't help but recall something Hu Min had once said to him. but he shook his head, brushing aside the unnecessary thoughts. Carrying his suitcase, he continued forward. At last, in the distance, he spotted a somewhat run-down inn. The sign above the entrance hung crookedly, suggesting it hadn't been tended to in ages. The area around it was overgrown with wild grass, giving the place an air of abandonment. Yet, the lights inside were on, so Hu Ming pushed the door open and walked in. To his surprise, as soon as he entered, he saw a frail-looking man handing a wad of cash to the boss at the front desk. Both of them seemed startled by Hu Ming's sudden arrival. The boss, however, quickly recovered and flashed a friendly smile. "Sir, are you here to stay the night?" As he spoke, the boss handed a key to the thin man, who glanced briefly at Hu Ming before heading upstairs with the key in hand. The inn's interior was plain, even shabbier than the average guest house. By the entrance, the only decoration was a potted lucky plant. Carrying his suitcase, Hu Ming approached the front desk. "Boss, how far is it to Wuyuan Town?" Wuyuan Town was the name of the no-man's land. "Oh, you're already at the outskirts of Wuyuan Town. It's just another 2 kilometers to the main district. But you're new around here, aren't you? Must be from out of town." Just visiting a friend." Hu Ming took a wad of cash from his pocket and placed it on the desk. The boss's eyes widened, almost popping out of their sockets, before he hurriedly stashed the money away and fetched a key from the highest hook behind him. "Here's your key, sir. Let me know if you'd like anything to eat. I'll bring it right up for you." Taking the key, Hu Ming headed upstairs. On the staircase, he crossed paths with a janitor in white overalls who passed by with his head down, not revealing his face. Hu Ming merely gave him a cursory glance before continuing. Opening the door to his room, he found it surprisingly clean and well-furnished. The sheets were spotless, without a speck of dust, an unexpected contrast to the inn's dilapidated exterior. This was likely the inn's highest standard of accommodation, and Hu Ming wasn't about to complain. Setting down his suitcase, he walked to the window and looked out. There wasn't much to see, just dense forest blocking the view in every direction. He sat down on the bed and took out his phone to check for messages. His phone was basic, with only a few contacts, mostly Hu Ming, and some miscellaneous task notifications. Hu Ming had sent him a message, complaining about why he hadn't invited her along on his trip. Without replying, Hu Ming quietly turned off his phone and headed into the bathroom. Steam rose as hot water poured over his body, loosening his muscles. He stared at his blurry reflection in the mirror, unable to distinguish which one was the real him. When he wiped the mirror clean, his body was revealed, covered in scars, marks from the countless missions he had undertaken. Some people called scars badges of honor, but to Hu Ming, they were proof of his survival time and time again. Closing his eyes, he let the hot water cascade over him. After this, maybe it's time for a break. But he knew better than to entertain such notions. Emotions were a liability, and in his line of work, indulging them could be fatal. Turning off the water, he grabbed a towel to dry himself. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. The boss's voice followed. "Sir, I've brought you something to eat." Hu Ming dressed and opened the door to find the boss grinning obsequiously. His gaze darted briefly past Hu Ming, as though checking the room, before returning to meet his eyes. On the tray he held was a plate of chicken rice and a glass-bottled soda. This, apparently, was the food he had mentioned. Taking the tray, Hu Ming was about to close the door when the boss stopped him with a hand. "Sir, since you're not from around here, I thought I'd give you a bit of advice about Wuyuan Town. If you go in unprepared, people might not take kindly to you." Hu Ming loosened his grip on the door, and the boss stepped inside. "Feel free to eat while I talk. Ask me anything you're curious about." With a chuckle, the boss began his spiel, but Hu Ming interrupted with a question. "Are you a local?" "Of course. I've lived in Wuyuan Town my whole life." "Then, do you know about the couple's case?" At the mention of those 3 words, the boss's face darkened. Lowering his voice, he replied with a grave expression. "Sir, you can talk about that here with me, but don't bring it up in town. If you do, you will be asking for trouble." "Why?" Judging by the boss's expression, the couple's case seemed to be a topic that the townsfolk dared not mention. The couple's case caused a huge uproar back then, sparking fear throughout the town. Nowadays, everyone avoids mentioning it, hoping it'll fade away and be forgotten. Was it Cha-Chai's decision? Hu Ming pondered. This was something the outside world had no knowledge of, and as the boss had said, with time, it would gradually fade into oblivion. Even if it were brought up again in the future, people would merely treat it as a rumor. But back then, I met that couple. I wasn't much older than they were at the time. When I saw them, the wife's belly was noticeably big. To think, a double tragedy, a life lost, and the child too. No wonder everyone was so outraged. The boss couldn't help but sigh. Even though so much time had passed, the atrocities committed back then were unforgettable. "Sir, you must remember this, the townsfolk here are wary of outsiders. If you're here to do business, you'd better build connections in advance, or you might find yourself unable to make a single move in this town." "Build connections? Does that mean I need someone from the town to vouch for me?" "That's about right. But you must understand this is not a place frequented by outsiders. Besides Cha-Chai, there are several smaller factions here. If conflicts arise between them, Cha-Chai typically won't intervene unless things get out of hand. So, people here are still living in constant turmoil." "Well, isn't everyone living in turmoil these days? Even people outside this town might not be better off. At least our dogs here get to eat meat, while some outsiders live worse than dogs, barely managing a meal with a shred of meat." The boss shook his head, seemingly resigned to life's hardships. Hu Ming didn't argue, knowing full well that the boss's words were true. People spoke of lawless areas being chaotic, but at least there was food to eat. Hu Ming had visited places so impoverished that a single potato had to be borrowed to stave off hunger. In barren lands, the poor oppressed the even poorer, creating a vicious cycle with no end in sight. The boss noticed Hu Ming had finished his meal but hadn't drunk all his cola. Rising to clear the plates, the boss said, "Well, I won't disturb your rest. The inn has Wi-Fi, feel free to use it. Still, I'd suggest you leave tomorrow morning. If you head into town at this hour, you might end up running back here halfway through." "All right." Hu Ming gently closed the door, then walked to the window. His fingertips brushed lightly over the windowsill, picking up a thin layer of dust. He quickly pulled the curtains shut. His mind wandered back to Zhao's letter and the address written on the envelope. What had Zhao experienced here? How had he managed to escape this lawless place? These questions remained a mystery, but Hu Ming believed that once he found the man named Zhou, all would become clear. Placing his suitcase under the bed, Hu Ming poured the remaining cola down the toilet. When the boss had left earlier, Hu Ming had noticed something peculiar, a strange necklace around his neck. He'd seen similar necklaces on a middle-aged woman and a man staying at the inn. It seemed to be of some significance. However, Hu Ming didn't ask immediately because he knew the boss would tell him soon. The countryside night was eerily silent, unlike the bustling noise of the city. Everything was calm, no footsteps, no roaring car engines, no chattering crowds. Yes. The inn had long closed its doors, plunging into an oppressive stillness. Hu Ming lay quietly on the bed, his eyes closed, but he wasn't asleep. Suddenly, the sound of a key turning broke the silence. The movement was subtle, but the faint clinking of metal was unmistakable to Hu Ming's ears. His eyes snapped open, and he turned his head toward the door. The intruder carefully pushed the door open, glancing toward Hu Ming's bed. Seeing him apparently asleep, the intruder let out a breath of relief. The hallway light dimmed at some point, obscuring the intruder's features. Slowly, the figure crept toward Hu Ming, scanning the room as if searching for something. When the intruder reached the far side of the bed, his eyes landed on the suitcase beneath it, the same one Hu Ming had brought when he checked in. He bent down to grab it, but just as his hand reached the suitcase, Hu Ming suddenly sprang up. Grabbing a glass bottle, he smashed it over the man's head with force. A painful scream rang out as the man clutched his bleeding head, terror filling his eyes as he stared at the shadowy figure. The other party seemed to have noticed his presence long ago and had been on guard against him ever since. The man tried to push himself up to flee, but Hu Ming seized his collar and slammed him onto the floor. Shards of glass from the shattered bottle scattered across the ground, some embedding into the man's skin, making him writhe in agony. His wide eyes reflected disbelief. Hu Ming flipped on the light, revealing the intruder. It was the same man who had checked into the inn earlier that day. The man was wearing a light floral shirt, and the necklace around his neck trembled with his shivering body. Hu Ming yanked the necklace off and stared coldly at the man. "Tell me, what exactly is this?" The man turned onto his stomach to avoid more glass shards piercing his back. He panted heavily, his eyes fixed on Hu Ming. "If you won't talk, that's fine. I'm sure someone else will." Hu Ming shifted his gaze to the doorway and said, "Boss, do I have to drag you out, or will you come out yourself?" After a moment of silence, the boss finally emerged from the shadows, his earlier servile demeanor replaced by panic. In his eyes, Hu Ming had likely been an easy target. Yet not only had Hu Ming subdued the other man, but he'd also seen through their scheme. The boss hesitated, struggling to come up with an excuse. "How did you know we'd come after you? We didn't leave any clues behind." "Your place is full of clues." Hu Ming gestured for the boss to sit, still holding a shard of glass as a weapon. The windowsill was filthy one swipe, and it's covered in dust. The weeds outside are overgrown, and even the signboard is crooked. If this were a real inn, those details would have been taken care of. Tossing the glass aside, Hu Ming sat across from the boss. "Also, the drug in the cola doesn't work on me." Hearing this, the boss turned pale as a sheet. Hu Ming learned from the boss that the necklace in his hand was, in fact, the recognized emblem of Wuyuan Town. Only those wearing this necklace could enter and leave Wuyuan Town. Even familiar locals couldn't get in without it. This was a rule established by tches, which explained why this lawless area was so fiercely exclusionary. Hu Ming examined the necklace in his hand, shaped like a tiny bottle. Its design was peculiar, as if it contained something inside. He pocketed the necklace and gazed toward the two people before him. "Now, we should discuss how to handle the situation from here," Hu Ming said as he stood up, his eyes fixed on the boss. The boss, flustered, quickly spoke. "Wait, if you're planning to meet tches, I have something that might help you." He pulled out an envelope from his pocket, a high-quality one sealed with a red stamp, as if officially authenticated. Hu Ming took the envelope, opened it, and read its contents. It was a recommendation letter, inviting the recipient to participate in a boxing competition hosted by tches. Although Hu Ming didn't know the relationship between the letter's original owner and tches, he thought this could be a good way to get close to tches. But how did the boss get hold of such a letter? Looking at the boss, Hu Ming's suspicion was apparent. The boss quickly explained, "That man sold me the letter. You might not know this, but this inn is a black market hub in the area. I often accept items that others don't dare to take. When you came in earlier, I had just finished a deal." Hu Ming glanced at the man lying on the floor, barely alive. The floor was stained with blood, and the man's lips were pale. He was clearly on the brink of death. Do you know who this letter originally belonged to? I've heard about it. Apparently, Mr. Ross often dealt with tches, but whether they've met in person, I can't say, the boss replied nervously. The boss knew the letter might be useful, but if tches realized that Hu Ming wasn't the invited Mr. Ross, Hu Ming would be in grave danger. And if the letter turned out to be useless, their survival would be equally uncertain. Thinking of this, the boss swallowed hard, his mind racing to figure out how to negotiate with Hu Ming to protect himself. Suddenly, the dying man on the floor crawled toward Hu Ming. He had been silent all this time. In an instant, he grabbed the glass bottle discarded by Hu Ming and, with all his strength, lunged toward Hu Ming's neck. But before he could land the strike, a sharp bio echoed. The boss froze, staring at the corpse now lying on the floor. A bloody hole had appeared in the man's chest, right where his heart was. Hu Ming, holding a gun, coldly eyed the body. The man had tried to kill him, so he showed no mercy. Take care of the body. That won't be a problem for you, right? Hu Ming said, turning his gaze to the boss. No problem at all. I swear I won't say a word about what happened here, the boss stammered, his back drenched in cold sweat. He was relieved that he hadn't resisted earlier, or else he might have ended up as the corpse on the floor. Rao. The boss tried to stand up, but his legs had already gone weak, making even the act of rising a struggle. He gave Hu Ming an awkward smile, then stomped his feet to force himself upright before dragging the corpse away. Meanwhile, Hu Ming carefully examined the invitation letter. As sunlight streamed through the window, Hu Ming pulled open the curtains and looked outside. He carried his suitcase downstairs, where the boss stood nervously at the front desk, watching him. Sir, the body has been dealt with. You can leave without worry. No one will trace your movements. He glanced at the necklace now hanging around Hu Ming's neck. Outside, a motorcycle stood ready, a token of compensation from the boss. Hu Ming donned his helmet and rode off, leaving the inn behind as if nothing had happened. The boss watched Hu Ming's figure disappear into the distance, finally relaxing. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that this man was no ordinary person. His arrival might bring significant changes to Wuyuan town. Shutting the door, the boss let out a heavy breath and slumped onto the sofa, a harbinger of disaster. Just as he was about to retreat to his room to rest, a knock came at the door. The ride into town was smooth. Unlike before, the locals no longer showed the same wary expressions that the middle-aged woman had when they first met. It was all thanks to the necklace around Hu Ming's neck. As he drove, he finally reached the town. To his surprise, it didn't look any different from an ordinary small town. Street vendors shouted to sell their wares, children played in groups with pebbles, and the old convenience stores, bustling market, and wooden boats moored along the river gave the place a Jiangnan-like charm. After a brief tour, however, Hu Ming noticed something peculiar. There wasn't a single school in the area. No elementary schools, no kindergartens, nothing. This was highly unusual. Could it be that tches deliberately avoided establishing schools to better control the locals? Uneducated people were easier to manipulate since they lacked independent thought and spent their lives toiling away. This conclusion fits what Hu Ming had observed during his missions. After a quick survey, Hu Ming entered an old convenience store and bought a soda. While paying, he casually asked, "Boss, is there a family named Joe around here?" Joe? Oh, you mean Teacher Joe? Of course. Years ago, he volunteered to teach the children here, but for some reason, he angered Mr. tches and hasn't taught since. I see. Where does he live now? You're not from around here, are you? The boss scrutinized Hu Ming, clearly unfamiliar with him. Hu Ming nodded openly, then pulled out a stack of cash and placed it on the counter. I'm his nephew. My mother's in the hospital and wanted to see him. Ah, that explains it. Just head straight and turn at the corner. His house is the red one. Thanks. As Hu Ming was about to leave, the boss added, "Oh yeah, years ago, Teacher Joe sent one of his students away." Knocking on the red door, Hu Ming stood waiting for a while until a middle-aged man's voice came from within. Coming. The door creaked open, and when the man saw Hu Ming, he froze. His eyes first landed on the necklace around Hu Ming's neck, then carefully scanned his features. After confirming that he did not recognize him, the man finally asked, "Young man, who are you here to see?" "I'm here for Joe." Hu Ming noted that Joe was wearing a glove on his left hand, while his right hand was bare. One sentence from him caused Joe's face to change drastically. Joe stepped outside, glanced around cautiously, then looked at Hu Ming with a grave expression. "Who sent you?" "I Zhao." Hu Ming's reply made Joe stagger a few steps back, his body trembling. He shook his head repeatedly, his face filled with guilt and regret. Hu Ming didn't understand why Joe reacted this way, but one thing was clear: Joe knew something about the events he had come to investigate. "I knew it. I knew it. I never should have let him leave back then." Joe's voice was tinged with exhaustion. Hu Ming stepped into the house and shut the door behind him. Walking up to Joe, he placed a firm hand on the man's shoulder and asked seriously, "Tell me what on earth happened." Joe slowly closed his eyes and collapsed weakly to the ground. "First, tell me, how did Zhao die?" "I never told you he was dead. But the fact that he sent you to find me proves that the item wasn't protected, and he'll die because of it." Joe's words made Hu Ming freeze abruptly. Hu Ming understood exactly what Joe meant. Those words mirrored what Zhao had once said. Indirectly, it was Hu Ming who took Zhao's life. But Hu Ming didn't care about that at the moment. What he cared about was what on earth was going on here. The experimental sample, who has it now? If nothing unexpected happened, it should have fallen back into Tches' hands. After all, Zhao risked everything to steal it from him. Without that formula, Tches wouldn't have been able to grow his influence to this extent. Zhou stood up and stared at Hu Ming, his expression tinged with anger. Rao, what was your relationship with Zhao? Hu Ming asked. He was my student. Years ago, Tches built his power base here. He somehow acquired a type of pill that caused unbearable, excruciating pain when consumed. Only the antidote, which Tches controlled, could relieve the agony. Using those pills, Tches enslaved countless people. My student, Zhao, couldn't bear to watch the suffering and stole the formula from Tches before fleeing. At the time, his identity here was fake, so no one knew who he really was. Before he left, he told me that if anyone came to find me, it meant the formula had been taken. Tches, like a madman, hunted Zhao relentlessly. Those who helped him escape were tortured to death. As his teacher, I didn't escape unscathed either. Zhou raised his left hand and removed the glove, revealing a prosthetic. Hu Ming was shocked. The sacrifices Zhou and the others had made to help Zhao escape were unimaginable. Yet, Zhou's expression betrayed no regret over his actions. Perhaps sensing Hu Ming's gaze, Zhou waved a hand dismissively. It wasn't just Zhao's decision to steal the formula. Everyone who helped him had suffered at Tches' hands. They were willing to risk everything for revenge. Hu Ming nodded and was about to say something when a young voice called out from outside. Teacher Zhou, I'm here for my lesson. Zhou's expression shifted dramatically. He pushed Hu Ming urgently and said, hide, now. Why? That boy is Tches' son. Tches placed him here because no one else but me can teach him. If he finds you here, Tches will know something's wrong. Despite Zhou's anxiety, Hu Ming remained calm. He pulled a letter from his pocket and asked, do you know someone called Mr. Ross? Zhou's eyes widened in disbelief. Then, suddenly excited, he grabbed Hu Ming's shoulders. Tches never met Ross. If you impersonate Ross, you can get close to Tches. You're sure? Positive? Tches never meets people online or in person for business. Ross had connections, but they've never met face to face. Zhou was adamant. Hu Ming decided to trust him. After all, getting close to Tches was precisely what he needed. Yet, he couldn't ignore the faint sense of justice brewing inside him, a feeling Hu Ming had warned against. Don't let justice guide your actions, or it'll only lead to your downfall. Zhou opened the door, and standing there was a boy with an innocent smile. Despite everything, Zhou didn't harbor hatred for the boy. The child was like a blank slate untainted by his father's deeds. Teacher Zhou, I'm here to learn, the boy exclaimed excitedly, stepping inside. However, behind him were two men in sunglasses, dressed in tactical gear with bulletproof vests and combat knives strapped to their thighs. The boy's eyes lit up with curiosity when he noticed Hu Ming, and his surprise was evident. He'd never seen strangers at Zhou's place before. Meanwhile, the two men tensed up, their hands instinctively reaching for their weapons. One of them stepped forward and demanded, who are you? Without a word, Hu Ming pulled the Ross letter from his pocket and tossed it onto the floor. The man picked it up cautiously. After reading its contents, his expression shifted dramatically. Bowing deeply, he said, my apologies, Mr. Ross. Please forgive my rudeness. The entire town's population had no access to education except for the boy. Hu Ming observed the boy and noticed how deeply passionate and appreciative he was toward learning. Every word spoken by the teacher, Zhou, was carefully recorded in his notes. During the break, the boy hopped over to Hu Ming in just a few quick steps, curiously sizing him up before asking, Uncle, are you from outside? Yes. Faced with the 7-year-old child, Hu Ming's expression softened noticeably. The boy's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he eagerly exclaimed, wow, I really want to go outside too. I've grown this big, but my dad never takes me out. He says staying here is the safest. His eyes brimmed with longing for the outside world. The boy clung to Hu Ming's side, bombarding him with questions about all the fun things that could be found out there. The two bodyguards responsible for protecting the boy exchanged helpless glances, uncertain how to handle the situation. My dream is to see what life is like outside, and maybe make a good friend. The boy's voice lowered as he leaned close to Hu Ming's ear and whispered, teacher said there are schools outside, full of kids my age. If I went to school out there, I could make friends with them. The boy's bright smile shone like the sun, making Hu Ming avert his gaze slightly. He had never imagined the boy's dream would be something as simple as stepping out of this lawless zone. Here, the boy had everything. Yet, he longed to leave this comfort zone and see the world beyond. Hu Ming found it hard to reconcile how vastly different the boy's character was from that of his father, Tches. He couldn't fathom how Tches had managed to raise him all these years. Uncle, can you box? Before Hu Ming could reply, the boy struck a playful fighting pose, mimicking a boxer. Hu Ming seemed momentarily stunned, then shook his head. The boy's enthusiasm deflated instantly, and he sighed in disappointment. Ah, what a pity. I've always wanted to learn boxing, but my heart isn't in great shape. Dad doesn't let me do strenuous activities like that. He kicked at a rock by his feet, his face clouded with frustration. Just then, the phone of one of the men nearby chimed. The man glanced at the boy and said, Young Master, it's time to head back. What? Is it that late already? I wanted to stay here with teacher a bit longer. The boy looked at Zhou with reluctance. Zhou knelt down, gently patting the boy's head to reassure him. Don't worry, you can come back next time. All right then, I'll go now. The boy waved goodbye to Joe and then to Hu Ming. Hu Ming nodded in response, watching as the boy left. A man remained behind, gazing at Hu Ming before saying, "Mr. Ross, now that you're here, why don't you head up the mountain to rest? Lord Chachai is waiting for you with Tilda Newbie." "All right." Without any objections, Hu Ming turned to glance at Joe. The two exchanged a meaningful look, seemingly reaching a silent understanding. Then, Hu Ming followed the man away. This time, Hu Ming didn't have to walk or ride a motorbike to reach Chachai's residence. A Range Rover carried the two of them toward an area far removed from the town. There, only a single residential district existed and it belonged to just one man. The road was long and paved with white stone, wide enough to make its grandeur apparent. It stretched into the distance, where the lush greenery, white pavilions, and idyllic scenery could faintly be seen. At the entrance, uniformed guards stood ramrod straight. From afar, an imposing mansion loomed into view, more of a palace than a house. To call it a house was a gross understatement. It barely conveyed even a fraction of its scale. Spanning a massive area, the closer one got, the more its vastness became evident. The sunlit, tawny walls bore the marks of age, yet radiated an unmistakable air of magnificence. As the car approached the mansion, a verdant walled garden came into view, adorned with ornate fountains and intricately carved pillars. An older man stood at the entrance, a retinue of servants behind him. The servants all wore identical smiles and bowed at an exact 90-degree angle as the car neared. Another car was just pulling away, likely the one that had brought the boy home. "Mr. Ross, this way, please." The man opened the car door for Hu Ming, who stepped out, adjusting his suit as his gaze swept around. "Where's Chachai?" "Lord Chachai is waiting inside." The man led the way, with Hu Ming following. Behind them, the servants trailed in an orderly line. The scene was almost absurd in its opulence, exuding an overwhelming sense of grandeur. But Hu Ming remained composed, keeping pace with his guide until they entered an extravagant study. The room was larger than Joe's entire courtyard, filled with luxurious artworks. Every piece looked like a priceless collectible. Compared to the town of Wuyuan, this place was a veritable palace, and Chachai its undisputed emperor. At the center of the study stood a muscular middle-aged man, his upper body well-defined. He was leisurely toying with a diamond-encrusted cane. "Lord Chachai, Mr. Ross has arrived." Hearing this, Chachai set down the cane, his hawk-like eyes locking onto Hu Ming as if trying to see right through him. Yet, Hu Ming stood his ground, meeting Chachai's gaze without a hint of fear. The man beside them couldn't hide his shock. In this lawless territory, no one dared defy Chachai's authority. Apart from the boy, no one had the courage to look him in the eye, let alone sustain such an unwavering stare. But here was Ross, holding Chachai's gaze, unflinching and unaffected. Chachai finally set the cane aside and approached Hu Ming with measured steps, studying him intently. "Mr. Ross, you're much younger than I expected. And I thought you'd be an old man with a full head of white hair," Hu Ming replied, a faint smirk curving his lips, his gaze carrying a hint of provocation. Chachai raised an eyebrow, his smile mirroring Hu Ming's. "You live up to your name, Mr. Ross. Everyone who comes to negotiate with me fears my gaze. After all, this is my domain. Anyone who displeases me won't leave here alive. But you're different. You're like a young lion, fearless before me." Chachai began clapping, his eyes gleaming with appreciation. "I like you, Mr. Ross. We'll discuss business tomorrow. For now, let's enjoy a banquet together." With that, Chachai turned and headed toward the dining hall. Hu Ming watched him for a moment before following. Chachai's trying his best to learn the ways of nobility, but his inherent roughness makes his actions seem particularly out of place. Hu Ming thought to himself. At the dining table, Hu Ming noticed the boy was nowhere to be seen. He had assumed that Chachai would dine with the boy. "Mr. Chachai, where is your son? I don't see him around." "Mr. Ross, Anyo has always been frail. After going out, he needs time to rest," Chachai replied, raising his glass of red wine and gesturing in Hu Ming's direction. "Mr. Ross, in a couple of days, I'll take you to watch a boxing match. I've gathered skilled boxers from around the world. You're guaranteed to enjoy it." "Oh, is that so? Then I will look forward to it," Hu Ming said, raising his glass in return and downing his wine in one go. Chachai appeared satisfied with Hu Ming's gesture. Yet, until now, he had deliberately refrained from mentioning business. He wanted to test whether Hu Ming would show any impatience, but surprisingly, Hu Ming didn't broach the topic of business even during the meal. Narrowing his eyes, Chachai became more cautious of Hu Ming. Soon after, Chachai smiled, placing both hands on the table and leaning slightly toward Hu Ming. "Mr. Ross, what do you think of the development of this place?" "Mr. Chachai, it seems you've managed things well here. However, its reputation outside isn't exactly stellar." "No man's land, huh? I've heard that term many times before. Outsiders always think they understand Wuyuan town, but they've never dared to step in. Why? Because they fear the people here and worry about getting entangled in its affairs." Chachai laughed, his tone full of mockery toward the outside world. "Before I took charge, Wuyuan town was the real outlaw zone. Shootouts would erupt on the streets every now and then. The major factions fought endlessly, and countless children bled out in their homes. If not for my intervention, the government outside would have crushed this place long ago. How many corrupt officials are out there? I'm sure, Mr. Ross, you know better than I do. I'm merely protecting these people, ensuring they can eat every day and live normal lives." Chachai's voice was commanding, echoing throughout the room. The servants, stewards, and soldiers around him stood frozen, like puppets awaiting his orders. Hu Ming stared at tches, his eyes devoid of emotion. He understood that tches saw himself as the savior of this lawless land. Defiance meant death. Tches looked back at Hu Ming and continued. A bad reputation doesn't matter. After all, we still have the goods you're looking for. As long as we have the supply, there will always be demand. Speaking of which, Mr. Tches, shouldn't you show me your real inventory? Hu Ming wasn't entirely clear on what Ross and Tches were trading, but he wanted to investigate further. While Tches publicly dealt in transportation, Hu Ming's research revealed his involvement in human trafficking and arms dealing, steadily expanding his influence. Yet Hu Ming's instincts told him that the deal between Tches and Ross couldn't be this simple. Ross had traveled all this way. His purpose surely wasn't just the visible businesses. Tches stroked his chin, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, a man hurried in from outside, whispering a few words into Tches' ear. Tches' expression darkened instantly. He turned to Hu Ming and apologized. Apologies, Mr. Ross. I'll take you to see the inventory tomorrow. For now, please excuse me. With that, Tches left. A steward approached and escorted Hu Ming to his quarters. In his room, Hu Ming sat deep in thought. He pondered what Tches was planning and where the USB drive had ended up. Deciding not to sit idle, he locked the door, changed into a different outfit, and slipped out through the window. The summer night buzzed with noise as Hu Ming, clad in stealth gear, blended into the darkness. The mansion was heavily guarded, with soldiers and bodyguards stationed every few steps, armed to the teeth. It felt like playing a stealth game, constantly on alert for danger. But Hu Ming was accustomed to such situations. Moving carefully, he slipped into Tches' study. On the desk was a photo of Tches and Anyo, but Anyo's mother was conspicuously absent. This raised a suspicion. Was Anyo really Tches' son? However, Hu Ming quickly dismissed the thought. If Anyo weren't his son, why would Tches treat him so well? Besides, a man like Tches likely had many women outside. If one bore his child, he would naturally bring the child back to raise, while the woman would become irrelevant to him. This explanation seemed the most plausible. After returning the photo to its place, Hu Ming began searching for the USB drive. Despite combing through several cabinets, he found only documents, nothing else. One particular document caught his attention, detailing the infamous couple's case from 7 years ago. For instance, the two couples' bodies weren't found in a house but by a river. Moreover, they hadn't officially married but were on the verge of doing so. The document also outlined the decisions Tches made while handling the case. This case had been pivotal in earning Tches the trust of the no man's land's residents. Yet Hu Ming felt that some details had been overlooked. What were they? Holding the document, Hu Ming frowned deeply. Fragments of memories began surfacing in his mind. 7 years ago. 7 years ago. Zhao. Hu Ming's eyes twitched as he suddenly recalled his first assignment 7 years ago. His target then had been Zhao. Gripping the document tightly, Hu Ming realized that the timeline of the couple's case and his mission overlapped significantly. It felt like something hidden was about to emerge. Suddenly, footsteps and voices echoed from outside. Hu Ming hurriedly returned the document to the cabinet and placed a recorder under the rug. After completing these tasks, he vaulted out the window. Not long after, echoes halted. Tches had entered the study. Hu Ming hid in the shadows, pressing a hand to his earpiece, carefully eavesdropping on the conversation in the study. Why the sudden emotional fluctuations? You know how important that item is to us. It was Tches' voice, though Hu Ming could tell he was doing his best to suppress his emotions. Another voice followed over the earpiece. I've already completed the item for you, but hiding the formula in that place isn't that a bit risky? No one will ever guess the formula is hidden there. True enough. Since it's done, I should take my leave. Won't you stay? I'm hosting a boxing match in a few days. It'd be a great chance for you to meet some people. No need. Given my current situation, I can't appear in public. Very well, I'll have someone escort you out. Hu Ming frowned. He couldn't shake the feeling that the second voice was familiar. As the door to the study closed again, Hu Ming headed back to his room. He'd overheard Tches say the formula was hidden in a place no one would think to look, but where could that be? The next morning, Tches sent someone to summon Hu Ming. That was also the day Hu Ming encountered Anyo again. Anyo approached him excitedly and asked, "Uncle, can we play together today?" Hu Ming was about to refuse when Tches waved a hand and said, "Mr. Ross, I'll have to trouble you to keep my son company for a while. I need to step out, but I'll be back shortly." Though clearly displeased, Hu Ming didn't refuse. He knew all too well that, in Tches' territory, he couldn't afford to reject the man's requests. Resigned, he turned to Anyo, who tugged at his hand and led him toward the back garden. "Uncle, what's the outside world like? Tell me." Anyo's eyes were filled with curiosity, a stark contrast to Tches' cold demeanor. Sitting on a garden bench, Hu Ming began describing the world beyond. Anyo listened intently, his expression shifting between wonder and confusion. But midway through, a shadow of disappointment crept over his face. "And Beta. I wish I could see the outside world too. But Dad won't let me. He says I have to stay here forever and inherit his estate. He won't let you leave." "That's right. I even suggested having another child, but he says one is enough, so he's never found me a mom. Have you ever met your mom?" Anyo shook his head. From the moment he was born, it was his dad who had raised him. He, too, longed for a mother, but for some reason, His dad was always resistant to the idea. Hu Ming stood, studying the boy's face. It was nothing like tches. His expression grew solemn. Anyo pursed his lips and said something that struck Hu Ming as odd, but I will stay here forever. My teacher says, with great power comes great responsibility. Dad says that by staying, I can change the fate of everyone in town. As he spoke, Anyo's eyes gleamed with an unshakable resolve. Hu Ming was startled by the boy's conviction. He's just a child. Hey, by the way, could you give this to my teacher? Anyo pulled a jar of ointment from his pocket and placed it in Hu Ming's hand. I heard him mention joint pain recently. This ointment works wonders, but I can't leave the villa, so you'll have to take it for me. Flashing a bright smile, Anyo radiated youthful energy. Hu Ming pocketed the ointment, just as Cha appeared before them. Ruffling Anyo's hair affectionately, Cha seemed unusually attentive to the boy. Then he turned to Hu Ming with a smile. Mr. Ross, I can now show you my goods. I promise you will be satisfied. Cha had a servant escort Anyo away, then motioned for Hu Ming to follow. As Hu Ming trailed behind, an uneasy feeling crept over him. Since his arrival, he hadn't seen any of Cha soldiers. It was as if they were deliberately avoiding something. This didn't align with Cha's apparent overprotection of Anyo. Or was there another explanation? Hu Ming followed Cha to an underground warehouse. Swiping a card, Cha unlocked the heavy doors, and the two stepped inside. At the center of the room was a boxing ring, surrounded by an icy, bone-chilling atmosphere. Cha's voice broke the silence. Mr. Ross, didn't you want to see my goods? Step into the ring, and I'll show you. What are you planning, Cha? Hu Ming asked coldly, his gaze piercing. Without warning, Cha drew a gun from his waistband and aimed it at Hu Ming. But Hu Ming moved faster, grabbing Cha's wrist. He disarmed him with a quick twist. Cha, however, wasn't easy to subdue. Twisting around, he delivered a powerful kick to Hu Ming's arm, forcing him to release his grip. Both men stepped back, sizing each other up. Cha smirked and stretched, his joints cracking audibly. Impressive skills, outsider. Hu Ming didn't respond, his eyes fixed on Cha with unrelenting vigilance. He sensed others in the warehouse. Mr. Ross, I know about the stolen invitation, Cha began. At first, I wondered why you were at Joe's place. When my subordinates reported it, I was puzzled. How did you and Joe know each other? But then I remembered the man who escaped me years ago. He must have sent you here before his death, to retrieve the formula from me. Before Cha could finish, Hu Ming lunged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches that left Cha scrambling to dodge. A low sweep from Hu Ming caught Cha off balance, sending him to the ground with a grunt. Hu Ming pounced, raining blows on Cha's face. Cha curled into a ball, using his hands to tightly shield his face, desperately trying to avoid being knocked unconscious by Hu Ming's relentless blows. But in the next moment, a gunshot rang out from behind, halting Hu Ming's movements. Immediately after, countless red dots appeared across Hu Ming's body. Hu Ming's cold gaze swept across the room. At some point, the entire warehouse was filled with an overwhelming number of soldiers. They had their guns trained on Hu Ming, poised to deliver a fatal shot at any moment. Hu Ming slowly stepped off Cha, his eyes never leaving the man lying before him. Ha ha ha, outsider, I admit I'm no longer a match for you youngsters now, but this is my turf. If I let myself be killed in my own home, I'd be a laughingstock. With that, Cha landed a punch squarely on Hu Ming's face, followed by a barrage of blows. Hu Ming's vision blurred, his ears ringing as the world faded into a muffled chaos. When Hu Ming woke up, it was already the next day's morning. Opening his eyes, he found himself lying in his own bed. The curtains were drawn, leaving only a small gap through which sunlight streamed into the room. He propped himself up, causing the towel on his forehead to slide off. Vague memories of the previous night surfaced. Kong Xian had come over to take care of him. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled all the stagnant air within him, then rubbed his forehead before getting up and stepping out of the room. At the same time, Kong Xian emerged from the kitchen holding a bowl of congee. The two met in the hallway. Good morning. Seeing the young girl before him, Hu Ming smiled. It seemed his recollection wasn't mistaken. Kong Xian had indeed stayed to look after him through the night. Kong Xian placed the congee on the table and walked directly up to Hu Ming. Reaching out, she touched his forehead. After confirming his fever had subsided, the tension on her face finally eased. You had a fever last night. No matter how tired you are, you shouldn't sleep on the couch, Kong Xian said calmly, though her concern was unmistakable. Hearing her words, the last bit of gloom in Hu Ming's heart dissipated. He ruffled Kong Xian's hair, stretched his body, and smiled. Kong Xian followed closely behind him, just like she always did. The weather outside was clear and refreshing after the storm. Kong Xian's cooking was as dependable as ever. As Hu Ming blew on the congee to cool it, he glanced at his phone. Meanwhile, Kong Xian thought back to what Yu Cheng had told her the previous evening. Can you pretend to be Han Hu Ming and visit those kids? It was the first time Kong Xian had asked Hu Ming for anything, catching him off guard. But he quickly smiled. Did Yu Cheng put you up to this? Yes. I know this might interfere with your plans. Kong Xian understood that Hu Ming must have important reasons for concealing his identity after returning. Agreeing to her request might disrupt his plans, and she wasn't sure if he'd accept. That was why she hesitated before bringing it up. Oh, it's fine. It's not a big deal. Then, can you tell me what you're actually doing? Kong Xian stared at him intently. Hu Ming put down his spoon, deciding there was no need to hide the truth from her anymore. The person behind Han Shuyi is likely connected to my identity. I need to draw that person out. Hu Ming's gaze shifted to the window, as if confronting someone miles away. All right, Kong Xian whispered, knowing what she had to do. 2 days later, Han Shuyi returned to school. Though he still limped slightly, he was at least walking again. Sitting in the student council office, he was meticulously reviewing the registration forms for the upcoming cultural festival. Each class could nominate up to 2 participants, and both Han Shuyi and Xiao 11 had signed up. Han Shuyi had prepared a song long before and had been practicing at home during his recovery. He planned to invite Xiao 11 to join him for a duet during the finale, though he hadn't mentioned this to her yet. He intended to tell her during her visit to his house later that evening. As he turned the pages, his finger suddenly froze on one. A crucial name leapt out at him. Hu Ming? He's participating, too. Was it just his imagination, or was this Hu Ming deliberately targeting him? No matter the occasion, Hu Ming always seemed to appear wherever he was, like an unrelenting ghost haunting him. This made Han Shuyi deeply uncomfortable. Having finally dealt with Han Hu Ming, now there was this Hu Ming. It was infuriating. Han Shuyi slammed the registration sheet onto the desk, took a deep breath, and forced himself to calm down. Hu Ming, let's see how I crush you this time. His eyes glinted coldly, his expression darkening. At lunchtime, Hu Ming sat alone in the cafeteria, eating his meal. Occasionally, a few classmates greeted him, but no one sat with him. Looking at Hu Ming's face always reminded them of Han Hu Ming. Lowering his head, Hu Ming continued eating, mentally planning to buy supplies for the cultural festival after school. Suddenly, someone sat down beside him. Hu Ming instinctively turned to see Xiao 11, smiling brightly at him. So, what's your act for the festival? Secret, Hu Ming replied, discarding a chicken bone and wiping his mouth with a napkin. Xiao 11 raised an eyebrow, her face full of amusement. All right, fair enough. But I've got a surprise for you too. By the way, you must know a lot about the Han family, right? Can you tell me what Han Shuyi is like? Mentioning this matter, Hu Ming finally remembered that today Xiao 11 was going to visit the Han family. That meant she would inevitably have some interaction with Han Shuyi. You're better off forming your own impressions. If I say anything bad about Han Shuyi, he'd hold a grudge against me forever. Oh, come on. Everyone says there's more to your fall from that cliff than meets the eye. Was it all part of some plan of yours? Xiao 11 mused, tapping her chin as she studied him intently. At this moment, she transformed into Detective Xiao 11, determined to unravel the relationship between Hu Ming and the Han family with absolute clarity. Hu Ming could only shake his head and pick up his tray. My relationship with the Han family isn't bad. I just don't get along with Han Shuyi. With that, he left. Xiao 11 stayed behind, pondering his words as she watched his retreating figure. Han Yun 11 had also been instructed to return home early for dinner that evening, as Xiao 11 was coming over. She had initially planned to visit the orphanage to see the children but had to change her plans. Feeling a bit resigned, Han Yun 11 decided to rest in the classroom. But then she noticed Hu Ming and Kong Xian talking not far away, deep in discussion. The sight transported her back to the past. Her feet instinctively carried her toward them, but before she got close, their conversation reached her ears. Kong Xian, are you sure this will work? Won't the kids instantly notice I'm not who they think I am? Hu Ming looked troubled, but Kong Xian shook her head and replied, I'll tell you about the young master's habits. Just follow them, and you'll be fine. Are they planning to impersonate Hu Ming to meet the children at the orphanage? Notes no matter what Hu Ming did, it seemed to have nothing to do with her. Han Yun 11 lowered her head and silently walked toward her classroom. But shortly after Han Yun 11 left, Hu Ming stopped in his tracks, his eyes lingering in the direction she had disappeared. Standing beside him, Kong Xian asked, aren't you going to tell her? Tell her what? That her biological brother is actually someone who stops at nothing in his pursuit of fame and fortune? There's no need. Both Han Litian and Yun 11 have treated me well, and I don't see a reason to hurt them with this. Hu Ming tucked his hands into his pockets and tilted his head slightly. If Han Shuyi reveals the people behind him to me, I won't do anything to him. But Han Shuyi isn't that kind of person. Once he sets his sights on you, he'll go all out until the bitter end. Kong Xian had witnessed Han Shuyi's methods firsthand when she stayed with the Han family. She had seen how Han Shuyi orchestrated the rift between Hu Ming and the Han family, relentlessly targeting Hu Ming and even attempting to come after her. If it weren't for Hu Ming's ruthless countermeasures, he wouldn't be standing here today. Kong Xian glanced at the boy beside her, noting the seriousness in his eyes. I'm heading back first. Let Han Shuyi continue to suspect me. This is the right move. With his personality, he won't be able to hold back from acting against me. When that happens, the people behind him will be forced to show themselves. After school, Xiao 11 first went home to change her clothes before heading to the Han family home. Although she had met both Han Shuyi and Han Yun 11 before, she wanted to learn more about Hu Ming's family. Why hadn't Hu Ming sought their help when needed, and why did he hide his identity from them? Miss, the master said our relationship with the Han family is good, so there's no need to be too restrained, the driver said, noticing Xiao 11 gazing out of the window in a daze, thinking she was nervous. But Xiao 11 turned her head toward the rearview mirror, puzzled, and replied, restrained? There's no need for me to feel restrained. Han Shuyi is my classmate. Before school ended today, he even told me to treat the Han family as my home. Well, I can tell he takes this matter quite seriously. Xiao 11 wasn't interested in Han Shuyi, she was interested in the Han family. Logically speaking, since Hu Ming had lived with the Han family for so long, there shouldn't have been any secrets about him. Yet, the Han family hadn't even uncovered Hu Ming's true identity. This alone showed that Hu Ming had been concealing himself from them. Today, she intended to figure things out herself. Xiao 11 opened her phone and asked Hu Ming a few questions, only for him to send her 2 photos. In the photos, Hu Ming was with a group of children. Among them was the child Hu Ming had saved previously. They were all smiling brightly, and one child was even riding on Hu Ming's shoulders. Hu Ming didn't seem the least bit uncomfortable, holding the child securely to prevent him from falling. Xia Zioxi's lips curled into a smile as she looked at this side of Hu Ming. This was more like the real Hu Ming. At school, his flawless demeanor made him seem like a character straight out of a novel, utterly unreal. However, as she flipped to the second photo, her smile turned into an expression of surprise. Raising an eyebrow, she stared at the image. In the photo, Hu Ming stood behind Kong Xin, seemingly intending to startle her as she cooked. But Kong Xin turned her head calmly, meeting his gaze, while a few children nearby covered their mouths, giggling. As Xiao 11 observed this scene, a peculiar thought crossed her mind. Perhaps she wasn't the only one who knew Han Hu Ming was alive. This girl, Kong Xin, had once been Han Hu Ming's maid. Could it be that they had orchestrated this together? The thought left Xiao 11 a bit deflated. She had assumed she was the sole keeper of this secret. As the car turned a corner and headed toward the hilltop, a villa soon appeared in Xia Zioxi's view. In Jingdu she had seen her fair share of such structures, but here, this was an exceptionally luxurious residence. "Miss, we've arrived," the driver announced as he parked the car at the gate, where a middle-aged man was already waiting. It was none other than Han Litian, the head of the Han family. The driver got out of the car, and someone quickly drove the vehicle away. He approached Han Litian, bowed slightly, and said, "Mr. Han, we apologize for intruding." "It's no intrusion. Old Xia gave me a heads up in advance." "Of course, I'll take care of my niece," Han Litian replied with a smile, turning to Xiao 11. Xiao 11 returned the smile, bowed slightly, and greeted, "Hello, Uncle Han. I'm Xiao 11. It's been so many years. The little girl from back then has grown into a graceful young celebrity. Yun 11 is even a fan of yours, though she never imagined we'd have this connection." To avoid suspicion, the Han family had largely avoided contact with the Xia family over the years. It wasn't that Han Litian was too proud to reach out, rather, the Xia family's complicated network of relationships had made him cautious to avoid trouble. However, while he wouldn't initiate contact with the Xia family, things were different when the Xia family reached out to him. Since they had a request, he wouldn't refuse. After all, the two families had a harmonious relationship and weren't estranged. Xiao 11 was surprised. In school, Han Yun 11 hadn't shown any excessive excitement. On her first day of class, even students from other classes came during breaks to ask for her autograph. It had taken the teacher personally intervening to restore order. "You've probably met Shuyi already, so I'm sure you'll have plenty to talk about. Come on in. Your aunt personally cooked dinner today. I can't even remember the last time she did that." "All right," Xiao 11 replied, following him into the grand hall. On the sofa sat Han Shuyi, wearing glasses and engrossed in a book, seemingly deep in thought. The driver, seeing this scene, felt a sense of satisfaction toward Han Shuyi. After all, Han Shuyi exuded composure, starkly contrasting the boy who had been with Xiao 11 that day. Thinking of that boy, the driver couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He believed it wouldn't hurt for Xiao 11 to get closer to Han Shuyi. After all, one is influenced by their companions. If she spent too much time with someone like Hu Ming, who knew what shocking things she might end up doing? And he definitely didn't want to see that happen. Note Xiao 11, you're here. Seeing Xiao 11 arrive, Han Shuyi put down his book and stood up, nodding in greeting toward her. Xiao 11 returned the gesture with a polite nod of her own. At that moment, a figure emerged from the kitchen. Curious, Xiao 11 looked over and saw a refined-looking woman wiping her hands with a handkerchief. When the woman noticed Xiao 11, a warm smile appeared on her face. It was Zhou Wenli. Having heard that Xiao 11 would visit today, Zhou Wenli had prepared an array of dishes to welcome her. She'd even researched Xiao 11 online beforehand. But upon meeting her in person, she was still taken aback by her beauty. "Xiao 11, hello there." Zhou Wenli walked directly to Xiao 11 and took her hand warmly. Xiao 11 was momentarily stunned by the older woman's friendly and familiar demeanor. This was, after all, Han Shuyi and Han Yongzi's mother. Yet, she didn't carry the air of someone unapproachable. "Hello, auntie. Come, let's eat first. After lunch, Yun 11 can take you around for a bit." Just as she finished speaking, Han Yun 11 returned from outside, carrying a backpack and looking rather listless. Seeing her daughter, Zhou Wenli called out, "Yun 11, go upstairs and change. Come down for dinner afterward." "All right." Han Yun 11 replied sluggishly, clearly low on energy, but still complied. At the dining table, Xiao 11 began to sense something unusual. Zhou Wenli kept asking questions about her family, as though conducting a meticulous household investigation. Meanwhile, Han Shuyi, seated across from her, was quietly observing her every word, as if trying to absorb everything she said. Suppressing her usual tendency to make sarcastic comments, Xiao 11 focused on eating. Xiao 11, Shuyi is the student council president. If you need any help at school, feel free to ask him. He'd be happy to help you. Zhou Wenli placed a piece of sweet and sour pork into Xia Zioxi's bowl, to which she nodded in acknowledgement. Noticing Xia Zioxi's reaction, Han Shuyi turned to his mother and said, "Mom, let's eat first. We can talk later." All right. Zhou Wenli couldn't help but feel more and more pleased with Xiao 11, though she understood that some things couldn't be rushed. Ever since Han Shuyi's engagement with Li Yu was called off, she hadn't considered arranging any new matches for him. She believed that children should make their own choices. I'm done. Han Yun 11 placed her chopsticks down, leaving half a bowl of rice uneaten. Clearly, she didn't have much of an appetite. She stood up and headed toward her room, her movements appearing somewhat off. Han Litian's brows furrowed as he noticed this. He watched his daughter's retreating figure, his chopsticks gradually slowing. Xiao 11 also took note of this. She recalled Zhou Wenli mentioning that Han Yun 11 was supposedly her fan, but judging by her behavior, she didn't seem eager to get close to her. Was this what Zhou Wenli meant by saying Han Yun 11 was her fan? Xiao 11 felt a bit helpless. Suddenly, Han Shuyi's voice interrupted her thoughts. Would you like to take a walk in the back garden after lunch? Xiao 11 instinctively looked up, meeting Han Shuyi's eager gaze. She was momentarily taken aback. She had never seen this kind of expression in Han Shuyi's eyes before. Does he have some motive for inviting me? Since Han Shuyi's parents were present, Xiao 11 didn't feel it was appropriate to refuse. Reluctantly, she nodded in agreement. Zhou Wenli beamed with delight, her heart brimming with joy. Han Shuyi, on the other hand, suppressed his inner excitement, maintaining his usual composed demeanor. Han Litian, however, remained worried about Han Yun 11 and was considering checking on her. The driver didn't accompany Xiao 11 to the back garden. Zhou Wenli had held him back, asking about Xia Zioxi's daily life and habits. He wasn't particularly concerned about Xia Zioxi's safety here, as he trusted Han Shuyi's character. Walking alongside Xiao 11 in the garden, Han Shuyi seemed to savor the rare opportunity to spend time with her. The night was alive with the incessant chirping of cicadas, which grated on Xia Zioxi's nerves. However, Han Shuyi seemed thoroughly pleased with the moment. This was a good chance to get to know Xiao 11 better. Xiao 11, you haven't run into any trouble at school, have you? If you ever need help with your studies, feel free to ask me. The sudden use of Xiao 11 sent a shiver down Xia Zioxi's spine, but she maintained her composure and replied with a smile. Han Shuyi, could you call me something else? I'm not used to people addressing me as Xiao 11. Oh, my apologies. That was presumptuous of me, Xiao 11. Han Shuyi's expression froze momentarily, but he quickly recovered. He had thought she might accept such a term of endearment. Evidently, she was harder to win over than he had anticipated. She's definitely on a different level than Li Yu. Still, he soon stopped walking and turned to face Xiao 11 directly. I heard you're participating in the school's talent show. I'm sure everyone's looking forward to seeing you perform. Even Yun 11 had to put in quite an effort to get tickets. Oh, about that, is Yun 11 really my fan? She is. She even has your posters in her room. But maybe she's just not in the best mood today, so it didn't come across. Han Shuyi offered an explanation for Han Yungzi's behavior, though internally he was dissatisfied. He had no idea why Han Yun 11 had been so sulky upon returning home. Her open admiration for Xiao 11 would have been advantageous for his plans. What a hindrance. I see, Xiao 11 nodded, but Hu Ming's earlier messages still lingered in her mind. Soon, Han Shuyi continued, well, I hope this doesn't come across as too forward, but during the talent show, after your performance, may I present you with a bouquet of flowers? His tone was courteous, with no hint of impropriety. Xiao 11 blinked, her mind seemingly weighing something. Seeing her fall silent, Han Shuyi felt puzzled. Why is she hesitating? Well, I don't think it'd be appropriate. After all, you're the student council president. If you give me flowers, people might start gossiping. How about letting Yun 11 do it instead? Her suggestion was shrewd. It transformed Han Shuyi's personal gesture into a gesture from the Han family as a whole. The implications were entirely different. Han Shuyi's face stiffened, and for a moment, he was at a loss for words. It seemed Xiao 11 was wary of him. Had he not appeared sincere enough? It was hard to figure out exactly how Han Shuyi's brain worked. Sure, Han Shuyi often helped her at school, but most of the time, she took care of things herself. Yet now, the atmosphere between the two felt oddly different. Xiao 11 even began to suspect that Han Shuyi might be trying to deepen their relationship. Oh, I see. All right then, I'll ask Yun 11 to take care of this matter later. Seeing Xia Zioxi's expression, Han Shuyi reached into his pocket and took out a small box. My dad said that since it's your first visit, I should prepare a gift for you. I thought about it for a long time, and in the end, I decided this would suit you best. With that, Han Shuyi opened the box, revealing a delicate necklace lying inside. Xiao 11 only needed one glance to know how valuable the necklace was. However, the idea of Han Shuyi giving her such an item felt incredibly strange, almost like the kind of thing a boyfriend would give. Although she had received gifts from fans in the past, she much preferred things like letters. To her, nothing was more precious than the support of her fans. But this gift from Han Shuyi clearly carried a different meaning. Thinking of this, Xiao awkwardly smiled and pushed the box back toward him. I can't accept this, it's too expensive. This isn't really that expensive to you, is it? It's just a small token of my appreciation. Please, take it. No girl disliked such gifts. Han Shuyi himself had once given a gift to Li Yu, and she had been overjoyed for quite some time. He had gone through some trouble to get this necklace, believing it would be worth it if it won Xia Zioxi's favor. But to his dismay, Xiao wasn't happy about it at all. Instead, she looked unusually serious. Han Shuyi, it's not that I don't like the necklace. I just don't think I'd have any use for it. I don't usually wear accessories like this, and I prefer practical things. I appreciate the thought, but you should take it back. Her words left Han Shuyi completely stunned. He hadn't expected Xiao to reject him so decisively. So, his plan had completely failed? This left him deeply frustrated, though he didn't dare show it. After all, Xiao wasn't Li Yu, and her status was far above his. It seemed he wouldn't be able to make any progress with her here. Han Shuyi pursed his lips and quietly put the necklace away. Seeing this, Xiao breathed a small sigh of relief. That necklace was far too extravagant for her to accept. If Han Shuyi misinterpreted her actions, it could lead to a disaster. Still, his gesture reminded her of something. She was still the Xiao in everyone's eyes. Even at school, there were people bold enough to pursue her. With Tildenuo, Han Shuyi seemed to be one of them. In contrast, Hu Ming, who spent the most time around her, acted completely normal, like a friend maintaining an appropriate distance. Whenever she was with Hu Ming, Xiao often wondered if her charm had somehow diminished. Not that she was overly self-absorbed, but she was used to being pursued. Suddenly encountering someone like Hu Ming, who acted as if he'd hit the brakes, left her baffled. Now, looking at Han Shuyi in front of her, Xiao felt even more certain Hu Ming was different from everyone else. With that thought, Xiao clasped her hands behind her back, then looked at Han Shuyi and asked, Han Shuyi, there's something I've always wanted to ask you. Han Shuyi, who had been wallowing in disappointment, suddenly perked up. He had thought Xiao wouldn't give him the chance to get closer, but her words rekindled his hope. He looked at her with anticipation and said, Go ahead. If it's something I know, I'll definitely answer. Well, I just wanted to ask about Han Hu Ming. In class, I've only ever heard bits and pieces about him, so I'm really curious. At the mention of this name, the smile on Han Shuyi's face froze completely. He had assumed Xiao would ask him about the student council, allowing him to bring her in and create more opportunities to interact with her. But never in his wildest dreams did he expect her to bring up the name he hated most. Han Hu Ming again? Even after death, he's still here. Like a ghost, haunting me. Rage burned within Han Shuyi, though he didn't dare let it show on his face. Forcing a smile, he began to recount Han Hu Ming's past, carefully avoiding saying anything positive. Meanwhile, Xiao listened intently, eager to learn more about what kind of person Han Hu Ming had been. Yun, are you alright? Han Litian knocked on Han Yungzi's door, but there was no response. He turned the handle, only to find the room empty. He immediately guessed where his daughter might have gone. Sure enough, he found her in an old room, sitting on a chair and flipping through a diary. It was filled with records of someone's past. They had read that diary countless times, yet none of them could truly let go. Yun. Han Litian's voice pulled her out of her thoughts. Closing the notebook, she turned to face him, her eyes red as if holding back some overwhelming emotion. Seeing this, Han Litian couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. Litian was dead. The threats to their family were gone. But in exchange, someone dear to them had disappeared. Was it all worth it? Han Litian couldn't understand Hu Ming's choices. No one could. Only Hu Ming knew what he had endured. Dad, I saw Hu Ming at the orphanage today. Kong Xian asked him to go because the kids there miss him. Dad, I miss brother too. Han Yun lowered her head, memories of her cruel words to Hu Ming flooding her mind. She wished she could go back and slap herself. Yun, don't overthink it. He's only missing, not dead. As long as we don't find a body, he's still alive. I hope so too. Han Yun pressed her lips together as she stood up. From her vantage point, she noticed Han Shuyi and Xiao chatting. She liked Xiao. Her room was filled with posters of the girl, who radiated passion for the stage and embodied the pursuit of dreams. Yet, inexplicably, she disliked seeing Xiao alone with Hu Ming. With a sigh, Han Yun cast the thought aside. She was the daughter of the Han family. She couldn't afford to bring shame to them. Turning to Han Litian, she said, Dad, I'm heading downstairs. When she saw Han Yun again, she seemed like a completely different person. The once dull eyes now sparkled with vitality. Can I call you sister Shi? I really like you. I even have all your CDs in my room. Oh, can I come and take a look? Xiao had heard quite a lot about Han Hu Ming from Han Shuyi. According to him, Han Hu Ming was an obnoxious, spoiled playboy, a stark contrast to the person she had come to know. At that moment, Xiao realized that she couldn't rely on Han Shuyi to learn the truth about Hu Ming's past. She didn't want to continue the conversation with Han Shuyi and began looking for an excuse to leave. Unexpectedly, Han Yun showed up just in time. It was as if she had been rescued from a kidnapping. Without hesitation, Xiao 11 grabbed Han Yungzi's hand and eagerly led her away. Han Shuyi hadn't expected Xiao 11 to leave so decisively, but he didn't try to stop her. He understood that some things couldn't be rushed. Today, he had thought everything would go according to his plans, but Xiao 11 had disrupted all his preparations. This made him rethink his strategy. He decided to approach Xiao 11 more gradually, giving her time to warm up to him. Watching her retreating figure, his gaze flickered with determination. Meanwhile, after Xiao 11 and Han Yun 11 had left the garden, Xiao 11 let out a sigh of relief. However, Han Yungzi's voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Sister Shi, what do you think of my brother after meeting him just now? Xiao 11 was momentarily caught off guard, but she quickly recovered and replied. He seems great. As the student council president, he's very responsible, and he's polite too. I think he's quite impressive. But your expression just now didn't seem to agree with that, Han Yun 11 said with a smile that betrayed no particular emotion. Xia Zioxi's heart skipped a beat. She was about to explain herself when Han Yun 11 raised a hand, signaling her to stop. No need to get nervous. Han Shuyi isn't some kind of saint. In fact, he has plenty of his own selfish motives. Even if you don't like him, I wouldn't find it strange as. Hearing this, Xiao 11 was surprised. She had assumed that Han Yun 11, as Han Shuyi's sister, would defend her brother's reputation. She hadn't expected such an honest assessment. Could Han Yun 11 know the truth about Hu Ming's past? Xiao 11 wondered. By the way, I heard Han Hu Ming isn't your biological brother. But somehow, it feels like your relationship with him is closer than the one you have with Han Shuyi. At the mention of Han Hu Ming, Han Yun 11 paused briefly before responding. I've lived with Han Hu Ming for a long time, and I thought I knew him well. But he's proven to me that I'm not a very good sister. He's actually a great person. Those kids at the orphanage? He's the one taking care of them. And we had no idea about any of it. Han Yun 11 turned to Xiao 11, her expression serious. To be honest, even though he's not my biological brother, he holds an irreplaceable place in my heart. Without Han Hu Ming, there wouldn't even be the Han Shuyi you see today. Han Hu Ming risked his life to save Han Shuyi, yet Han Shuyi has never acknowledged him since returning. He cares more about his own status and possessions. There's nothing inherently wrong with that, but to me, it feels like Han Hu Ming has been completely cut out of our family, and Han Shuyi is okay with it. I see. Xiao 11 gained some insights from Han Yungzi's words. Perhaps this was why Hu Ming had never planned to return to the Han family after leaving. Like Han Shuyi, he seemed to have accepted the idea of severing ties with them. But in his search for answers about his past, he had no choice but to reconnect with the Han family. Whether that was fortunate or unfortunate, Xiao 11 couldn't say. As she mulled it over, she glanced at Han Yun 11 beside her. Taking out her phone, she opened a photo and showed it to her. Yun 11, does this photo remind you of Han Hu Ming? Han Yungzi's gaze softened as she looked at the image, but her expression soon dimmed. The photo showed Hu Ming playing with the children at the orphanage. If she hadn't seen Hu Ming and Kong Xian's discussion earlier, she might have believed he and Kong Xian were conspiring to deceive her. She nodded and then turned to lead Xiao 11 away. For the rest of the time they spent together, neither of them brought up a certain someone's name. Yet their relationship grew more comfortable. Han Yun 11 knew all about Xia Zioxi's idol life. She could even list the dates and venues of every one of her concerts, as well as the songs she performed. This left Xiao 11 pleasantly surprised. She had assumed Han Yun 11 was only being courteous because of her family ties. Thinking of Hu Ming's plans and Han Yungzi's feelings for him, Xiao 11 couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity for the young fan. Time flew by at the Han household. With such a devoted little fangirl by her side, Xiao 11 found herself in high spirits. Before she left, Han Yun 11 gifted her a small teddy bear as a token of her admiration. Though not valuable, it was filled with heartfelt sincerity. Naturally, Xiao 11 accepted it with delight. Uncle Han, I'll be heading back now. I'll visit again soon, Xiao 11 said, bowing to Han Litian. Han Litian waved her off with a smile, while Zhou Wenli, Han Shuyi, and Han Yun 11 mirrored his gesture. Take care on the way back. Next time, Uncle will treat you to a meal. Okay, Xiao 11 replied as she got into the car and left the Han household. Watching her leave, Han Yun 11 was about to turn away when Han Shuyi called out to her. Yun 11, was that teddy bear something you gave to Xiao 11? Yes, why? Could you pass this to her for me? Han Shuyi asked, pulling a necklace out of his pocket. Han Yun 11 looked at him in disbelief. You're giving her this on your first meeting? Are you crazy? Rolling her eyes, she walked away without looking back. Blood dripped continuously from Hu Ming's face. At this moment, Hu Ming was suspended in the pitch-black room, as if he had returned to that fateful time years ago. Tches men cursed incessantly, trying to extract some critical information from Hu Ming. But despite their efforts, Hu Ming remained silent. Frustrated, one of them was about to intensify the torture when suddenly, Tches' voice echoed through the room. Tches, hands clasped behind his back, approached Hu Ming and demanded, "Tell me, where is Zhou?" Slowly opening his eyes, Hu Ming stared at the burly man before him and calmly replied, "I don't know." It was the first time he had spoken in days, yet his answer displeased Tches. "You and he planned to steal the formula from me, and now you're telling me you don't know where he is." Cha-Chai grabbed a handful of salt and ruthlessly pressed it into Hu Ming's wounds. Veins bulged on Hu Ming's neck, his expression contorted with pain, yet he glared at Cha-Chai as though he wanted to devour him whole. You'll regret this choice, Cha-Chai snarled. Seeing that Hu Ming was impenetrable, he turned to leave. Suddenly, Hu Ming's weak voice rang out, the couple's case, that was your doing, wasn't it? Those few words froze Cha-Chai mid-step. He spun around, glaring at Hu Ming with eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Observing Cha-Chai's reaction, Hu Ming confirmed his suspicions. Over the past few days, he had pieced together fragments of information, arriving at this conclusion. Cha-Chai motioned for his men to leave, leaving only the two of them in the room. Do you have proof? I was the judge in that case. Without me, those scum would have walked free. The proof has always been right beside you, hasn't it? Hu Ming chuckled, his expression dripping with mockery. 7 years ago, after A Zhao stole the formula from you, you lost control over no man's land. To regain your hold, you orchestrated the couple's case to secure public trust. You knew that if you won the people's hearts, you'd become the revered emperor of this place. I told you, you have no proof. This is all your imagination. Proof? Isn't Anyo the best evidence? Hu Ming's words caused Cha-Chai's pupils to contract sharply. Cha-Chai stormed up to Hu Ming and grabbed his face tightly. Anyo is my son. Anyo is the child you cut from that woman's womb. She was pregnant out of wedlock, and by the time she died, the child was far more than 3 months along. No. Hu Ming's voice grew louder, and Cha-Chai, as if losing his mind, kicked a nearby chair and roared. His eyes reddened, and he looked like a furious lion. That woman betrayed me? How could she marry another man and bear his child? I wanted to kill her. Killing her 100 times wouldn't quench my hatred. Watching Cha-Chai's fury, Hu Ming finally confirmed his suspicions. Cha-Chai panted heavily, then fixed his gaze on Hu Ming, speaking coldly, outsider, I admit you're capable. But today, you must. Before he could finish, the sound of an explosion echoed from outside. Cha-Chai paused, then, realizing something, hurriedly left the room. At the same time, someone bumped into him at the door. Cha-Chai ordered them to kill Hu Ming and eliminate any loose ends. Hu Ming closed his eyes as the explosions outside continued. It seemed a large-scale gunfight was taking place above. Was this Zhou's doing? Memories of past missions flashed through Hu Ming's mind, but one figure quickly came to the forefront. The figure had hands behind their back, a radiant smile gracing their face. Hu Ming felt as if he were hallucinating. How could that person possibly be here? Well, isn't this our handsome Hu Ming? How did you end up in such a sorry state today? The woman removed her disguise, revealing an astonishingly beautiful face. Hu Ming raised an eyebrow, her smile tinged with mischief. Why are you here? Confirming it was her, his heart settled down. Strangely, her presence always had a calming effect on him. Still, he was curious what was she doing here? Noticing his gaze, she twirled a dagger in her hand, then effortlessly freed him. Someone like you, traveling alone? Of course, I didn't buy it. So, I followed you. And along the way, I found a rather unexpected individual. Unexpected. Remember that traitor? He's here too. Hu Ming immediately thought of the man Cha-Chai had been talking to that night. So, it was him? But there's a fight breaking out outside. That guy named Zhou seems to have gathered a lot of people to besiege Cha-Chai, and the government is involved too. It looks like they've truly made up their minds to eliminate Cha-Chai this time. Hu Ming sighed, clutching his wound as she helped him outside. Suddenly, he thought of the child. As Cha-Chai's son, what fate awaited him if he were caught? Did you see Cha-Chai's son? Yeah, Zhou took him. Took him. Hu Ming's expression turned grim. Zhou taking on Yo should have been a good thing, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that Zhou had no intention of sparing Cha-Chai. You're here on a mission, aren't you? Hu Ming asked. She shrugged. Watching your back is my main job. The mission's secondary. If you died here, I'd have a headache. Go after him. I'll handle Cha-Chai. The formula is in his hands. Wait, can you even manage in this state? She shouted after him, but his figure grew smaller and smaller until it disappeared. Lightning illuminated the dark sky, followed by deafening thunder. The wind howled, whipping up dust in its wake. On the rooftop, Zhou and Cha-Chai stood off, guns aimed at each other. Cha-Chai, after all the people you've killed, today is where it ends for you. Zhou, I should have killed you back then. Cha-Chai snarled, his eyes locked onto Zhou. Their fingers tightened on their triggers, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the door. Anyo stepped between them, raising his hands to stop their next move. Teacher, Dad, what are you doing? The 7-year-old boy trembled in fear. Below, he could see a sea of corpses and countless injured people. And now, his teacher and his father had guns pointed at each other. He couldn't understand. In just one day, his entire world had collapsed. Anyo, move. Your father is a demon who built his empire on countless deaths. Today, he must die. Zhou shouted, his voice filled with anger. Before Zhou could say more, a gunshot rang out. Rain poured relentlessly as Cha-Chai's pistol barrel emitted a faint trail of smoke, quickly washed away by the torrential downpour. Zhou's eyes widened in disbelief as he collapsed backward, his blood pooling rapidly across the ground, staining it a vivid crimson. The rain carried the blood in streams, forming rivulets like macabre waterfalls, chilling to behold. Dad, what are you doing? Anyo turned to face his father, but the once gentle expression of the man he knew was long gone. Grabbing Anyo by the collar, Cha-Chai glared at him with a ferocity that burned through the storm. What am I doing? If he hadn't ruined my life, I wouldn't have had to go this far. You killed someone. Not just him, I killed your parents too. Tches roared, his voice cracking as years of suppressed rage spilled out. The facade of the kind father shattered. For years, he had endured raising another man's son, a constant reminder of the woman who had betrayed him. Anyo froze, his eyes wide, head shaking in denial. He couldn't comprehend his father's words. His parents? Killed by the man standing before him? Then who was he, if not this man's son? Seeing Anyo's confusion, Tches erupted, unleashing his long-buried anguish. You think I cared for you out of love? No, it's because your heart holds the key to controlling all of Wiyuan town. Rain pelted their faces, mingling with the tears streaking Anyo's cheeks. His expression contorted in anguish under the oppressive weight of the storm clouds. He suddenly realized, he was the source of all this tragedy. If he hadn't existed, the chaos would never have unfolded. His teacher wouldn't have died. His father wouldn't have turned into this monstrous figure. For the first time, Anyo despised his own existence. Dad, if I die, will it all end? Die? I won't let you die. You're still useful to me. Without you, I can't escape from here. Tches barked, dragging Anyo away. But a gunshot cracked through the air, cutting through the storm's roar. Tches' arm jerked back as blood spattered from the bullet wound. At the doorway, Hu Ming stood with his weapon raised, shouting to Anyo, "Run." In his plan, Anyo would shield Tches, forcing Hu Ming to aim for Tches' arm rather than his head. It was a calculated maneuver, buying Anyo a chance to escape. Ringo Thailand bot. The plan was perfect until one actor deviated from the script. Tches instinctively switched the gun to his uninjured hand, aiming at Hu Ming. But before he could fire, a figure threw itself in front of the barrel. Bang! A mournful cry seemed to echo through the rain. Hu Ming reflexively fired a second shot, this time aiming at Tches' head. Yet his body froze in place. Anyo's abdomen gushed with blood, the rain unable to wash it away fast enough. Dropping his gun, Hu Ming sprinted toward Anyo, pressing his hands desperately against the wound. Blood seeped through his fingers, unrelenting. The rain lashed down harder, as if the heavens themselves were raging. Anyo reached out, clutching Hu Ming's wrist. His trembling voice barely carried over the storm. Save those people. It's my responsibility. Hu Ming's mind flashed back to Tches' earlier words. Anyo's heart held the secret formula. Tches had hidden it in the one place no one could find in the body of a child. Can you see the outside world for me? It's my dream. Anyo's voice was so faint the rain nearly drowned it out. With a final glance at Tches' lifeless body, Anyo's gaze softened. Tears or raindrops, Hu Ming couldn't tell, but they fell steadily down Anyo's face. Anyo. No response came. Hu Ming couldn't save the boy, but he remembered his final words. No one saw how he steeled himself to cut into Anyo's chest, extracting the heart that held the formula. When Hu Ming found him, Hu Ming was cradling the bloody organ, letting the rain wash over him. Hu Ming. Hu Ming's voice pierced through the storm. Hu Ming. A familiar voice jolted him awake. Hu Ming opened his weary eyes, his body feeling as if it were crushed under 1,000 tons. The rain outside continued unabated, but the girl in front of him was looking at him with worry etched on her face. Kong Xian knelt by the sofa, a cold towel pressed against his forehead. She gently wiped the tear streaks from his face with delicate fingers. You were crying. Did you have a nightmare? Yeah, Hu Ming murmured, his mind still muddled. The next moment, Kong Xian leaned forward, wrapping her arms around him. Resting her head against his chest, she patted his arm softly. Rest easy. I'll always be by your side. No matter how far you go, we'll always be together. Her soothing words lulled Hu Ming back to sleep. This time, his body relaxed completely. Kong Xian stared at the hand Hu Ming had gripped tightly, her gaze lingering on his long lashes. Outside, the storm raged on, but inside, she quietly counted each lash, over and over. Hu Ming, will you always need me? Leaning closer, she studied his sleeping face. Slowly, she lowered herself, her lips pressing against his. Kong Xian jerked back and touched her lips. Her cheeks flushed. Her eyes remained on his face as she murmured under her breath. So, this is a kiss. Notes miss, what do you think of Han Shuyi? The driver in the front seat glanced at Xiao 11 in the back, who was playing with the little bear Han Yun 11 had given her. When the driver mentioned Han Shuyi, Xiao 11 turned her head to look out the window and replied, I don't think much of him. At school, people say good things about him, but when you interact with him, he doesn't leave a particularly pleasant impression. Perhaps it's because he doesn't know how to act around you. You should cut him some slack. How many boys his age can remain composed in front of you? I don't see Hu Ming acting like that, and things don't feel as awkward when I'm with him. Xiao 11 was genuinely puzzled by Han Shuyi's actions. Giving her such an expensive necklace the first time they met, how could she possibly accept it? It felt like some sort of engagement token. What's more, his overly enthusiastic attitude toward her was overwhelming. While Xiao 11 didn't dislike him, she certainly didn't like him either. Hu Ming, on the other hand, was different. Even though they were close, there was always a clear boundary between them. Hu Ming never pried into her affairs or overstepped, which made her feel comfortable and gave her space. I actually think Hu Ming isn't as good as Han Shuyi. Han Shuyi seems polite and isn't much different from the noble sons in Jingdu. If the Han family's status were higher, I think he'd be quite popular in Jingdu. The driver seemed to be speaking well of Han Shuyi, but Xiao 11 couldn't help but retort. Forget it. I don't like dealing with those people from Jingdu either. Everyone wears masks, and every word they say feels like they're testing each other. Living like that is exhausting. I find it frustrating. Is that so? Sensing Xia Zioxi's impatience, the driver wisely kept quiet. The reason he defended Han Shuyi was because Han Shuyi had approached him earlier. Han Shuyi apologized for potentially upsetting Xiao 11 with his impulsiveness and also acknowledged the driver as someone close to her, stating that he deserved to know about the matter. This acknowledgement pleased the driver. In this unfamiliar city, he truly was the person closest to Xiao 11. As her protector, it was his duty to ensure her safety. Han Shuyi's words validated his role and efforts, increasing the driver's favorable impression of him. On the other hand, he didn't like Hu Ming. That boy seemed calculating, unlike the seemingly straightforward Han Shuyi. Of course, at the end of the day, the driver was just that, a driver. Everything would ultimately depend on Xia Zioxi's wishes. However, if she ever acted recklessly, he would undoubtedly step in to stop her. With these thoughts in mind, he silently drove toward home. Met with the Han family. Han Shuyi seems to have quite an opinion about you, and Han Yun 11 still misses you. What you did really hurt her. Looking at the message from Xiao 11, Hu Ming fell silent for a moment. It wasn't about Han Shuyi but Han Yun 11. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have asked Liang Feng to look after her or arranged for her to see a psychologist. In this matter, the ones he felt most guilty toward were his friends who believed he was still alive. Once the Han Shuyi situation was resolved, he wasn't even sure how he would face them. If Han Shuyi provided information about the mastermind, that would be ideal. If not, then Han Shuyi would have to become his opponent. He had to uncover the mastermind behind everything. He would grab them by the collar and demand to know their reasons for doing all this. Clenching his fists tightly, Hu Ming's gaze grew even darker. Are you okay? A sudden voice interrupted his thoughts. Kong Xian placed a cup of tea beside him. It was a flavor he used to drink often. The steam rose and vanished into the air. Kong Xian sat beside him, her eyes first lingering on his lips before shifting away. Still thinking about the Han family? If you can't make up your mind, I can. No, you can't. Hu Ming interrupted her, shaking his head to deny whatever she was about to suggest. This is something only I can do. No one else can. But you don't seem ready to decide. I'm just figuring out how to minimize the losses. Hu Ming looked out the window. The sunset had long faded, leaving only a starry night. Along the way, I've let down too many people. If they could forget about me, maybe that would be for the best. Kong Xian stared at him, an inexplicable emotion surfacing within her. If Hu Ming truly resolved everything, he would vanish from everyone's lives. This was her intuition. Without a word, she abruptly stood up and left, leaving Hu Ming puzzled. Watching her retreating figure, he turned back toward the window. The stars outside reminded him of a certain figure. If she knew he was still alive, she'd probably hate him to death. Outside, the night stretched endlessly, the darkness softened only by scattered stars dotting the sky. Yet Yu Shui leaned on the railing, enjoying the solitude. Without someone's constant chatter beside her, she couldn't help but feel lonely. She couldn't even remember how long it had been since they last talked. She had sent him countless messages, yet he hadn't replied to a single one. Of course, yet Yu Shui felt a bit angry, but deep down, she was more melancholic. She recalled the words he once said to her. Didn't you say that after leaving the Han family, you'd no longer be called Han Hu Ming? Then why don't you show yourself? Muttering under her breath, she looked particularly sorrowful under the dim light. She refused to believe Hu Ming had died so easily. That guy was definitely hiding something from her? Convincing herself of this, her complicated feelings gradually calmed. Suddenly, a sharp ringtone interrupted her thoughts. She looked at the caller ID on her phone, frowning. Without hesitation, she hung up, unwilling to answer. From inside the dorm, her roommate's voice called out. Xu Shui, another guy sent you a gift. Should I help turn it down again? Yes, please. Thank you. As the cultural festival approached, Hu Ming found himself sitting alone in the library, listening to music through his headphones. At the front desk, the librarian, a female student, was bent over, scribbling something down. Her brow furrowed as if dissatisfied with her work. Moments later, she shook her head and tore the paper apart with a frustrated sigh. The sound of tearing paper drew Hu Ming's attention. He looked up slowly, his gaze settling on the girl. Sensing his stare, the girl lifted her head, and their eyes met. Sorry, did I disturb you? No, not at all. I was just curious about what you're writing. You seem quite determined. The girl's cheeks flushed slightly, and her expression grew awkward. But after a brief pause, she summoned her courage. I know who you are, Hu Ming, the top student in our grade. Could you take a look at what I've written? Hu Ming didn't expect her to address him so directly. Meeting her earnest gaze, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. He stood and walked over to her desk, his eyes landing on an open notebook. On the page, a title was scrawled in neat handwriting, Boy Meets Girl. It appeared to be a novel. The opening described the identities of the protagonists. Her effort was evident, but the content felt bland, devoid of any spark that could capture the reader's interest. Rather than pointing this out immediately, Hu Ming kept reading. The boy and the girl formed a connection through a simple encounter, but the process was written clumsily, lacking emotional depth. Still, it wasn't hard to tell this girl was a staunch romantic at heart. Scratching his chin, Hu Ming considered her work carefully. The girl, meanwhile, watched him anxiously, eager for feedback. Well, the story feels a bit conflict-free, like plain water, tasteless. I was trying to write about their journey from falling in love to getting married. But every time I start writing, my mind just goes blank. In that case, why not draft an outline first? Lay out the key events, how they meet, how their bond deepens through shared experiences. These are the details that matter. If you rush to the conclusion without fleshing out the journey, it's no different from jotting down a few disconnected sentences. I see, she nodded thoughtfully, absorbing his advice. After a moment, she looked up at him again. By the way, my name is Wu Qing. Wu Qing, I can see that you're very dedicated. Keep it up. Thank you. Wu Qing lowered her head, diving back into her revisions with renewed determination. Returning to his seat, Hu Ming put his headphones back on. As music filled his ears, fragments of Wu Qing's novel lingered in his mind. While the plot was cliched, her earnest effort shone through. Suddenly, Wu Qing's voice broke his thoughts. Hu Ming, this is the first time I let someone read my writing. Could you please not tell anyone? Of course. Thank you. Wu Qing seemed to muster her courage, her eyes alight with resolve. A few days later, as the class bell rang, Hu Ming stayed behind to finish his homework while some classmates packed up and left. Kong Xin, as usual, was quick to leave. Nigerian Naira Beta. And Xiao 11, according to her, planned to practice at home, determined to shine at the cultural evening. As Hu Ming prepared to leave, a familiar figure blocked his path. Han Shuyi stood before him, wearing his trademark smile. Hu Ming, may I have a word with you in private? Looking at Han Shuyi's smile, Hu Ming instantly guessed that Han Shuyi could no longer hold back. After being suppressed by him for so long, there was no way Han Shuyi would let it go without doing something to disgust him. With that in mind, Hu Ming naturally agreed. The two of them walked to a relatively empty corridor, where Han Shuyi turned to Hu Ming and said, "Do you know what program Xiao 11 is performing this weekend?" "She hasn't told me." "How would I know?" "Well, since you're close with her, could you ask?" "As the student council president, it's my duty to ensure her performance goes smoothly." Hu Ming raised an eyebrow, his lips curling into a mocking smile. It was clear Han Shuyi wasn't even trying to hide his ulterior motives using his position to get closer to Xiao 11. "Her business has nothing to do with me or your so-called responsibility. If you're so curious, why not ask her yourself instead of trying to pressure me?" "I'm not pressuring you. I'm just stating a fact," Han Shuyi replied, his smile slipping as he realized their mutual dislike was no secret. "As the president, if you can't manage basic tasks, maybe you're not cut out for this role. I've heard that the previous president, Ye Shui, could handle everything effortlessly. Why is it that under your leadership, the student council has fallen so far behind?" Han Shuyi's expression darkened. The mention of Ye Shui hit a nerve. Take that back. He hated it the most when people compared him to Ye Shui. After Ye Shui left the school, there were indeed members of the student council who claimed he couldn't measure up to her. Using a few cunning tricks, he managed to drive all those people out of the student council. After that, such voices were never heard again. Now, with Hu Ming bringing up this matter once more, it was only natural for him to feel furious. "Why? Pretend I didn't say it, and it'll be like I took it back." "Hu Ming, you're pushing my limits." "Fuck your limits. Please, I don't even consider you worth the effort. You only got this position because I didn't bother competing for it. Don't overestimate yourself, clown." As Han Shuyi's fists clenched in rage, Hu Ming reached into his pocket and pulled out a small red ball, holding it up mockingly. "Dropped your nose. Want me to help you put it back on?" Han Shuyi's fury had peaked at this moment because Hu Ming's words reminded him of Han Hu Ming. Back then, Han Hu Ming had taunted him by pulling out a pair of jokers, mocking him as a clown. Now, Hu Ming had gone a step further, pulling out a red nose to ridicule him as a clown again. His fists clenched tightly, the sound of his bones cracking audible. He truly wanted to kill Hu Ming? But the thought of the cameras in the corridor held him back. He knew that making a move would spell his end. As he took a deep breath, trying to compose himself, Hu Ming smirked, giving a thumbs down hidden from the cameras. "Coward." Han Shuyi's cold gaze locked onto Hu Ming. It felt as if he were confronting Han Hu Ming for a moment. But deep down, he knew Han Hu Ming couldn't have survived such a high fall off the cliff, let alone still be alive. Besides, subsequent events had already proven that this wasn't Han Hu Ming. Yet, the boy in front of him was undeniably detestable. "Hu Ming, I hope you can keep this confidence in the future." "Han Shuyi, I'll take everything you have now and make it mine." Han Shuyi was about to leave, but those words stopped him dead in his tracks. He turned sharply, his fists clenched tight once more. He had worked tirelessly to gain what he had now, and if anyone dared to take it from him, he would make sure they disappeared from this world. It didn't matter whether he was Hu Ming or Han Hu Ming. Hu Ming could sense that Han Shuyi had genuinely wanted to attack him just moments ago. If not for the surveillance cameras, he might have actually made a move. Hu Ming thought it was a pity. He should have chosen a more secluded spot to provoke Han Shuyi. The moment Han Shuyi lost his temper, he would undoubtedly act to teach him a lesson. Unfortunately, the lingering shred of reason in him held him back, saving him from embarrassing himself. Stretching lazily, Hu Ming tossed the red ball in his hand into the trash can. He understood Han Shuyi would surely make a move against him during the upcoming cultural festival. As for what he would do, Hu Ming wasn't worried in the slightest. He had been prepared for such things long ago. Turning around, he headed back to the classroom to gather his belongings. Suddenly, the school's broadcast system, which usually played music after classes, came alive with the voices of a boy and a girl. We've received a novel submission from a first-year student, Wu Qing, and I'll be reading it out now. Hearing Wu Qing's name, Hu Ming froze in place. He had just read Wu Qing's novel draft at noon, and back then, she was still painstakingly revising it. Knowing her habit of tearing up unsatisfactory drafts and discarding them, he found it hard to believe she would submit her work to the broadcasting station so quickly. My name is Yu Lily. I come from the wealthiest and most influential family in the world. I have a very adorable junior. He comes from a single-parent family, yet he excels academically and is admired by everyone at school. One time, he was being bullied outside the school. I single-handedly faced over 10 people without breaking a sweat, and he looked at me with admiration in his eyes. Pfft. The girl reading the story couldn't help but laugh mid-sentence. In the classroom, the students who hadn't yet left burst into uproarious laughter. The story was written so immaturely it was downright ridiculous. Single-handedly facing over 10 people? Who is she? Ip Man, right? It doesn't even make sense. This Wu Qing person is really brave to submit something like this to the broadcasting station. As the mocking laughter filled the room, Hu Ming's face darkened. He had never seen this story in Wu Qing's notebook before, but the setting felt oddly familiar. Suddenly, he remembered Wu Qing's habit. She would always tear up her unsatisfactory drafts and throw them into the trash. Could someone have picked up her discarded work and submitted it to the broadcasting station? R.O. Epsilon. Some people really have too much time on their hands. His voice was cold as ice. Dropping his backpack, he bolted toward the broadcasting station. The laughter echoed throughout the campus, amplifying the humiliation. Not far from the school gate, Xiao 11 paused and turned back toward the school in confusion. Her driver, puzzled by her sudden stop, asked, "Miss, is something wrong? Did you hear the voice from the broadcast just now? Oh, you mean that hilarious novel reading? I can't believe that Wu Qing student would submit such a poorly written story. It's almost laughable." The driver chuckled, finding the incident amusing. But his laughter quickly faded when he noticed Xia Zioxi's expressionless face staring at him. What's funny? The driver felt his heart skip a beat. It was the first time he had seen such an expression on Xia Zioxi's face, calm like the ocean before a storm. Someone had the courage to share their dreams. Do you really think it's something to laugh at? You're a relative of the butler, so I've been lenient, but on this matter, I hope you'll adopt my perspective. With that, Xiao 11 turned and walked away without looking back. The driver, who was chastised, flushed red with embarrassment. It felt like a harsh slap to the face, leaving him with a burning sensation. In truth, he wasn't originally assigned to protect Xiao 11. The Xia family butler, his relative, had pulled some strings, and with his somewhat decent skills, this job was his opportunity to earn the Xia family's favor. Normally, Xiao 11 was easygoing and never got upset, but today, her reaction scared him, and he dared not test her boundaries again. Meanwhile, Hu Ming arrived at the broadcasting station, where Wu Qing was already there. Her eyes were red, her fists clenched tightly, and the two broadcasters in front looked visibly uneasy. "Give it back." Her voice was steady but trembled slightly as she extended her hand toward them. It was clear her hands were shaking. Following her gaze, Hu Ming saw the broadcasters holding a few neatly torn pages filled with writing they hadn't even read half of it yet. "Why are you looking so scary?" "Fine, take it back." The girl holding the pages handed them over, only for Wu Qing to snatch them away and tear them to shreds on the spot. Clutching the scraps tightly, she ran out of the station without looking back. Hu Ming turned his icy gaze to the two broadcasters, his cold demeanor making them flinch. "Do you think this is funny? Do you take pride in humiliating others? And as far as I know, Wu Qing's novels are always for her own eyes. How did you even get your hands on her draft?" Hu Ming's voice reverberated through the broadcast system, reaching Han Shuyi, who was in the student council office. Stunned, he stood up and looked toward the broadcasting station in the opposite building. Notes because Hu Ming rushed to the scene. Quite a few students had gathered in the hallway outside the broadcast room, curious about the commotion. Amid the crowd, a few teachers squeezed through and entered the broadcast room. Inside, Hu Ming glared at the two broadcasters, who wore awkward expressions, unable to offer any explanation. One of the male broadcasters inwardly thought, "What does this have to do with him? Hu Ming, it's not a big deal. They know they were wrong." One of the teachers tried to mediate. In their eyes, this wasn't a major issue, and Hu Ming's aggressive stance seemed unnecessary. However, Hu Ming turned to the two teachers and replied coldly, "Not a big deal. I've read the rules for the broadcast station. Without the author's consent, personal submissions are not to be read on air. Despite such clear regulations, they still chose to expose a student's private work. Isn't that a display of malice?" His words were powerful, and even the students watching from outside could hear him clearly. Many students found themselves agreeing with Hu Ming's argument. It was clear from his words that someone had deliberately played a mean-spirited prank. After all, who would submit such an immature story to the broadcast station unless it was to mock them? The teachers were visibly embarrassed, unable to mask their awkwardness. But then, the female broadcaster muttered under her breath, "Well, it's her fault for not cleaning it up properly, and writing so poorly." Hearing this, Hu Ming retorted sharply, "By your logic, since your grades aren't as good as mine, why bother taking exams? Why not just go work in a factory assembling screws?" Actually, no, someone like you probably wouldn't even get hired there. Hu Ming's words showed no trace of gentlemanly restraint, but to the bystanders, his bluntness was oddly satisfying. The teachers, realizing they couldn't out-argue him, quickly demanded that the broadcasters apologize. However, Hu Ming interjected again. You shouldn't apologize to me. You owe a public apology to Wu Qing. A girl working hard to achieve her dream was ridiculed by you until her efforts were rendered meaningless. I can't believe the standards for broadcast station members are so low, it completely changes my perception of this school. Hu Ming, don't escalate this to involve the school. Another teacher snapped, trying to contain the situation. Hu Ming's sharp gaze bore into them. Let me ask you this, as today's supervising teachers, why is it that I managed to run over from another building before you resolved this, despite your office being just one floor away? And now, when this is clearly about a student's future, why do you insist on downplaying it? If something happens to Wu Qing tonight because of this, will you take responsibility as teachers? His furious expression left the teachers visibly flustered. They exchanged glances, unable to meet his eyes. Meanwhile, the surrounding students were thrilled this was an open challenge to authority. Han Shuyi, who had just arrived, overheard Hu Ming's words. A cold smile tugged at his lips. To him, Hu Ming was overstepping his bounds. Confronting teachers, no matter how capable one might be, was far from rational behavior. Hu Ming, don't go too far. Their voice lacked conviction. I'll take this to the principal. Do you think the principal will bother with such a trivial matter? If the principal thinks this approach to education is acceptable, then this school isn't worth attending, Hu Ming retorted, his words sending chills down the teachers' spines. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Ever since Yechushua left the school, no one had been able to fill her shoes. They had finally gotten a student like Hu Ming. If he were to leave, the principal would probably fire them all. Han Shuyi, standing in the crowd, was already strategizing how to get Hu Ming to quit on his own. Suddenly, someone walked past him. He instinctively called out her name, but she ignored him and walked straight to Hu Ming's side. I agree with Hu Ming. If the school doesn't address this issue clearly, I'll withdraw as well. This time the students erupted in shock. All eyes turned to the speaker, struggling to believe her words. The teachers' faces turned pale. If even she decided to leave, they might as well consider changing careers. Xiao 11 stood beside Hu Ming, her eyes fixed on the two broadcasters in the distance. The broadcasters, overwhelmed by the situation, avoided her gaze, unable to come up with an explanation. Xiao 11 continued, her tone calm and steady. Teaching and nurturing students is a teacher's responsibility. If you can't even respect a student's dream, then I see no reason to stay here. Her usual bright smile was gone, replaced by a solemn expression. The scattered chuckles around the room disappeared entirely after Xiao 11 spoke. While some might resist Hu Ming's words, Xia Zioxi's statement carried a different weight. It was the influence of a campus idol. At this point, there was no turning back. Han Shuyi stepped forward from the crowd. Hu Ming, you'll hear apologies from the students and teachers tomorrow. For now, can you let this matter rest? A crowd like this isn't good for anyone. His words were reasonable, acknowledging the escalation while giving the teachers a way out. He looked at Hu Ming with sharp eyes, but Hu Ming met his gaze without fear. President Han, as the Student Council President, you're falling far short of expectations, Hu Ming said coldly before walking past Han Shuyi without even sparing him a glance. Han Shuyi's faint smile froze momentarily, leaving him at a loss for words. Outside, murmurs about the absent Yechushua grew louder among the students. If Yechushua were here, she'd have cut the broadcast within minutes. Didn't you notice? Han Shuyi's cancelled a lot of the rules Yechushua set up. It seems easier on the surface, but the student council's gotten way too powerful. It's so annoying sometimes. Agreed. I think the current student council is even worse. Goal reached 90 votes on novel updates. Xiao 11 also had no intention of lingering. She glanced back at Han Shuyi briefly and then left without so much as a greeting. This left Han Shuyi feeling incredibly awkward. Originally, he had come to witness Hu Ming make a fool of himself. But to his surprise, Xiao 11 appeared out of nowhere and even spoke up in Hu Ming's defense. This turn of events filled Han Shuyi with envy and resentment. However, as the student council president, he had no choice but to address the situation himself. As for Hu Ming, he will figure out how to deal with him when he gets home tonight. Hu Ming? Xiao 11 quickly caught up to him in a few strides. Hu Ming, however, was scanning his surroundings, clearly searching for something. When he mentioned that Wu Qing might not take things well, it wasn't a joke. Given the immense academic pressure students face these days, combined with being ridiculed and ostracized by her peers, Hu Ming genuinely feared that Wu Qing might crumble under the stress and do something regrettable. Standing before him now, Xiao 11 noticed the grim look in his eyes. She asked, Hu Ming, what's going on? Did something happen to that girl? I don't know, but I can't find her right now. I'm afraid she might do something drastic. Then let's split up and search for her. Time ticked by as Hu Ming checked his phone. Wu Qing hadn't left the school premises. He began combing through the campus for any sign of her. When he finally found Wu Qing, it was at a familiar spot, one where he used to study with Yechushua during lunch breaks. Now, in the golden hues of the setting sun, Xiao 11 stood beside Wu Qing, her arm draped gently over the girl's shoulders, offering comfort. Hu Ming stood silently at the stairwell, watching them without interrupting. Xiao 11 is better suited to consoling Wu Qing. Her status alone gives her words more weight among peers. Quietly, he sat down on the steps and waited for them to come down. Outside the corridor, the sun gradually set, giving way to a bright full moon. "It's you? Have you seen Miss?" Hearing this voice, Hu Ming looked up to find Xia Zioxi's driver standing there. From their previous encounter in the car, Hu Ming sensed hostility from this driver, though he hadn't paid much attention to it. "She's upstairs." Hearing this, the driver made to brush past Hu Ming to head up the stairs. However, Hu Ming stood and blocked his path. The two locked eyes, Hu Ming's gaze calm, while the driver's expression grew increasingly severe. "What are you doing? Move aside. She's upstairs consoling a classmate. There's nothing to worry about," Hu Ming explained patiently. As Xia Zioxi's driver, the man likely bore responsibility for her safety. However, the environment upstairs required tranquility, and Wu Qing likely wouldn't want anyone else to see her in such a vulnerable state. The driver, though, seemed unwilling to listen. He reached out to shove Hu Ming aside, only for his wrist to be firmly grabbed and pushed back by Hu Ming. "I already told you Xiao 11 and that girl are perfectly safe upstairs. They wouldn't want to be disturbed. Get out of my way." Already harboring a dislike for Hu Ming, the driver felt as though he was being ordered around, which only fueled his irritation. He lunged forward, aiming to grab Hu Ming by the shoulder, but Hu Ming deftly countered, twisting the driver's arm and pinning him to the ground. Kneeling on one knee, the driver glared at Hu Ming with a mix of pain and disbelief. He hadn't expected Hu Ming to be so skilled. The movement had been so fast he didn't even register what had happened until he was immobilized. "Let me go," Hu Ming obliged, releasing him without protest. Yet as soon as he did, the driver swung a fist toward Hu Ming's face. The punch was so swift it seemed to slice through the air. Hu Ming's eyes narrowed. To others, the strike might appear fast, but to him, it was excruciatingly slow. Initially, Hu Ming had planned to show the driver some leniency, but it seemed the man had no intention of recognizing the gap between them. Catching the driver's fist mid-air, Hu Ming remained steady as a rock. The driver's punch landed squarely in his palm, but Hu Ming didn't budge an inch. Realizing his predicament, the driver attempted to pull his hand back, only to have Hu Ming's knee slam into his stomach. Eyes wide, mouth agape, the driver crumpled to the ground, unable to make a sound. Clutching his abdomen with one hand while supporting himself with the other, his face contorted in pain. Hu Ming stared coldly at the driver. "I already explained the situation to you, but it seems you had no intention of listening. You'll regret this," the driver spat out with difficulty. Hu Ming, however, was unfazed. He glanced at his phone to check the time. It was getting late. He considered sending Xiao 11 a message to let her know to come down after consoling Wu Qing. Just then, an unexpected visitor appeared. Han Shuyi walked toward them, his expression grim and his demeanor charged with purpose. Noticing this, Hu Ming raised an eyebrow and glanced at the driver. The man's face twisted into a malicious grin, as if anticipating a good show. "This is what he meant that I'll regret." Hu Ming found the idea amusing. He had been waiting for an opportunity to deal with Han Shuyi, and now, one had practically delivered itself to him. "Hu Ming, what are you doing?" Han Shuyi helped the driver to his feet, his brows furrowed, his eyes boring into Hu Ming as if trying to pierce through him. "Just doing what I had to. At the broadcast station earlier, you embarrassed the teachers. And now, you're resorting to violence? Do you think you can act with impunity just because you have good grades?" Han Shuyi's accusatory tone was designed to place him on the moral high ground. But Hu Ming had never been one to play by those rules. Respect is earned. If those teachers hadn't done anything wrong, they wouldn't have been embarrassed in the first place. Hu Ming's confidence only enraged the driver further, cementing his belief that Hu Ming was unfit to be around Xiao 11. "And what about this? What's your excuse for assaulting someone?" "I didn't hit him for no reason. I told him Xiao 11 was upstairs consoling a classmate, but he insisted on barging in. I had no choice but to stop him. He's someone close to Xiao 11. Of course, he's worried about her. Close? He's just her driver, isn't he?" Hu Ming emphasized the word driver, his tone dripping with disdain, leaving the man's face beet red with humiliation and fury. Goal reached 90 votes on novel update. Signoring the driver's gaze, Hu Ming turned his head back to Han Shuyi. At this moment, their eyes met, and both gazes were filled with hostility. "If you're not convinced, you can try yourself. I've already said it until the matter upstairs is resolved. No one is going up without my permission." With his arms crossed over his chest, Hu Ming delivered the statement with undeniable authority. Others may doubt him, but the driver, who had personally tested Hu Ming's skills, believed he wasn't bluffing. Seeing Hu Ming's ease and confidence earlier, the driver was convinced he wasn't his match. However, since this matter involved Han Shuyi, things wouldn't be so straightforward. The driver leaned closer to Han Shuyi and whispered, "Miss is right behind him. I believe that without this Hu Ming guy, your relationship with Miss would improve significantly." Han Shuyi froze for a moment but quickly glanced at the driver. He wasn't foolish enough to blindly follow the driver's suggestion to go after Hu Ming. It was obvious that the driver wanted to use him to deal with Hu Ming. If he fell for it, any consequences would undoubtedly fall on his shoulders. Moreover, he'd overheard clearly Xiao 11 was upstairs comforting a classmate, presumably Wu Qing. If he barged in now and disrupted Xiao 11, she wouldn't take it kindly. After some thought, Han Shuyi's eyes flickered. He turned to Hu Ming and said, "Can you guarantee Xia Zioxi's safety upstairs?" "Why not? Fine, I'll trust you with this once. but I'm staying here to wait with you until she comes down. Seeing Han Shuyi refrain from charging forward, Hu Ming felt slightly disappointed. Still, he hadn't expected Han Shuyi to act without thinking. After all, he'd laid everything out clearly. If a conflict arose, Hu Ming would undoubtedly have the upper hand in justification. The driver's eyes widened at Han Shuyi's response. Just as he was about to protest, Han Shuyi pulled him aside to explain. Time ticked by, and the sound of a door closing upstairs caught everyone's attention. All eyes turned toward the staircase. Moments later, Xiao 11 and Wu Qing appeared, descending together. When they saw the group waiting below, their faces showed surprise. Wu Qing looked a bit embarrassed but still politely nodded at Hu Ming. What are you all doing here? It's getting late, Xiao 11 asked, her gaze sweeping over everyone. As soon as Xiao 11 came down, Hu Ming got up and left without a word. The driver quickly stepped forward, trying to explain. Miss, I tried to come find you earlier, but that boy Hu Ming blocked my way. I think there's something off about him. Why would you come up? I was just chatting with Wu Qing. What could possibly happen? Well, I was just worried about your safety. But that Hu Ming even got physical with me. You should be careful around him. Enough. I'll verify what you said later, but for now, stop talking. Xia Zioxi's tone carried a hint of impatience. Her mood was clearly not great as she turned to Han Shuyi with a serious expression. Han Shuyi, can you handle this matter properly? Han Shuyi nodded quickly. Don't worry, I'll give you an explanation. An explanation for me? This is about Wu Qing being hurt. As the student council president, it's your responsibility to resolve this. The fact that you don't even understand the core of the issue is truly disappointing. With diary suspeta. Xiao 11 shook her head. With that, she turned and left with Wu Qing, leaving Han Shuyi frozen. He hadn't expected his words to trigger such disdain from Xiao 11. This wasn't part of his plan at all. Who was to blame for this outcome? The students? The teachers? No, it was Hu Ming. If Hu Ming hadn't insisted on blowing this up, Xiao 11 wouldn't have gotten involved. To Han Shuyi, Wu Qing's matter was trivial. Or rather, compared to his own priorities, everything else was insignificant. But now, Xiao 11 had formed a negative impression of him. It was a costly mistake. Fists clenched, Han Shuyi slammed one against the railing. Hu Ming, it's always you. You keep ruining my plans. Hu Ming, hands resting on his hips, waited at a crosswalk for the pedestrian light to turn green. Thinking back to today's events, he found Xiao 11 rather impressive. As the heroine, Xiao 11 indeed had her unique charm, while Han Shuyi seemed consumed by darkness. Perhaps perspectives shaped how people viewed others, he thought, shaking his head as he calmly walked toward home. He hadn't gone far when a hand suddenly tapped his shoulder. Turning around, Hu Ming saw Xiao 11 smiling brightly at him. Why are you walking so fast? I almost couldn't catch up. Why are you chasing me? Shouldn't you be heading home? Hu Ming asked, continuing toward his destination. Xiao 11 trailed beside him. Wu Qing said she could make it home on her own and wouldn't do anything foolish. She just needs time to calm down. We exchanged contact info, and I told her to reach out whenever she feels upset. Getting the contact info of an idol would brighten anyone's mood. If it's that simple to save someone, I'd say it's worth it. But Xiao 11 suddenly stepped in front of him, her expression earnest. Earlier, at the broadcast station, you really surprised me. Surprised you? Yeah, I thought you were the type to avoid trouble. But you stood up to those two students and the teacher in front of everyone. Most people wouldn't want to get involved in something so messy. I just don't like seeing people ridicule others' dreams, Hu Ming replied straightforwardly. Xiao 11 flashed a dazzling smile, revealing her pearly whites. She patted his shoulder and said, I feel the same way. No wonder we became friends so easily. Goal reached 90 votes on novel updates. By the way, did your driver badmouth me? Hu Ming asked, glancing at Xiao 11. Her eyebrows arched, and the smile on her face gradually faded. She nodded slightly, not denying his claim. In truth, she wasn't entirely sure why her driver harbored such hostility toward Hu Ming. And judging by the earlier events, it was evident that something unpleasant had transpired between them. What did you two do earlier? He tried to force his way in, so I stopped him. Then he wanted to throw hands, but I blocked him. Hu Ming recounted the incident as if it were nothing, but Xiao 11 was utterly shocked by what she heard. She had always known that Hu Ming was skilled, but she was also well aware of her driver's impressive combat abilities. Yet Hu Ming had managed to fend him off without a scratch. Judging by the earlier tension, it even seemed like her driver might have suffered a loss. The boy standing before her was a complete enigma. She couldn't figure him out at all. Wasn't he supposed to protect you? Where is he now? Oh, him. Before Xiao 11 could finish speaking, her driver suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He eyed Hu Ming warily, his gaze filled with animosity. Miss, why did you suddenly wander off on your own? Hurry up and get in the car. Let's head home. You can head back for today. Hu Ming will take me home later, Xiao 11 said dismissively, waving her hand as if it were no big deal. But her words made the driver's face darken instantly. He glared at Hu Ming with a venomous expression before turning back to Xiao 11, his tone filled with concern. This isn't proper, miss. You know that. He's just a boy. How could he protect you? If something happens, I'm afraid he'll leave you behind and run off on his own. Why can't Hu Ming protect me? Besides, I trust his character completely, so there's nothing to worry about. To the driver, her reasoning was simply absurd. He had a clear understanding of the people Xiao 11 interacted with. This Hu Ming guy was someone she had never associated with before, yet she claimed they had known each other for a long time. It was hard not to suspect that Hu Ming was trying to deceive her. Seeing the driver still blocking her way, Xiao 11, despite her usual patience, began to lose her temper. Your job is to protect me, not interfere with my decisions. Just based on what happened earlier at the school, Hu Ming did everything right. When I was on the rooftop with Wu Qing, if you had barged in, it would have made things even more awkward. Also, you keep saying Hu Ming can't protect me, but from what I've heard, you couldn't even beat him. So where does your confidence come from? Xiao 11 wasn't one to get angry easily, but once her emotions hit a breaking point, she wouldn't hold back. The driver stood there, his mouth slightly open, stunned and at a loss for words. Xiao 11 pushed Hu Ming's shoulder, motioning for him to keep walking. As they passed the driver, Hu Ming locked eyes with him briefly. Then Hu Ming shook his head, a gesture that, to the driver, was the ultimate mockery. The driver had expected Xiao 11 to side with him, yet she had turned around and criticized him instead. He found it difficult to accept. Xiao 11 walked alongside Hu Ming. Glancing at her, Hu Ming sighed. Why are you coming home with me? I never agreed to this. Oh, come on, don't be so stingy. I'll treat you to dinner. Xiao 11 said cheerfully, her ponytail swaying as she followed him closely. Hu Ming, without another word, headed straight to a nearby noodle shop. The two casually sat down at a small noodle shop. Thanks to Xia Zioxi's mask, no one recognized her. Hey, Hu Ming, what kind of show do you have planned? Not telling. Hu Ming was determined to keep it a secret. Though it wasn't a big deal, he felt it would lose its impact if revealed too soon. Fine then. Behind them, the driver was wiping the tables and chairs with a tissue, clearly uneasy about the modest surroundings. He frowned deeply, glancing at Hu Ming and Xiao 11 with disapproval. Despite knowing Hu Ming was just a student, he couldn't fathom why Xiao 11 would lower herself to dine in such a place. Ra beta epsilon s. Most baffling of all was how readily she agreed to it. That day, I visited the Han family. Honestly, they seemed like good people. Aside from Han Shuyi's actions, which felt a bit abrupt, I didn't see any problems. The problem lies with Han Shuyi. After all, he's the real young master, and I've been posing as the young master in his place for years. Think about it, if you were in his shoes, wouldn't you resent me? Well, if you put it that way, I can understand. But does that mean you have to hide your true identity? Yes, because the people backing Han Shuyi aren't simple. Thinking about Xia Zioxi's background, Hu Ming decided there was no need to hide anything. Perhaps she could even help him. I see. But honestly, Han Shuyi's personality is a bit awkward. To be blunt, he gives off green tea vibes. Of course, that's just my instinct as a girl. It was rare for Xiao 11 to badmouth someone, but since it was Hu Ming, she felt no need to hold back. Meanwhile, Hu Ming rubbed his chin, a faint smirk appearing on his lips. Pay attention to who Han Shuyi really is. He'll give you the answer himself. The two continued their conversation, laughing and chatting. However, at a distance where he couldn't hear them, Xia Zioxi's driver expression grew darker. He couldn't understand why Miss kept smiling at Hu Ming. What's so special about this guy? He wasn't as handsome as the young masters from the capital, and his background was unimpressive. He shouldn't even be worth befriending. A black and white cat suddenly crossed his path, brushing against his leg with a soft meow. The driver's gaze turned cold, full of disdain for the cat's uneven, mottled fur. When the cat tried to approach him, he kicked it away without hesitation. A sharp cry echoed as the cat hit the ground, drawing the attention of everyone nearby. In the noodle shop, a child witnessed the scene and tugged at their mother's sleeve. Mommy, that man kicked the kitty. That's wrong. The mother shook her head and hushed the child, signaling him to stay quiet. The driver froze for a moment but quickly turned his attention back to Xiao 11. When his eyes met hers, he was stunned. Xiao 11 was staring at him with undisguised disgust. Xiao 11 sent a message to the driver across from her, instructing him to leave immediately. This time, the driver could distinctly sense Xia Zioxi's anger. Not daring to test her temper, he quietly turned and left the noodle shop. Watching his retreating figure, Hu Ming found his actions unusually strange. After finishing their noodles, Hu Ming planned to head home, but Xiao 11 tapped him on the shoulder, lowering her voice as she spoke. Let's go shopping. Shopping again. Actually, I just want to grab some snacks, Xiao 11 replied with a grin. Hu Ming, however, was startled as he glanced at the empty bowl before her. He hadn't expected Xiao 11 to have such a big appetite. What was even more astonishing was that she showed no signs of gaining weight. If others found out, they'd surely be green with envy. But Hu Ming wasn't quick to agree. Instinctively, he glanced outside and said, I don't think it's a good idea. Even if I agree, your driver probably won't. Everything revolves around me. To be honest, I usually do as I please, but I often consider how hard they work, so I don't refuse their requests lightly, Xiao 11 said as she sipped her soy milk. Then she smiled. Besides, with your skills, you can protect me, right? I don't have what it takes to protect anyone. If you refuse again, that's just impolite. Hu Ming, going out with an idol should be a delightful experience, don't you think? Seeing Hu Ming hesitate, Xiao 11 decided to apply a little more pressure. As expected, Hu Ming eventually sighed in resignation and agreed. Just as the two stepped out of the noodle shop, the driver approached them. Before he could speak, Xiao 11 declared, "All right, you can head back now. Hu Ming and I are going to walk around a bit more." "What? Miss, that's against protocol," the driver protested, his tone anxious. But Xia Zioxi's face turned cold. Since when has this driver become so meddlesome? "There are no protocols, what I say goes. If you find that unacceptable, you can resign right now. The Xia family will compensate you accordingly, including bonuses." "That, miss, that's not what I meant." The driver immediately backed down. He glanced at Hu Ming, who was casually scrolling on his phone, acting as if the whole situation had nothing to do with him. Though anger simmered inside him, the driver eventually walked away dejectedly. After the driver left, Xia Zioxi's expression softened, though she couldn't help but feel puzzled by his recent behavior. Was he trying to overstep his role and exert too much control over her? While Xiao 11 was generally kind to her staff, that didn't mean she lacked a temper. "Let's go, Hu Ming. Meanwhile, back in the car, the driver quickly dialed a number. Soon, a raspy voice answered from the other end. "Uncle, Miss insists on going out on her own. What should I do? This isn't the first time she's done this. Just let her be. But there's a guy with her. He looks capable, but I don't think he's trustworthy. If Miss consents, it's none of our concern. We, as servants, shouldn't meddle in their affairs. But, enough. I only arranged for you to work here because your mother said you needed a job. I've served the Xiao family as their butler for many years, but even I know my place. Don't overstep your boundaries." The butler's tone turned stern and reprimanding. "New Epsilon." The driver deflated, realizing he owed his position to the butler and dared not protest further. Still, he felt his actions were in Xia Zioxi's best interest. What was wrong with that? Frustrated, he ended the call and slumped in his seat. Then, Han Shuyi's face flashed in his mind. Today, he had assumed Han Shuyi would back him up. But who could have guessed Han Shuyi would betray him? If Han Shuyi had just held up Hu Ming, he might have had the chance to go upstairs. Typical of these low-tier families, he muttered angrily, slamming the steering wheel. The sudden blare of the horn startled nearby pedestrians, some of whom cursed at the car, worsening the driver's already foul mood. Back at home, Han Shuyi ran into Han Yun 11, who was about to head to her room. Stopping her, he asked, "Hu Ming's in your class, right? If you get the chance, tell him to stop meddling in other people's business." Han Shuyi genuinely disliked Hu Ming. Yet in school, Hu Ming seemed indispensable, outshining him in every way. Hearing this, Han Yun 11 frowned. "I heard about what happened today. I don't think Hu Ming did anything wrong. Honestly, if I had been there, I would have scolded those people too." Han Yun 11 had spent the day at an orphanage and only learned about the incident later from classmates. She felt Hu Ming had done nothing wrong. Why should someone's dreams be ridiculed like that? If it had been Xiao 11, would they still have laughed? In the end, they were merely avoiding facing their own cowardice. "Do you realize the trouble this caused?" That lunatic Hu Ming even argued with the teacher. "If word gets out, the school will face significant repercussions. And as student council president, you're just going to sit back and do nothing?" Sister Chu Shui once said that the president's duty isn't just to uphold the school's reputation but also to protect the students. Yet in this regard, you're no better than Hu Ming. What right do you have to criticize him? Ever since Hu Ming had disappeared, Han Yun 11 found Han Shuyi increasingly unrecognizable. Though he accomplished much at school, every action left others uneasy. He had even rewritten the rules that Ye Chu Shui had painstakingly established, disrupting a once well-oiled system and creating numerous loopholes. She doesn't like this version of Han Shuyi. At first, she had thought he was admirable, but now, he seemed increasingly selfish. "I'm no better than Hu Ming? Say that again." Han Shuyi glared at Han Yun 11, his fists clenched. He could tolerate criticism from others, but for his own family to side against him was beyond infuriating. Notes the quarrel between the two startled Han Litian and Zhou Wenli. They hurried over, only to see Han Shuyi and Han Yun 11 locked in a staring contest, gazes devoid of warmth. This baffled them. They were all family, after all. Was there anything that couldn't be discussed calmly? Why resort to glaring at each other? Whether or not you can compare, I can't say. I'm not watching what you say, I'm watching what you do. And as for this particular matter, aside from trying to smooth things over, what else have you done? Have you resolved Wu Qing's incident? Did you handle the 2 students from the broadcasting station? Not a single thing. Instead, you turn around and blame Hu Ming for meddling. Han Yongxi's words were sharp, each one cutting deep. Unfortunately, Han Shuyi couldn't even muster a rebuttal, because when it came to this issue, even Xiao 11 sided with Hu Ming's actions. Han Shuyi couldn't understand it. How could someone as arrogant and overbearing as Hu Ming be likable? This matter could have been resolved privately. Hu Ming is deliberately making it public. If he didn't bring it to light, how would Wu Qing's issue be resolved? Would those 2 broadcasters just get away with a casual apology? If that's all it took, then the cost of wrongdoing would be far too low. Unreasonable? Your heart is completely set on Hu Ming? Is it because he looks like Han Hu Ming? Han Shuyi, blinded by rage, seemed oblivious to Zhou Wenli's presence. Han Litian's face darkened abruptly at Han Shuyi's words, and he instinctively glanced at his wife. Zhou Wenli stood frozen, her expression filled with disbelief. The atmosphere became unbearably tense. When Han Shuyi finally realized what he'd said, he was already aware of his grave mistake. Han Yongzi's cold gaze bore into him, brimming with disgust. It was supposed to be a secret, yet here he was, uttering Han Hu Ming's name in front of their mother? Was this really the Han Shuyi she once knew? Shaking her head, she decided not to further engage in the argument. She had already made peace with the matter. Regardless of whether Hu Ming was Han Hu Ming, his stance was clear. He had no desire to reconnect with the Han family. The street was lined with food stalls, the aroma of various delicacies wafting through the air. Xiao 11 dragged Hu Ming from one stall to another, sampling all sorts of snacks. At first, Hu Ming thought she simply had a big appetite, but after hours of non-stop eating, he started to worry. To him, Xia Zioxi's behavior bordered on binge eating. After finishing a skewer of fried snacks, Xiao 11 let out a satisfied burp, completely shedding her idol-like demeanor. Hu Ming, there's an ice cream shop over there. Let's get some dessert. She was about to step forward, but this time, Hu Ming stopped in his tracks and didn't follow her. Noticing his gaze, Xiao 11 looked puzzled. What's wrong? Are you tired? It's not me. Xiao 11, do you even realize how much you've eaten today? His words made her heart skip a beat, though she maintained a cheerful smile. Of course, I have a big appetite. At home, I need 2 bowls of rice to feel full, but I'm almost done eating now. Let's just have that ice cream, and then I'm done. With the cute Thailand bodice. She reached out to tug at his arm, but Hu Ming dodged her touch unexpectedly. Narrowing his eyes, he looked at her and said, Xiao 11, have I ever told you? It's almost impossible to lie to me. When you spoke just now, your eyes kept darting around. Clearly, you're hiding something. Of course, if you don't want to say, I won't press you. But don't count on me to look after you anymore. With that, Hu Ming turned to leave. Xiao 11 froze on the spot, momentarily unsure of how to react. She watched as he disappeared from view, her face twisting into a bitter smile. Walking into the ice cream shop, she bought a small cone instead of the larger size she initially wanted. Sitting down alone at a corner, her silhouette appeared particularly lonely. Deep down, she knew Hu Ming was right. She was hiding something. Before every performance, her anxiety would flare up, and her mind would spiral out of control. Only by constantly eating could she find a semblance of calm. She had consulted a psychologist, who told her that her anxiety stemmed from her own expectations, her fear of underperforming, of making mistakes on stage, of disappointing the audience. The accumulation of pressure left her paralyzed with a blank mind. Although the doctor had prescribed medication, it didn't help much. By chance, she discovered that continuous eating could temporarily quell her nerves. Thus, before every performance, she indulged in near binge eating. This self-destructive habit was her way of coping, but she couldn't stop herself. As her pink tongue licked at the cold ice cream, Xia Zioxi's figure seemed even more forlorn. How could I explain this to Hu Ming? He probably thinks I'm just someone who doesn't take care of herself. Aside from her parents, no one else knew about this. And she didn't feel close enough to Hu Ming to share such a personal matter. The ice cream didn't provide the comfort she hoped for. Instead, her stomach burned like fire. Realizing the pain, she clutched her abdomen, struggling even to stand. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she tried to recall everything she'd eaten, but she had consumed so much that she couldn't pinpoint the culprit. Clenching her lips, even pulling out her phone felt like a Herculean task. Nearby passersby noticed her condition and approached to check on her. However, upon seeing her masked face, they felt that she looked somewhat familiar. Hey, isn't she Xiao 11? Hearing this, Xiao 11 braced herself, intending to leave despite the pain. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from behind the crowd. Excuse me, my girlfriend isn't feeling well. Could you please step aside? The tone was firm, and moments later, she felt a hand gently pressing against her soft stomach, soothing her discomfort. Raising her head, she met a familiar face. It's indigestion. When eating, don't overdo it. You need to give your stomach time to rest. We'll set you up with N4 in a bit, and I'll prescribe some medication for you to take home, the old doctor said as he scribbled down the diagnosis and a list of medications, handing them to Hu Ming. Hu Ming helped Xiao 11 to the hospital's infusion room and found her a seat. Earlier, after taking some medication, Xiao 11 still felt the pain, prompting Hu Ming to bring her straight to the hospital. However, Hu Ming was absolutely against Xia Zioxi's reckless overeating. As Xiao 11 sat there with the 4-needle in her hand, she glanced at Hu Ming, who had finally taken a moment to rest. Throughout her discomfort, he had been tirelessly taking care of her. A trace of embarrassment flickered across her face. She hadn't expected herself to eat so much that she got indigestion. It had never happened to her before. Hu Ming, sorry for troubling you. You actually know you're troubling me? You stuffed yourself like crazy the moment you saw good food, with no thought of stopping. Keep this up, and you're bound to ruin your health, Hu Ming said, shaking his head helplessly. Normally, at this hour, he'd be at home resting. Although he had initially said he was heading home, there was no way he'd feel comfortable leaving Xiao 11 to fend for herself. Sure enough, she ended up in trouble. Xiao 11 bit her lip, visibly embarrassed. Yet her gaze wandered back to Hu Ming, and a certain scene replayed in her mind the moment he shielded her earlier and declared himself to be her boyfriend. The memory left her flustered. Even though it was just to fend off others, the gesture had stirred something in her. It was the first time anyone had done something like that for her. A scene she thought only existed in novels or manga had actually happened in real life. Hey, Hu Ming, you didn't think of ditching me earlier, did you? Xiao 11 teased as she leaned closer despite the 4 in her hand. Her mischievous tone suggested she was back to her usual self. Hu Ming, unfazed, leaned casually against the wall and replied, since I promised to get you home safely, I'm not going to break my word. Tisk, saying something like that is way too cool. The two fell into a brief silence as people bustled in and out of the hospital. Xia Zioxi's eyes drifted toward the entrance, where an elderly couple supported each other as they walked in. They seemed like each other's entire world, evoking a sense of quiet admiration. She blinked and turned her gaze to Hu Ming beside her. There he was, propping his head on one hand, yawning as he scrolled through his phone, completely unlike the dependable figure from earlier. And yet, it was precisely this contrast that drew her to him. Xiao 11 suddenly felt like a character from an anime, wanting to tell Hu Ming, I'm curious. Her heart raced, a feeling entirely new to her. Unlike the nerves she felt before stepping on stage, this was an intense desire to understand Hu Ming as a person. But before that, she wanted to know how he'd react if he knew her secret. Hu Ming, I want to tell you a secret. Hu Ming paused his scrolling and turned to look at her. Despite the smile on her face, her gaze was serious. You've been wondering why I was overeating, right? The truth is, before I go on stage, I get really anxious. And when I'm anxious, I eat non-stop to fill the void. Weird, huh? No Thailand body. Xiao 11 smiled and turned away, but she didn't see the laughter she expected on Hu Ming's face. Instead, his expression was unusually solemn, as if he hadn't anticipated her confession. You're saying you eat like that because you're anxious about the performance, he asked, immediately connecting the dots to the upcoming cultural festival. It was the only thing that could explain her unease. This revelation baffled him. Xiao 11 had surely faced countless performances, many far grander than this one. To think that this event would rattle such a seasoned idol. Yep, weird, right? I'm supposed to be an idol, but even getting on stage makes me nervous. Isn't that ridiculous? Her symptoms had only worsened over time. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't stop overeating, which had become her only outlet for coping with the stress. But strangely, telling Hu Ming about it brought her a sense of relief. She trusted him to keep her secret. Hu Ming quietly slipped his phone into his pocket, deciding not to console Xiao 11 directly. He understood that this was a deeply ingrained fear for her. No matter what others say, if Xiao 11 couldn't figure it out herself, she would never be able to overcome it. Actually, he began, everyone has a version of themselves that others have built themselves. Before stepping on stage, you might fear you won't meet their expectations, because deep down, you know that version isn't really you. Xiao 11 gazed silently at Hu Ming, listening intently to his words. The boy in front of her wasn't comforting her in the way she had imagined. Just as he had said, the Hu Ming she had thought wasn't the real Hu Ming. After all, we can't always tell which side of ourselves is true and which is false. Everyone exists in a complex social environment. No one can show their genuine self all the time. So how does one become their true self? Who can give you that answer? Xiao 11, before you step on stage, ask yourself, why are you really standing there? Is it for the countless faces in the audience? Or for the person you want to be, the one who loves being on stage? Hu Ming didn't know what Xiao 11 was thinking, but these were the only words he had to offer. He wasn't someone who could pull others out of the abyss with eloquent philosophies. He could only do what Hu Ming could do. Xiao 11 stared at him, momentarily lost in thought. She had always claimed she wanted the world to love her, but deep down, she knew it was impossible to be liked by everyone. What she truly feared were the voices of criticism, the possibility of failing to meet her fans' expectations. But in the beginning, she had only wanted to show her best self to the world. Slowly, Xia Zioxi's lips curved into a smile, and her gaze toward Hu Ming softened. Hu Ming, you really gave quite the speech just now. You sounded just like Wise Sensei. Wise Sensei? Who's that? A really impressive character from an anime. TL, nickname Chinese fans give to Hachiman Hakigaya. After finishing her 4-drip, Xiao 11 visibly felt much better. Once Hu Ming confirmed that she was indeed okay, he brought her out of the hospital. However, on their way home, Xiao 11 refused to hail a cab. Instead, she insisted on taking the subway home. Faced with her reasoning, Hu Ming couldn't help but feel exasperated. I'll pay for the cab fare, okay? It's not about the money, I just want to ride the subway with you. Xiao 11 exclaimed, her eyes widening as she leaned closer to him. Unable to argue with her, especially since he was responsible for ensuring she got home safely, Hu Ming relented, and the two headed toward the subway station. The station, even after rush hour, was packed with people. As Hu Ming prepared to scan his phone to enter, Xiao 11 stopped him, pointing to the ticket machine nearby. Wait, aren't we supposed to buy tickets? Her question left Hu Ming staring at her as if she'd just said something outrageous. Seeing his incredulous expression, Xia Zioxi's cheeks flushed beneath her mask. I've taken the subway before. Back then, we had to buy tickets. Yes, we still need tickets, but we just use these now, Hu Ming explained, pulling out his phone and showing her the QR code. Xiao 11 blinked in surprise before handing him her phone. She clearly wanted him to set it up for her. As Hu Ming took her phone, he noticed the wallpaper, a girl on a sloping hill, wearing a white beret, one hand on her hat, the other hidden behind her back. Have you ever watched anime, Hu Ming? No. Not even a little. Not even a little, Hu Ming answered Xia Xiaoxi's questions while helping her set up her QR code. Xia Xiao 11 looked at him, puzzled. It was unusual not to have seen any anime for someone their age. Yet Hu Ming genuinely seemed indifferent to it. She suddenly recalled their chance encounter at the figure shop. It truly must have been a coincidence. Her gaze lingered on him, her thoughts filled with curiosity. Done. Let's go. After passing through the turnstile, they boarded the subway. Although Xia Xiaoxi's home wasn't too far from the subway station, it still required a short walk after getting off. The subway was crowded, leaving no seats available for the two. They leaned against the doors on one side, chatting as the train moved. Hu Ming, when do you think you'll find clues about your origins? Xia Xiao 11 asked curiously. Though she was eager to know, she respected that Hu Ming might not want to share. Surprisingly, this time, he didn't avoid the question. This matter is actually connected to you. To me. Do you know Han Shuyi likes you? Hu Ming stated bluntly, catching her off guard. But Xia Xiao 11 quickly snapped back to reality. She had always felt that Han Shuyi was unusually kind to her, so kind that it seemed a bit strange. Now, hearing Hu Ming's words, she finally realized, Han Shuyi actually liked her? Or no. But they hadn't interacted much, certainly not as closely as she and Hu Ming had. That was what puzzled her. Taking a deep breath, she finally said, oh my goodness, I had no idea. I always thought he was looking out for me because of our grandfathers. He definitely likes you. Since you enrolled, he's probably been doing a lot for you. And more importantly, the way he treats you is different from how he treats everyone else. Now that you mention it, a few things do make sense now, Xia Xiao 11 said thoughtfully. Then, with a curious tilt of her head, she asked, but what does this have to do with your origins? She looked at Hu Ming inquisitively, but his expression remained serious, his gaze steady, devoid of his usual playful demeanor. Han Shuyi alone isn't capable of dealing with me. He needs help from those backing him to succeed. And if proof emerges that I'm still alive, they'll know I have resources they can't account for. That will force their hand. They'll try to get me out of the picture. You're using yourself as bait. Xia Xiao 11 exclaimed, her voice tinged with surprise. She stared at Hu Ming, who had spoken so calmly, as if this was something he'd done countless times before. In her eyes, Hu Ming seemed shrouded in mystery at this moment. But the plan sounded incredibly dangerous. Could Hu Ming really ensure his own safety in such a risky situation? Just as she was about to press him further, the subway decelerated suddenly. Caught up in their conversation, Xia Xiao 11 lost her balance and stumbled forward, crashing into Hu Ming. While she fell, Hu Ming stood firm, unmoving like a mountain. Her soft frame collided with his chest, her dark hair brushing against his nose. The scent lingered as she rested momentarily against him. The subway doors opened, and passengers boarding the train caught sight of the two. Mistaking them for a couple, they quickly averted their eyes to find seats elsewhere. Xia Xiaoxi's eyes met Hu Ming's. In his calm gaze, she saw her reflection. Her flushed face would have been completely exposed if not for her mask. Heart pounding, Xia Xiao 11 found herself reluctant to leave the safety of his solid embrace. It felt like a scene out of a manga, a fateful moment crafted just for her. Are you okay? Hu Ming's voice pulled her back to reality. She quickly stepped away, fiddling with her dark hair to mask her embarrassment, completely forgetting what she had wanted to ask. I'm fine. Actually, coming back this time, I had already planned to use myself as bait. So, my identity being exposed was inevitable. Hu Ming's thoughts were clear. He had already pushed Han Shuyi into a corner. With one more decisive move, he might genuinely drive him mad. Could you stay close to me for a while? If you think it might cause you trouble, just pretend I didn't say anything. Hu Ming made sure to give her the choice. After all, he didn't want to drag Xia Xiao 11 into unnecessary trouble. But hearing what he said, Xia Xiao 11 started nodding vigorously, her head bobbing like a drumstick pounding on a drum. Help? Of course, I'll help you. She was more than eager to be involved in Hu Ming's plans. Seeing her enthusiastic response, Hu Ming finally nodded. As they walked, they chatted about Wu Qing's matter, and before Hu Ming walked Xia Xiao 11 downstairs, she clasped her hands behind her back, looking at him before speaking. Hu Ming, thank you for spending time with me today and for putting up with me. It wasn't much trouble. But seriously, you really shouldn't binge eat anymore. There are always other ways to cope with stress. It doesn't have to involve harming your body. Hu Ming had seen many people under severe mental strain resort to self-destructive ways to deal with their problems, and such paths often led to tragic outcomes. To be honest, he didn't want Xia Xiao 11 to go down that road. Thankfully, she hadn't faced anything that extreme yet, which brought him some relief. So, if I feel overwhelmed, can I come to you to talk about it? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, catching Hu Ming off guard. He quickly recovered, a smile curling on his lips. If you want to, of course. Don't worry, I won't treat you like a dumping ground. Xia Xiao 11 grinned. She had no intention of unloading her emotions recklessly on him. For her, it was more about spreading hope to the people around her. Watching her step into the elevator and disappear, Hu Ming let out a long breath. But before leaving, his gaze shifted to a parked car in the distance. Inside, the driver sat staring intently at him. Hu Ming gave the man a brief glance before turning and walking away. The driver slowly exited the car, his eyes fixed on Hu Ming's retreating figure, a glint of calculation flickering in them. Back home, Hu Ming dropped his bag and flopped onto the couch with a sigh of relief. Spending the day with Xiao 11 was as exhausting as going shopping with Ye Shui. In this regard, Kong Xian was better direct and efficient when buying things, no unnecessary fuss. Thinking of Ye Shui, he couldn't help but wonder how she was doing in Jingdu. He was genuinely curious. As he blinked idly, his phone buzzed with a message from Xiao 11. Opening it, he saw a photo. Xiao 11 was sitting on her bed, leaning against the windowsill, gazing at the starry sky outside. She wore a striking white beret, radiating youthful energy. Hu Ming instantly recognized the outfit. It was the same as the anime character that Xiao 11 had as her phone background. Beneath the photo was a line of text. Hu Ming, take a photo like this too. Hu Ming was speechless. What was she up to now? Still, he followed her request. When Xiao 11 received the photo, her face lit up with joy. She quietly saved it and even marked it as a favorite. Looking at their photos together, she thought they looked surprisingly fitting. Xiao 11 gazed at the starry sky outside. At that moment, she and Hu Ming are like characters straight out of a manga, mimicking each other's actions without realizing it. In anime, this would definitely be framed in the same split panel, capturing the shared motion in perfect symmetry. Great, she murmured, taking off her beret and rolling on the bed with excitement. Meanwhile, Ye Shui put down her pen and stretched, her graceful figure accentuated by the movement. She sighed softly, gazing at the stars outside her window. For some reason, tonight's view seemed particularly beautiful, easing her accumulated fatigue. Since transferring to Jingdu, she was no longer the student council president, yet her burdens hadn't lightened. The city required her to submit monthly feedback reports, while academic pressures and numerous club invitations from the school also loomed. But this time, Ye Shui decided to be selfish and declined all those invitations. Despite being new, she had not been overshadowed by the local students. Instead, she had become the brightest star on campus. Even the principal couldn't help but marvel. Without Jingdu's resources, she had still managed to outshine everyone and claim the top spot. Ye Shui was undoubtedly a genius among geniuses. Some universities had even started reaching out to her privately. Her grandmother was overjoyed when she shared the news, laughing endlessly. She also sent a message to a certain someone, but as expected, there was no reply. Her earlier elation dampened. That guy, so inconsiderate. Doesn't even treat me like a friend. Resting her chin in her hand, she looked out at the starry night. Hu Ming, did you change your name to sever ties with the Han family? I heard you risked your life to save Han Shuyi. Looks like everything worked out the way you wanted. But you're such a selfish person. Ye Shui leaned on the desk, a wave of fatigue washing over her. She closed her eyes, her mind conjuring his image. She wanted to confront him and ask why he left so easily, but he just smiled at her and pointed ahead. She paused, glaring at him. If you don't follow me, I'll come back and beat you up. With that, she turned and walked on, not looking back. She wasn't worried. She knew he was right behind her. Ye Shui didn't know how far she had walked when a sudden phone ring pulled her back to reality. Blinking, she picked up the phone and frowned at the caller ID. Her gaze sharpened. After some hesitation, she answered. Ms. Zhao, why do you keep calling me? Do you know how much trouble your calls cause me? Her tone was blunt, devoid of courtesy. The voice on the other end softened. Shui, I'm your mother. Can't I be concerned about my daughter? You've moved to Jingdu, of course I'm worried. The concern in her mother's voice felt as insincere as her father's to Ye Shui. Since transferring to Jingdu, her mother had somehow obtained her number and kept calling. Did she still think she, Ye Shui, was the hopeful child who once looked forward to family? Did she ever consider who destroyed that hope? Taking a deep breath, Ye Shui suppressed her anger. Ms. Zhao, I don't need your concern. I'm doing just fine without you. How can you talk to your mother like that? I'm just stating the facts. Don't flatter yourself, Ms. Zhao, she snapped before hanging up. Yet the turmoil in her chest didn't subside. Every time she heard their voices, she felt like a tiny boat in a storm, endlessly tossed about. Have you heard? Xiao 11 is planning to give a gift to whoever performs the best at tomorrow's talent show. Really? Is that true? If I'd known, I would have signed up too. Forget it. You're tone-deaf and clumsy. You'd just be a laughingstock up there. Fuck you. Han Shuyi overheard the chatter as he walked past a certain classroom. He hadn't heard anything about Xiao 11 doing such a thing. Could it have been a last-minute decision? But hearing this piqued his interest. If he could make a good impression on Xiao 11, he was sure it would change her opinion of him. This thought filled Han Shuyi with anticipation, though he had more pressing matters to handle right now at the broadcasting station. Because of what had happened yesterday, the principal was so angry at how two teachers handled the situation that he lost a few more hairs, an unwelcome addition to his already thinning head of hair. The incident had stirred up two of the school's most important students, leaving the principal baffled at the teacher's lack of judgment. What made it worse was that the situation could have been resolved the previous evening, yet it had dragged on until now. In the past, when similar issues arose, Ye Shui had always dealt with them promptly. For some reason, the principal found himself missing Ye Shui, who was now far away in the capital. If she had been here. With a resigned sigh, the principal admitted that it wasn't that Han Shuyi was incapable, but compared to Ye Shui, he still had a lot to learn. His sharp gaze shifted to the culprit standing on the stage in the schoolyard, a look of sternness in his eyes. The two broadcasters from yesterday stood there, barely daring to breathe under the scrutiny of so many people. It was far from an ideal situation. Beside them were a few girls' classmates from Wu Qing's class who had leaked Wu Qing's novel. They couldn't escape their share of the blame. Several teachers on duty were also standing there, their expressions grim. They had been made examples of for their mishandling of the situation. Initially, they were indignant, but a stern phone call from the principal last night had warned them that failing to address the issue properly would mean they could kiss their jobs goodbye. That single warning had quashed any lingering defiance. Now, they stood on the stage to apologize to Wu Qing. Hu Ming watched calmly from the crowd as one person after another on stage apologized. Finally, Han Shuyi, the student council president, stepped forward. He scanned the audience, his gaze pausing briefly on Xiao 11 and then Hu Ming. Taking the microphone, he began his apology in a measured tone. I was present at the scene of last night's incident. As the student council president, I must take responsibility and apologize for what happened. I failed to arrive in time to handle the situation, leading to harm toward Wu Qing. That was my mistake. Furthermore, I didn't manage the aftermath appropriately, which was my oversight with grave NB-epsilon-S. Wu Qing, I sincerely apologize. With that, Han Shuyi bowed deeply in Wu Qing's direction. Wu Qing was taken aback by the gesture, biting her lip with uncertainty, unsure of what to say. Meanwhile, Hu Ming yawned, clearly unimpressed. Han Shuyi's apology struck him as bland and calculated. In essence, Han Shuyi's approach downplayed the entire incident. To most students, the president's public apology seemed like the perfect resolution. And as students are wont to do, they jumped on the bandwagon, spreading sentiments akin to what you'd hear online. He's already apologized. What more do you want? Such naive reasoning flowed effortlessly from their lips, untainted by the complexities of the real world. But, Hu Ming smirked. He noticed the principal stepping onto the stage, taking the microphone from Han Shuyi. This incident has had a profoundly negative impact. Our school has always prioritized the personal development of our students, offering various clubs and activities for everyone to explore their passions. What I fail to understand is why certain students would harbor such hostility towards someone's dreams. And you teachers, do you think this behavior is acceptable? The principal's sharp gaze swept across the students. Before Yechusua left for the capital, she told me something that resonated deeply. She hoped I'd never give up on any student. Take Han Hu Ming, for example. He used to be at the bottom of the advanced class, yet he climbed to the middle ranks through sheer determination. Who knows how much further he could have gone given more time. At the mention of Han Hu Ming, many turned their gaze toward Hu Ming, though their thoughts were on the boy who looked identical to him. It was clear, though, that this young man like Yechusua was a legend in his own right, far beyond Han Hu Ming's league. Even so, Han Hu Ming's progress has been remarkable. What I want to say is this, as long as you're willing to work for it, there's nothing you can't achieve. If Wu Qing has a dream, our role is to support her, not to trample on it with malice. Every student here has their own dreams. None of us would want our dreams to be mocked, right? So, I ask you, don't underestimate the dreams of those around you. Nurture them instead of crushing them. With that, the principal declared the penalties. The 2 broadcasters would receive demerits, the students involved would be placed on probation, and the teachers would write self-reflection essays to be read aloud to the entire school. And as for you, Han Shuyi, I expect a written reflection from you as well. The principal's severe verdict stunned the audience. It was harsher than anyone had anticipated. Previously, even serious punishments rarely involved the teachers. Though the implicated teachers looked sour, none dared defy the principal's orders. Bravo! Hu Ming's voice suddenly rang out as he clapped, and soon, scattered applause turned into a resounding ovation across the schoolyard. Han Shuyi's face darkened. He glanced at Hu Ming, who stood smirking, his expression full of mockery. Clenching his fists, Han Shuyi realized with certainty that Hu Ming must have influenced the principal's words. That guy, is he targeting me? Earlier that morning, Hu Ming had sought out the principal, determined to ensure Han Shuyi didn't get away with brushing off the incident. He had to bring down his reputation, no matter what. On stage, the principal watched the energized students with a benevolent smile, his hand in his pocket, crumpling a piece of paper into a ball. The warm expression on his face resembled that of a farmer admiring his crops. Transmigrated as the fake young master, I'll beat up Hu Ming, was what the principal said this morning related to you. During lunch, Xiao 11 quietly slid into the seat next to Hu Ming, her voice low as she probed into the morning events. Hu Ming remained composed, continuing his meal without the slightest change in expression from her question. What would it have to do with me? The principal's a decent guy, and honestly, handling this kind of situation isn't easy. He's under a lot of pressure, so I think he made the right call. I see. Xiao 11 arched an eyebrow, gazing at him without directly pointing out the implications behind his words. But recalling the principal's stern words earlier still left Xiao 11 feeling satisfied. Those troublemakers had received the punishment they deserved. Justice served? Oh, by the way, Hu Ming suddenly said. I heard you will be giving a prize for first place in the talent show? What's the prize? Who told you that? I never said such a thing. Xiao 11 rose from her seat, the corners of her lips curling into a dazzling smile. She patted Hu Ming on the shoulder and added with a playful tone. Take it seriously. After all, you're our ever-capable, unbeatable Hu Ming. Hu Ming furrowed his brows, puzzled by her cryptic encouragement. The day passed quickly, and by the weekend, when the students returned to school, the main hall was already fully decorated. Though some grumbled about having their weekend occupied for the event, they still flocked to the hall because Xiao 11 would be performing. Tickets to see Xiao 11 perform outside of school weren't cheap, but here it was free. Eager to make the most of the rare opportunity, many arrived early, some even bringing snacks to sneak a bite while waiting. Xiao 11 was the opening act. As the one responsible for setting the mood for the entire event, the pressure on her was immense. Now sitting in a makeshift dressing room, she stared at her reflection in the mirror. Everything felt the same as usual before a performance: her stunning looks, her sweet voice, and her seamless blend of singing and dancing. These were her strengths, and she knew how to maximize them. Alpha knew. Yet, as adept as she was at performing, she couldn't fully quell the unease bubbling inside her. Clutching her hands tightly together, Xiao 11 took a deep breath. She had considered eating something to calm her nerves earlier, but remembering Hu Ming's words from that day, she suppressed the impulse. If she couldn't overcome this challenge herself, she'd always be trapped by her own fears. Even so, anxiety kept creeping in, painting nervous scenarios in her mind. Xiao 11, you've got this. Cheer up, don't be scared. She gave herself a pep talk, though its effect was minimal. Biting her lip, she frowned deeply, her foot tapping rhythmically with the thumping of her heart. Are you trying to stomp a hole through the floor? Hu Ming's voice rang in her ears. At first, she thought she was imagining it, but when she turned toward the sound, there he was, standing right there. She distinctly remembered there were people guarding outside. How did he get in? Blinking in confusion, she curiously eyed him. How did you get in here? Climbed in. Hu Ming pointed toward the window, where the curtain swayed lightly in the breeze. Xia Zioxi's eyes widened in disbelief. It was the first time she'd ever heard of someone climbing in like that. Still, she couldn't help but feel a bit happy about his unexpected appearance. Judging by your foot stomping earlier, it seems I was right to be worried. Feeling nervous with so many people out there waiting for you. I was a little nervous, but after seeing you, not anymore. Xiao 11 smiled, and it wasn't just a comforting lie, she genuinely felt calmer. Oh really? Should I leave you a photo of me to carry around for reassurance next time? Hu Ming chuckled as he stepped closer, resting a hand on her shoulder. Looking at her through the mirror, he said, Xiao 11, no one can believe in you more than you yourself. But if someone can, count me in. Xiao 11 gazed at her reflection in the mirror, at his hand on her shoulder, and a sudden thought popped into her head. Is Hu Ming giving me a buff? Xiao 11, you're powered up, time to go. When the spotlight illuminated Xiao 11, she instantly became the center of attention. Her melodious and passionate singing, paired with her vibrant dance moves, captivated the audience. The dazzling lights enhanced her performance, adding an extra layer of allure. On stage, Xiao 11 exuded a commanding presence that far surpassed her usual demeanor. At the end of her first number, she stepped forward, wiped the sweat from her brow, and, to everyone's surprise, dramatically ripped off her gown. Under the stage lights, her transformation was unveiled. Gone was the princess in her elegant dress, replaced by a fiery, confident young woman in a bold outfit. As the music shifted, the atmosphere in the hall surged to a fever pitch. The audience cheered wildly, their energy fueling her performance. Even Hu Ming, amidst the crowd, waved a glow stick enthusiastically. The scene resembled a full-blown concert. Watching Xia Zioxi's radiant smile on stage, Hu Ming reaffirmed his belief she was truly pure at heart. All she wanted was to showcase her best self to the world. Hu Ming stood up and walked directly to the back of the stage. As the song ended, cheers erupted from the students behind him. Xiao 11? Xiao 11. At this moment, Xiao 11 was already drenched in sweat. She looked at the students below who supported her, and the smile on her face never faded. Because she knew very well that an idol brings smiles to others. However, it was a pity that she couldn't find the one person she most wanted to see. This made her smile fade a little. Despite Xia Zioxi's electrifying performance, which had set the bar incredibly high, the mood took a slight dip as subsequent acts followed. But when Han Shuyi took the stage, the female audience erupted with excitement. As his name echoed in the hall, he performed a heartfelt love ballad, captivating his fans and exuding an aura as if he owned the universe. Some even declared him the inevitable champion. Hearing such claims made Xiao 11, now resting backstage, raise an eyebrow. She didn't quite agree. Though Han Shi's performance was stellar so far, one person had yet to take the stage. And she was certain that person wouldn't disappoint. After Han Shi's song ended, the host stepped up to applaud and energize the crowd. Then, they announced, now, let's welcome our final contestant, Hu Ming, performing the song Dreamland. The hall plunged into darkness. From backstage, Han Shuyi narrowed his eyes as Hu Ming stepped forward, their gazes locking briefly. Hu Ming offered a faint smile, a gesture that unsettled Han Shuyi for a moment. But he quickly brushed it off, recalling that he had already secured the favor of the judging panel. This talent show's champion would undoubtedly be his. Xiao 11 couldn't hide the smile on her face as she watched Hu Ming on stage. With a guitar slung across his back, Hu Ming adjusted the microphone before him. He looked out at the classmates below and the panel of judges seated in the front row. He knew that Han Shuyi must have used some underhanded means to secure the first place spot. Leveraging the Han family name for such things was entirely in line with Han Shuyi's usual modus operandi. Han Shuyi was no longer the confident person he once was. Under the weight of Hu Ming's growing brilliance, he now appeared small and insecure. It was no surprise to Hu Ming if this led Han Shuyi to act out. Yet, for Hu Ming, the question of who won hardly mattered. This song was meant for one person only. As long as she thought it surpassed Han Shuyi's, that was enough. This song is dedicated to those who are striving forward. The music began, and Hu Ming strummed his guitar. His clean, magnetic voice resonated alongside the melody. The night gives me the right to dream, to believe for a moment that endless dawn will climb across the earth at my feet. The crowd of students fell silent, enraptured by his voice. Sitting in the audience, Wu Qing stared in a daze at the boy on stage. The lyrics seemed to reflect her dreams. It didn't take long for the audience to remember yesterday's events. This song was clearly a tribute to ordinary people yearning for their dreams. If only I could grasp destiny in my hands instead of being a coin tossed into the air. I may be as small and ordinary as an ant, but I've never thought of giving up. Suddenly, the large screen behind Hu Ming lit up with bold subtitles. Han Shuyi froze in place, stunned. He hadn't heard anything about Hu Ming arranging such theatrics. Instinctively, he looked toward the stage crew, but they, too, were captivated by Hu Ming's performance. Don't ask about the ninth torrential rain, it's not meant to drown me in the mud. The darkness thought it had left me gasping for air, but it never guessed I'd still bloom in springtime. The stage lights shifted dramatically, the tempo surged, and Hu Ming's voice grew even more impassioned. He raised a hand, inciting deafening cheers from the audience, who now resembled a fervent crowd at a concert. The students sang along, their voices swelling with Hu Ming's rhythm. Kong Xin, standing quietly amidst the crowd, held no glow stick and didn't join the singing. She simply gazed at the boy on stage. If she were to say it aloud, it was the transformed Hu Ming who had shown her a new side of the world. The old him, immature and insecure, had been replaced by someone entirely unrecognizable. In her heart, she had already forgotten what he used to be like. Clutching her chest to suppress the fluttering inside, she felt emotions quietly changing. Beta. The night gives me the right to dream. At this moment, every step Hu Ming took was brimming with energy. Even his simplest gestures sent waves of cheers through the crowd. Xiao 11 jumped up excitedly, shaking her glow stick in fervor. No matter how many times she witnessed it, Hu Ming never failed to surprise her. His stage presence was impeccable, his voice overflowing with passion. Hu Ming, Hu Ming. Her voice was joined by countless others, chanting his name. Han Shuyi clenched his fists tightly, unease gnawing at him. Things were beginning to slip out of his control. Even if it's just an illusion, an unreachable goal in this life, I still want to push forward with everything I've got. Even if I'm ridiculed, even if countless sneers and disdain come my way, I will still reach the place of my dreams. As the song concluded, beads of sweat covered Hu Ming's forehead. He looked out at the crowd of students, his face glowing with joy. Grabbing the microphone, he called out loudly, "All of us have dreams. Though there may be endless mockery and scorn in their pursuit, don't lose heart, keep moving forward boldly." The thunderous applause was deafening, like a volcano erupting and transforming the students' fervor into molten lava that soared skyward. Hu Ming bowed slightly and walked off stage. There, Han Shuyi was waiting, watching him. Staring at that all-too-familiar face, Han Shuyi's heart filled with loathing. Yet, for an instant, even he was moved by Hu Ming's words, a fact he found inconceivable. But it didn't matter. The results were already determined. No matter how much Hu Ming tried, winning wasn't in the cards for him. Not bad, Hu Ming. Han Shuyi, do you really think that rigging the champion guarantees your victory? Hu Ming smiled, sending a wave of unease through Han Shuyi. But the latter quickly regained his composure, attributing it to Hu Ming's empty bluster. I have no idea what you're talking about. You'll understand soon enough. With that, Hu Ming turned and left, leaving Han Shuyi staring at his retreating figure. Even after the performance ended, the students were still buzzing with excitement over Hu Ming's song. They discussed him endlessly, labeling him the school's new icon. If Ye Chushua had once been the school's face, then Hu Ming had now risen to stand alongside her. The host stepped onto the stage, signaling for quiet before inviting all contestants back up. I will now announce the winner of tonight's cultural festival talent show. Flipping open the results, she hesitated visibly before regaining her composure. The hall fell silent as everyone listened, though their hearts already held a clear favorite. The champion is Han Shuyi. A hush fell over the hall, followed by sparse, scattered applause that quickly faded. On stage, Han Shuyi's once confident smile froze. He couldn't believe the scene before him. The host hastily encouraged the audience to clap. Let's all give him a big round of applause. Reluctantly, the students clapped again, though the scattered rhythm made it clear how forced it was. Now, we'll have Xiao 11 present the award. Under the spotlight, Xiao 11 appeared in a new gown, holding a bouquet and a trophy as she walked toward the stage. This moment eased Han Shuyi's embarrassment. He knew she would present the award to the winner. He looked at her expectantly as she approached, his heart brimming with excitement. When Xiao 11 handed him the trophy with one hand and a nod and turned away without a word, however, he was taken aback. Before he could recover, Xiao 11 had moved toward Hu Ming. She placed the bouquet in his hands with a smile, then took the microphone and declared, "No matter who the official champion is, Hu Ming is the champion in my heart." The crowd erupted in cheers, echoing her sentiments. Then someone yelled, "It's rigged." The chant spread like wildfire, piercing through Han Shuyi's composure like knives. Holding the trophy, Han Shuyi stood on stage alone, looking like a clown. Ye Chushua rubbed her temples, her tasks finally completed. She glanced at her phone, still no reply from that person. Her weariness deepened, accompanied by a sense of helplessness. Her phone contained few personal contacts, mostly work-related groups. Habitually, she muted those groups once their discussions were resolved. Lately, she hadn't paid much attention to the happenings at school. She reasoned that if Hu Ming returned, he would definitely reach out to her. This assumption, however, caused her to miss out on much without realizing it. Leaning back in her chair, a sudden thought crossed her mind. Wasn't today the school's cultural festival? In fact, she had memorized the school's calendar long before arriving here. Opening her class group chat for the first time in ages, she was met with a video posted by a classmate. Following the video were messages, all discussing Hu Ming. Seeing that familiar name, Tches froze in place. She clicked on the video, and there he was, a boy playing guitar and singing. That familiar face left her utterly stunned. It was unmistakably Hu Ming. But why? Why had he returned but not contacted her? Tches frowned deeply, her mind swirling with confusion. Han Yun-11 had never seen Hu Ming shine so brightly. Then again, according to him, they hadn't met before. Even so, the person on stage radiated brilliance, completely overshadowing Han Shuyi. It was obvious to everyone that Han Shuyi's championship win was questionable. In terms of stage presence or vocal technique, Hu Ming clearly deserved the victory. So why had the champion gone to Han Shuyi? Han Yun-11 couldn't understand. But if Han Shuyi did anything to disgrace the Han family, she wouldn't let it slide. This situation wasn't like Han Hu Ming's past minor antics, it involved the family's reputation. If Han Shuyi had truly bribed the judges, she would lose all respect for him. Yet, as she watched Xiao 11 stand confidently by Hu Ming's side, a pang of jealousy surfaced in her heart. The fact that Xiao 11 was her idol didn't shield her feelings. The video spread quickly, making Hu Ming the talk of many. Meanwhile, in a distant manor in Jingdu, a young man sat on a sofa, watching the video. His narrowed eyes locked onto Hu Ming on the screen, dark flickers of light glinting within. Soon, a knock came at the door. "Come in." A man in a suit entered and bowed respectfully. "Young Master Gu, after our investigation, we've confirmed that the boy is indeed Han Hu Ming. His recent disappearance was to fabricate his identity." "He managed that?" the young man asked, incredulous at Hu Ming's actions. The man shook his head, adding, "I don't believe he acted alone. Moreover, we uncovered something significant." "What is it?" "Hu Ming's fabricated identity lists a relative your long-missing second granduncle." The young man, initially composed, now sat upright, his expression no longer calm. He had thought this was just one of Hu Ming's petty tricks. But to think his second granduncle was involved, this changed everything. Second granduncle was expelled from the Gu family years ago. Though grandfather always missed him, he could never find him. Now, Hu Ming's connection to granduncle raises serious doubts. With diuresis. The young man stroked his chin, piecing the situation together. The man suddenly asked, "Young Master Gu, should we continue searching for the midwife we couldn't locate earlier?" "No, leave that for now. Focus all efforts on investigating what second granduncle did after leaving the family. This matter is crucial to what happens next." "Understood. I'll take my leave." The man bowed again before exiting. Outside the room, he glanced back at the closed door. Shaken by something so trivial, as expected of a fake, Gu Xiaochuan stood, walked to his desk, and picked up a framed photo. It was a picture of him and his parents. Yet, he had known since childhood he wasn't their biological child. His role was to replace the rightful heir and become them. Initially, he resisted. But after experiencing life here, he changed his mind. He had met his biological parents, a greedy, selfish pair. Their actions evoked no pity, only disdain. This mindset fueled his resolve to eliminate Hu Ming. 3 families had their children swapped. He would use Han Shuyi to get rid of Hu Ming, ensuring his permanent disappearance. He had assumed Hu Ming was dead. But months later, he resurfaced, unsettling Gu Xiaochuan. Still, he wasn't overly concerned. No matter how outstanding Hu Ming was, he couldn't be tied to the Gu family. But the shadow of the second granduncle behind Hu Ming blindsided him. A once estranged figure reappearing could only bring chaos to the family. Gu Xiaochuan justified his actions as protecting the family's peace. He picked up the phone and dialed a number. "Han Shuyi is unreliable. Handle Hu Ming personally. I don't want to hear his name again." "Understood." The call ended. Gu Xiaochuan didn't stop. If Han Shuyi couldn't help, then Han Shuyi would pay for his deceit. In the mirror, Gu Xiaochuan's lips curled into a sinister smile, dangerous and chilling. "Han Shuyi, what were you thinking? Using the Han family's promise to fund a new school building in exchange for that so-called champion?" Han Litian was livid. In his eyes, Han Shuyi was supposed to be an obedient child. Now, he seemed like a different person, bartering the family's resources for a meaningless title. And what was the result? Everyone knew who the real champion was that night. And Han Shuyi? He was accused of rigging, winning only because of the Han family's backing. Han Litian couldn't understand the point of it all. He glared at Han Shuyi, who hung his head, silent. Suddenly, Han Litian's cold voice broke the silence. "Do you see Hu Ming as him?" Han Shuyi lay on the bed powerlessly, closing his eyes only to see the image of Hu Ming. Once again, he lost to Hu Ming. No matter what he did, Hu Ming was always an obstacle in his path, one he simply couldn't overcome. If Hu Ming didn't exist in this world, he wouldn't have been stuck living in that small village for more than a decade. He had endured the disdain of others, clawed his way upward, all for the day when he could change his fate. He once believed he was the protagonist of this story. After Han Hu-ming's death, that destined girl appeared before him. He thought she was a gift from the heavens. But in the end, he realized that the one he had been scheming against all along was the true protagonist, while he was nothing more than the villainous young master everyone despised. But no one knew that his current identity was originally Han Hu-ming's. To Han Shuyi, it no longer mattered if Hu Ming was Han Hu-ming or not. In his eyes, they were the same, both roadblocks in his way. Han Shuyi refused to accept this. He wouldn't believe his fate had come to a standstill. He was determined to change everything with his own hands. Suddenly, he sat up from the bed, his eyes filled with ferocity. Just then, his phone, placed nearby, began to ring. Picking it up, he saw a string of unfamiliar numbers on the screen. Expressionless, Han Shuyi answered the call, already guessing who was on the other end. Han Shuyi, it seems the information you gave me last time wasn't accurate. Isn't Han Hu-ming alive and well? His identity has already been verified once. No matter who he is, he has nothing to do with the Han family. But he is Han Hu-ming. Just because your people failed doesn't mean mine will. Now, don't you think it's time to use that little brain of yours and figure out how to deal with Hu Ming? The voice on the other end chuckled, the sound laced with mockery toward Han Shuyi. This time, however, Han Shuyi didn't get angry. Instead, he joined in with a laugh of his own, catching the other person off guard. You've been trying to use me to deal with Hu Ming, all while hiding in the shadows, watching us fight to the death. In the end, the only one benefiting from all this is you. You're nothing but a rat lurking in the dark, too scared to even show your face. Do you know what you're saying? If it weren't for me pulling you out of that little village, you'd still be clueless about who your real parents are. You'd have spent your whole life as a laughingstock. Of course I know what I'm saying. But if you really wanted to get rid of Hu Ming, why didn't you act sooner? Let me guess, someone's been keeping an eye on you. The line went silent, though Han Shuyi could still hear the heavy breathing on the other end. A mocking smile tugged at his lips. He was done being led around by the nose. So now, all you can do is watch helplessly as Hu Ming runs circles around you, unable to act. If I decide not to make a move, you'll just have to live with Hu Ming existing in this world. Does that make sense to you? This time, Han Shuyi decided to take the initiative. If the other party wanted to eliminate Hu Ming, then their goals aligned. But he had no intention of dealing with Hu Ming alone. After this incident, he understood that he was no match for Hu Ming. Naturally, he would have to leverage external forces to handle the matter. And that external force would be the key to eradicating Hu Ming? The voice on the other end of the line suddenly erupted in laughter, followed by a maniacal cackle. Han Shuyi ignored whether the other party had lost their mind. He only cared about whether they intended to agree to his proposal. If not, then there was no point in continuing to target Hu Ming. Han Shuyi, I originally thought you were just someone who relied on petty tricks. I didn't expect you'd be capable of this. Since our goals align, I won't stand idly by. After all, we both want Hu Ming eradicated from this world. No s. Time is running out, Han Shuyi said, gazing into the dark night outside his window, his eyes turning cold. I've already sent someone over. But Han Shuyi, this will be the only time I help you. As you said, I'm being watched and can only do so much. Though his tone seemed confident, it was clear he was making excuses. Han Shuyi didn't care. This time, he would ensure Hu Ming would be completely eliminated. Meanwhile, at the Gu family residence, Gu Xiaochuan leaned back on the sofa after ending the call, staring at the ceiling as he replayed the conversation with Han Shuyi in his mind. He had initially thought Han Shuyi was nothing more than a fool, a content to be used. But in the end, Han Shuyi had managed to take a piece of him. Over the years, Gu Xiaochuan had raised a few loyal subordinates in secret, known to no one. If anyone discovered his actions against Hu Ming, it would surely raise suspicions, and they'd trace it back to Hu Ming, especially now that Hu Ming seemed to have ties to second granduncle. That was the most troubling aspect of all. He had to act before the Gu family caught on and eliminate Hu Ming first. Xiaochuan, come down for dinner. A woman's voice called from downstairs. Gu Xiaochuan rubbed his face, forcing a usual smile to appear. Coming. This kind of life had long become second nature to him. He would maintain it, ensuring no one destroyed it. At the high-speed rail station, the bustling crowd was more than expected. Yet Yushue stepped off the train with her backpack. Taking out her phone, she intently reviewed the video of the boy. No matter how many times she watched it, the person in the video was undoubtedly Han Hu Ming. Unlike others, yet Yushue was typically rational in her daily life, though in critical moments, she trusted her intuition. Of course, hers was an intuition grounded in evidence. Han Hu Ming had once told her that if he ever left the Han family, he would go by the name Hu Ming. And the boy in the video was Hu Ming. If Hu Ming merely looked like Han Hu Ming, she might have let it go. But with the name being the same, there had to be more to this. Even after confirming with her classmates that Hu Ming's identity had been verified by the Han family, yet Yushue remained convinced that Hu Ming had the ability to deceive them. No reason, just confidence in her instincts? Putting her phone away, yet Yushue stepped out of the station. Seeing the familiar scenery brought a smile to her face. This time, she was determined to get to the bottom of things and find out what that guy was really up to. At Hu Ming's house, Hu Ming's phone buzzed with a new message. Liang Feng, I got a report. Yet Yushue has returned. Reading the message, Hu Ming closed his eyes, leaning back against the sofa. Of all times, she had to come back in the middle of this chaos. This time, yet Yushue had taken leave to return to school, and not many people were aware of her return. However, she was eagerly anticipating Hu Ming's reaction upon seeing her again. Would he, like others, look at her with unfamiliar eyes? Yet Yuxue couldn't be certain. If Hu Ming truly gave her that kind of look, it would mean there was nothing more to say between them. In that case, she could simply return to Jingdu without lingering thoughts about him. In truth, her return this time was to give herself some closure. Carrying her backpack, Yet Yuxue walked in the direction of her home. When she reached the base of her apartment building, the scene before her had barely changed. The same elderly men and women were still exercising and chatting in the nearby square. From the residential buildings came the frustrated voices of parents tutoring their children. Seeing these familiar sights, Yet Yuxue couldn't help but smile. But her smile soon faded. The sudden appearance of someone wiped away all the scenarios she had imagined. Hu Ming stood right in front of her, wearing a faint smile. There were no accusations, no emotional outbursts. The two simply stood face to face as if nothing had ever happened. Seeing the look in Hu Ming's eyes, Yet Yuxue finally felt the unease she had carried for so long dissipate. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder how he knew she had returned. She hadn't informed anyone. She opened her mouth to speak, but Hu Ming raised his hand to stop her. Shall we talk upstairs? This classmate, isn't it a bit inappropriate for a boy to be alone with a girl in her house so late? It's not like it's the first time, right, President? Hu Ming's lips curved into a smirk, the same expression Yet Yuxue remembered vividly. She knew this guy wasn't someone who'd go down so easily. Back in her apartment, which she had emptied of most things before leaving, Yet Yuxue found the fridge barren. She had eaten out after her return. Thus, the two sat in the living room, eating instant noodles. Aware of Yet Yuxue's curiosity about how he had survived, Hu Ming calmly explained. Yet Yuxue listened without much surprise. Her fork tapped against the cup of noodles as she propped her chin with her hand, a contemplative expression on her face. I always felt there was tension between you and Han Shuyi, but I didn't expect there to be such a connection. Still, isn't what you're doing incredibly dangerous? She asked, her face full of concern. Beta. She understood Hu Ming's intentions but hoped he'd proceed cautiously, as she didn't want him to risk his life. The other side has been after me for years, even using Han Shuyi against me. But they haven't acted directly until now. I suspect they've been tied up with other matters. Otherwise, I would have disappeared long ago. If they move against me, it's unlikely they'll do it personally. So you think Han Shuyi will be the one to make a move? Exactly. They want to kill me without getting their hands dirty. But the more Han Shuyi resists being used, the more I need to make him uneasy. Hu Ming placed his hand over Yet Yuxue's, his gaze steady. President, I'll need your help this time. Yet Yuxue glanced at Hu Ming's hand on hers, momentarily startled. Her cheeks flushed as she turned her head away. Help? Sure. But do you have to take advantage of the situation? Hu Ming quickly withdrew his hand, an awkward smile on his face. But his curiosity soon got the better of him. President, how has life in Jingdu been? It's all right. The cost of living is high, and rent is expensive, but the school provides subsidies. Plus, the faculty there is excellent, far better than what we have here. The difference in educational resources was stark. After just a week in Jingdu, Yet Yuxue could feel it. The competitive atmosphere there was intense. Everyone, whether in clubs or academics, strove to excel, which added pressure. As she spoke about Jingdu, Yet Yuxue squinted at Hu Ming and casually remarked, by the way, there are plenty of handsome guys and beautiful girls in Jingdu. Our school alone has lots of them. Really? Of course. Some even pursued me. Yet Yuxue raised an eyebrow, her tone light. Hu Ming frowned slightly and offered a serious piece of advice. President, the world is full of temptations. Be careful of sweet words and traps. Stay grounded. Are you saying I'm not good enough for them? Yet Yuxue leaned closer, her gaze sharp and dangerous. Straightening his back, Hu Ming instantly looked serious. Absolutely not. You're amazing, President. They should be the ones wondering if they're good enough for you. Yet Yuxue burst into laughter at his words. Seeing her laugh, Hu Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. The conversation shifted to recent events. Yet Yuxue was surprised to learn about the connection between Hu Ming and Xiaoxiao 11. Xiaoxiao 11 had never mentioned it to her. Not that it mattered much, their acquaintance was superficial at best. The clock, with its new battery, ticked steadily. Yet Yuxue hadn't felt this relaxed in a long time. With Hu Ming, she could let down her guard and speak freely. However, there was one thing she didn't share about her mother. Given Hu Ming's preoccupation with Han Shuyi, she didn't want to burden him with her troubles. Outside, the sky had long turned dark. When Hu Ming noticed the late hour, he stood up and said, I'll leave the rest to you tomorrow. Hu Ming. As he turned to leave, Yet Yuxue instinctively grabbed his wrist, locking eyes with him. You have to be careful, okay? Her eyes brimmed with concern, a look Hu Ming hadn't seen directed at him in a long time. He smiled warmly, his hand gently holding hers in return. I promise.